All right, welcome to the Tuesday, July 1st, regular meeting of the Ann Arbor Planning Commission. For detailed information on meeting procedures, please review the full printed meeting agenda provided. Deputy Manager Kelly, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Commissioner Lee.
I'm here.
Commissioner Weish.
Here.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Here.
Commissioner Abrams.
Here.
Councilmember Dish.
Here.
Noting that Commissioners Mills and Adams are absent this evening, Commissioner Weatherby.
Here.
And Commissioner Norton. You have a quorum.
Great. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Moved by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Weatherby. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the June 3rd, 2025? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Any discussion of the minutes? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. We're going to move on to reports to the Planning Commission and written communications. We're going to first go to Councilmember Dish.
I can't remember. Sorry, I completely forgot to prepare for this.
Oh, that's quite all right.
I think there were a few development agreements passed. Nothing too noteworthy planning-wise.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, Mr. Leonard.
I was just in the middle of writing that message. If you'd like to move on to the manager report,
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Chair, I just want to note that your upcoming meeting for both your working session and on the 15th is, although there are not public hearings for that meeting on the 15th, and obviously not at your working session, we are going to be talking through your work program, and then I want you to think ahead about the elections. Your capable chair, unfortunately, cannot serve another consecutive term for you, so you're going to have to elect from among yourselves, so think about what you would like to serve for. I will send out some email reminders, and you will also have an annual chance to review your bylaws. There was just a large update, so you might not have anything, but there might yet be something you'd like to adjust. And with that out of the way, I want to focus on something big for our team. Matthew Kowalski has served as a planner with the City of Ann Arbor since the year 2000, over 25 years. And this is his last Planning Commission meeting as he retires July 11th. Over the years, Matt has contributed to numerous plans such as the Northeast Area Plan, more recently Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan. Matt was on the R4C Task Force and has reviewed countless developments. It was 7,100 days ago when Matt first appeared before the Planning Commission, and maybe he remembers his first petition. We will miss his expertise and his warm disposition among our team, and I would love to invite Matt to reflect on his service and commissioners to give Matt a warm send-off.
All right, thank you. It's only about 30-minute speech, so thank you.
Yeah.
I don't have anything out. I feel like it's an award speech. I mean, I just want to thank everybody, a lot of people that aren't here, for taking a chance on me 25 years ago. So, with that, I just got to say, I've always loved my job, and I still love my job. It's like leaving here is not really leaving. I don't want to leave this job per se. I'm just kind of starting a new chapter. So, in like looking back on it, and I can honestly reflect, and all the, there's been all kinds of ups and downs. I've served with different planning commissions, different councils. Some of you I've known a lot longer than others. Julie, I know you go all the way back to the R4C or before that. But, I could just honestly say there's never been really a day that I hated my job. So I still like what I do. I still like interacting with the people, even when we don't all agree. I really get value from that. So, and with that, I'll still have my, toe in the planning waters a little bit. For those that don't know, I'm still on the Dexter Planning Commission, which I've been on for 25 years too, so they can't kick me off yet either. But, that's really about it. So thank you, everybody, and it's been a great run.
Thank you. Would any of the commissioners like to say a few words about Mr. Kowalski's service? Yeah, Commissioner Weatherby.
I'll just say that we will really miss you because you were there when I first started doing stuff with city working. So when I was out there in the audience yelling at the people sitting up here. So I think you've been a really great addition to the city and you've really helped a lot of people. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any other commissioners like to say a few words?
I'll just say thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you for the past 6 years, and I hope you're not a stranger.
Yep.
You can come for public comment every now and again. Thanks.
Yeah.
I will just ditto to that, Matt. It's been great working with you and interacting with you over the past 6 years of my time on Planning Commission. And it's crazy. So, like, you started your job when you were like 10? That's amazing.
Yeah.
Definitely do not be a stranger.
Yeah, see, the job doesn't age you at all.
Yeah. Any other commissioners? Matt, thank you so much. A quarter of a century. Really makes it easier for people to civically engage, especially with your warm and happy disposition. So thank you for all of your service.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to move on to, do other commissioner officers or liaisons have anything to report? All right, written communications are included in today's packets. We're going to move it along to public comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to speak up to 3 minutes on an issue that's not listed as a public hearing, and we'll first hear from those present and then remote participants. To speak remotely, please press *9 if on the phone or use the raise hand feature in Zoom. For phone access, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will identify callers by the last 3 digits of the phone number or by name on Zoom. You'll hear an automated announcement when it's your turn to speak, and please move to a quiet area and mute any background noise. For all participants, please state your name and address at the beginning of the comments. And is there anyone present who would like to speak at this time? Welcome. Hello. Welcome.
Hello. I'm Jeff Crockett. I'm pleased to be here. I am a golfer of 60 years who has lived at 506 East Kingsley for 45, and I've lived at 506 East Kingsley for 45 years. I played in a golf league of 12 at Leslie Park for 15 years. I played numerous times at Leslie Park and Huron Hills with my son and love both golf courses. I am deeply concerned about the recent attacks on golf courses by members of the Planning Commission, the City Council, and pro-density social media influencers. Recently, it's come to my attention that the comprehensive plan excludes golf courses and other local parks from the parks calculation on page 56. While the comprehensive plan indicates that there are 13.6 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents in Ann Arbor, the latest PROS plan indicates that there are actually 17.96 acres per 1,000 residents. According to CM Dish in a Facebook post, the discrepancy was not a mistake, it was a judgment call. The public outcry resulted in a joint statement from the planning and park staff that there are no current plans to close the golf courses, and that the only way that could happen was by a citywide vote. That was very helpful information. It was clearly a mistake to omit the PROS plan, park plan total of 17.96 acres in the club, and not to explain the discrepancy. It caused confusion. Soon after, a loophole was discovered that few people knew about, which allows the city to create 99-year leases to repurpose golf courses and parks to private developers. All of this uncertainty has greatly stressed the Ann Arbor golfing communities, who would likely mount a fierce opposition to any changes to the golf courses. City council members need to pass a resolution indicating that the golf courses and parks will not be leased without voter approval. Also, the Planning Commission should include statements supporting the benefits that golfing provides. I do believe that people who want to live here in general about the plan are being given more consideration in the comprehensive plan than those who have lived here for decades, paid property taxes to fund your salaries in government, and volunteered without recognition for city commissions and committees. Many of these people feel ignored and dismissed by the plans to increase density across the city without consulting with the neighborhoods impacted. In closing, I would like to say that public golf courses were created to make the sport accessible to a wider population, including those who couldn't afford or weren't permitted to join private clubs. This democratization of golf aimed to promote community recreation and a healthier lifestyle for all, not just for the elite. There are 27 golf leagues at Leslie Park, including 6 women golf leagues. During the past year, 38,000 rounds were played at Leslie, while 30,000 rounds were played at Huron. These stats demonstrate that the golf courses support one of the core values of the comprehensive plan, equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Kim Winnick, and I've been a resident of Ann Arbor for more than half of my 70 years here on Earth. I'm a lifelong Democrat, and when I say Democrat, I mean with a small d and a big D. I would be preferred to be at home enjoying this pleasant evening with my family, but here I am. It brings me no joy to make the following remarks, which unfortunately need to be said. It is apparent to those who have been paying attention that the draft comprehensive land use plan is terribly flawed. Thus, I need not repeat the many deficiencies in the proposed plan because others have ably done so. Rather, I wish to use my allotted time to indicate some troubling and fundamental problems with our government that include but extend beyond just this land use proposal. An informed public is necessary for good government, and unfortunately, with the death of substantial news coverage and commentary in Ann Arbor, this we no longer have. As a result, our elected city government has become a political machine, led by our mayor. Good government has been replaced by a lack of transparency, influence peddling, ignoring acceptable standards, and gaslighting the public. The mayor, the city council, and this planning board have adopted the attitude that the ends justify the means, and that city residents need to be led, perhaps kicking and screaming, by those who know best. They have little interest to keep the public well-informed, nor do they wish to listen to their constituents. They are using a shotgun approach to make so many changes quickly that it has become a game of whack-a-mole to counter them all. Remind you of someone else in our federal government? Time permits me to only highlight the following few examples of what good government should not do. Failure to award city contracts to the lowest bidder capable of doing the work. Centralized campaigns partially funded by labor unions outside the city. A concerted effort to mislead the public and oppose election reform, such as proposals C and D. Attempts to add opposing language to a citizens-initiated ballot proposal with the intent to get it defeated at the polls. This effort, by the way, was later declared illegal by an appellate court in the state of Michigan. Making sweetheart deals with a local property owner who has 3 different names and 2 felony convictions. Suggesting that we use public money to build a parking garage for a private developer in a transit zone where we are supposedly discouraging the use of vehicles. Removing the designation of our public golf courses as parkland, as you just heard from Jeff, as a backdoor method to perhaps sell these properties to a developer. Failing to disavow literature that contains untrue statements made by political organizations that support the mayor and the council through campaign contributions. Failure to adhere to the current master land use plan. Failure to follow through on citizens-initiated ballot proposals that have been passed by the voters. Using tax dollars to support the construction of a new library, even though there was a ballot initiative that was defeated by the voters when there was a millage to do so.
Thank
if the
you.
lack of ethical behavior was not bad
Thank
enough,
you.
our city government is not well run either. Our taxes are extremely high. The
Thank
roads
you.
are a mess, and the
Hey,
downtown
please-
is dirty.
Thank
We need
you.
a better city government.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
My name is Gaurav Kulkarni, 139 Ashley Muse Drive. First off, we need denser housing and we need to act with urgency. I tragically have not been in Ann Arbor since 1975, but I will be in my 80s in 2075. And so I'm very invested in what Ann Arbor will look like when I'm here in 50 years. And that's what this comprehensive plan is about. It's a vision for our future, not our past. It answers the question, what do we want Ann Arbor to look like decades from now? What is the Ann Arbor we're passing on to our children and our grandchildren? When I think about the future, there's something that's impossible to ignore. We are in a climate emergency. We have already seen climate change make our planet and our city less hospitable. Our recent heat waves, past floods, storms, and power outages are only going to get worse, not better. Part of my vision for a shared future is an Ann Arbor where we live more sustainably and allow for thriving despite this less hospitable climate. Our suburban pattern of development has massively contributed to the climate we are in now. We need a new path and we need it now. The best time for bold action was 30 years ago. The next best time is now. My vision for the future of Ann Arbor is one where I can walk to all the things that I need: work, school, parks, and grocery stores. It's where I can spend more time out with the community rather than in a large home. It's one where we have enough density to make quirky and fun stores viable because there's enough foot traffic. And it's one where there's a lot more taxpayers relieving pressure on my taxes. I am a taxpayer for more taxpayers. Inaction is untenable. I ask those opposed to this vision, what is their alternative? If it is to preserve the Ann Arbor of 50 years ago, this asks our young people to bury their heads in the sand in the face of a climate emergency. We have real problems, and we don't have the privilege of ignoring them. I'd also like to remind folks that this golden era of Ann Arbor in the 70s came after the biggest population boom in Ann Arbor's history, when the population more than tripled in size over a 30-year period. It is cruel to benefit from the rapid expansion of our town and then deny future generations any similar opportunity. We should not continue to preserve a past that was certainly great for some people, but was also quite terrible for many others who don't get the opportunity to speak in front of you. Instead, I urge this commission to be bold in thinking about what the future of Ann Arbor can be for all residents, those who are here and those who would like to be. I want a future of equity, diversity, thriving, and abundance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Kami Potokuchi, 616 Miller, resident of Ann Arbor since 1988 and homeowner since 1998. I support this comprehensive plan and appreciate the additional detail provided in the second version. We need more middle housing in Ann Arbor, housing that is affordable to those at the 80 to 120% of area median income, and affordable to younger families that want to rent or own in Ann Arbor. I would like for the city to do more and sooner to provide this kind of housing, and to do so by working with the existing stock of single-family homes and existing homeowners to scale up ADUs, accessory dwelling units, whether it's through conversion of existing homes or new additions. To facilitate this, I believe that ADU standards should be relaxed in transition zones and other corridors served by transit. Standards related to, for example, parcel size, unit size, and especially separate ownership. If ADU owners commit to long-term affordability through partnership with the land trust or via deed restriction, then there should be additional flexibility and incentives such as fee waivers, property tax relief, etc. There's a sizable population of house-rich families, and I know at least three women who want to do this in the city, many of whom want to contribute to affordable housing solutions, but need more support in terms of pre-development, design, permitting, and managing construction. In your implementation matrix for 1.2, diversify housing types, I urge you to expedite the time frame to 1 to 3 years. Same for the categories in 1.4. For 1.3, I recommend adding measurable affordability to your criterion. Right now it says measurable sustainability. Just as you suggest working with the university and other actors for entrepreneurial development, I suggest bringing together larger employers such as the university to explore roles they can play to support middle housing for essential but low-wage workers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Melissa Spitz. I live at 809 John A. Woods Drive. I'm a single-family homeowner. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate your work, and I'm here in support of the comprehensive plan. Although I'm addressing the Planning Commission, I'm really here to speak to the Pause the Plan group. Leslie Marmon Silko, one of the many Native elders who I hold as heroes, said something that hits this nail on the head. Things which don't shift and grow are dead things. Fortunately, Ann Arbor is very much alive. Our city is changing and growing and desperately needs to grow more. This plan is a great effort to steer that growth in a healthy direction. My full-time career was in architecture, promoting sustainable design. My biggest focus now is on doing everything I can do to address the climate emergency, motivated by love of our more than human relatives, all other species, and even us humans. Haven't you ever sat in traffic on a freeway, looked around at the hellscape, and thought, we're doing this so wrong? We can do better, we have to do better, and we have to do it now. Individuals can't make an impact on the scale needed. We have to change the failing systems. This plan will do that. It's an opportunity to hugely reduce vehicle miles traveled, a major climate win. There are something like 70,000 commuters into this city every day. We don't need to pause the plan, we need to step up the pace. How long do you want to keep deliberating, debating perfect solutions while our house burns down around us? Community engagement for this plan started in fall of 2023, almost 2 years ago. Look at the changes made from the first to the second draft. Planners are listening to us. They are making the changes we're asking for. And pauses have been built into the process at every step. Even after the City Commission approves the draft, there's still a 63-day public comment period. 63 more days of 70,000 commuters a day. We need more housing where the jobs are. For 11 years, we've lived just down the street from Avalon's 20-unit Pear Street apartments and right around the corner from a rental triplex. Our interactions with these neighbors have never caused us trouble or worry. Some become people we chat with while they walk their dogs. They're plain old neighbors. The Pause the Plan signs say, in an attempt to alarm, do you know your neighborhood is being rezoned? I say bring it on. Correct the exclusionary zoning implemented when this country was even more overtly racist than it is now? Yes, please. And as far as the patently false rumors circulated on Facebook that the city parks will be turned over for development, please, whoever started that, shame on you. Playing on fear and hate are wrong, and we are seeing the damage those tactics are doing. This plan is an overdue win for climate, for fairness, and for diversity. I applaud the plan and the process.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm Susan Margocious. I live at 615 Felch Street in what's historically West Side and was named Water Hill more recently. I purchased a home there just in February of last year, 2024, having lived outside of Michigan for many years after I graduated from school here. I moved back into Michigan where most of my family is after I was newly widowed and looked for a home. And that was like November of 23. And so my realtor knew nothing about the club. Take that for, what it is. She knew nothing about it as I searched for homes. And I found a great house on Felch Street, happy there. It's a house behind another house, so it was an additional home built behind an existing home. But I was shocked to learn about the club through reading Nextdoor in March of this year. Now, my comments actually are just going to focus on transition zones. There's a lot to talk about, but I think I'll do best just looking at that. It really is something that most affects me and my immediate neighbors along Felch and certainly many others. So my home, as I said, is behind another home. I'm very close to the property line between me and residents of Miller. Now, most of you know that Miller Avenue is being put into a transition zone. So I'm right next to the transition zone. Just look here. The properties directly behind and within feet of my home are designated to be, quote, a flexible mixed-use district that accommodates residential, commercial, and industrial employment uses. That's from page 115 of draft 2. This portion of Miller Avenue is currently occupied by single-family homes and duplexes. The building uses in draft number 2 for transition zone states residential. That would include low and high rise up to 100 feet in height, but the 100 feet, as I understand it, would be adjacent to hubs. I don't know how far out those spread into the transition zone, so that's a question. Also, commercial, retail complexes, offices, industrial warehouses, all those could be directly behind my house, like within feet of my house. So I'm not happy. The plan notes that the impact of parking could be minimized by screening and locating parking in the rear of the building. For me personally and many others, that's no gain. I mean, that maximizes the impact for me to have a parking lot right in my backyard. The preferred building form is described as, quote, context-sensitive height, with lower, smaller buildings adjacent to residential and taller and more intense development near hubs. But who decides that? So that's
Thank
my
you.
question. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Jeff Kahn, 5th Ward. I want to say that I think the draft plan is heading in the right direction in terms of moving the dial toward sustainable land use practices, mostly by providing tons of opportunities for additional dwelling units throughout the city. Thank you for that. I do have one suggestion. Please consider replacing the transition district with the residential district for the neighborhood along Miller Road and the Carytown neighborhood north of Kingsley, east of Maine. There are 3 reasons why I believe the change is warranted. 1, because the draft plan is making land use recommendations that may result in substantial increases in dwelling units throughout the city, I think decision makers can be a little bit more selective about which neighborhoods get included in the transition district. Ann Arbor can meet its housing and sustainability goals without adding these 2 small, historic, unique, and sustainable neighborhoods into the transition district. 2, every great American city has been able to accommodate tremendous growth while at the same time caring for a handful of older neighborhoods. Seattle has accommodated enormous growth while protecting special neighborhoods like Queen Anne, which is not in an historic district, but mostly protected by a zoning district called neighborhood residential. The Carytown neighborhood north of Kingsley was platted in 1838 and has micro single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, townhomes, brick row homes, a former African-American church from 1891 that has been converted to residential, a brick brewery from 1858 that has been converted to 7 dwelling units and sits next to the brewmaster's home, which was constructed in 1873. It also has the Tuttle House, which was built in 1835 and is one of the oldest homes in Ann Arbor. The density of this area varies from between 12 and 15 dwelling units per acre, depending on the section you're in. In other words, the Carytown neighborhood, north of Kingsley, is already diverse, dense, and sustainable. The Miller Road corridor includes multiple 19th and early 20th century homes. The Schultz home was constructed in 1843, and by 1850, more than a dozen homes lined Miller. The corridor also includes a diversity of housing types. The draft plan shows that the transition district would extend at least 300 feet into the Miller Road neighborhoods on both sides. Both of these areas were, both Carytown and Miller were historically African-American neighborhoods and are the only 19th century neighborhoods in Ann Arbor not protected by an historic district. And then my third and final point is that every recent private sector development project in the Carytown Miller Road area have been expensive condos. I don't sense a groundswell of support from the community to gradually convert these 2 historic, sustainable, and historically African-American neighborhoods into million-dollar condos, but that is what the plan is recommending.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Kahn. Hello.
Hello. My name's Will Leaf. I think the second draft is much better than the first draft, and I would just make a few medium, small suggestions. One is to strike the language in Chapter 5 about preferring active uses in hub and transition. Active uses meaning retail, maybe some other, but mostly retail uses. I think there's hundreds of single-family homes in the transition district currently on arterial streets, and I think it would be good to reassure people that their single-family house is not going to become a non-conforming use with ground retail required. That would be a very goofy imposition, and I don't think anyone actually intends that, so I think it could be good to just clarify there. Also in that same section, it says light industrial uses allowed in hub and then industrial uses allowed in transition. I think you could just be reassuring and more accurate by saying industrial uses that are safe and comply with the city's performance standards are allowed. And I know that's a little bit wordy, but I think wordiness here is justified because you can reassure people and be more clear at no cost. So those 2, and then I also think there's just one spot on the map that is kind of subtle, and I missed it first, but Hill and Washtenaw, where the rock is, it's currently marked low dense. It's currently marked residential, and I think the consultants did that because it's R2B currently, which is where fraternities and sororities are allowed. That area is all fraternities and sororities, and the existence of that residential district is going to limit heights on South U and the student neighborhoods to the north. So I think that's actually, like, that's one change, could be not very controversial and could also allow much more housing where there already are tall buildings and it's really badly needed. So I would just look at that little area, pay special attention there. Finally, I think the R4 and R1 on that topic, I guess, of how to convert the status quo to a new classification. I think the R1 districts being upzoned to transition on these arterial roads is probably going to have very little effect because there's tapering rules built in. So I think that's a place where compromise could be reasonable, whereas the R4 and existing high-density multifamily housing is probably, like, that's one place where you could redevelop with minimal controversy. So I think it would be reasonable to focus more on allowing those R4 areas to be transitioned and trading some R1 areas. I think you might get a better plan as a result. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Andy Smith. I live at 1735 Northbrook Drive. I live in the 4th Ward, but in the past I have also lived in the 5th Ward and the 2nd Ward. My daily bicycle commute takes me through the 1st and the 3rd Wards, so I get around. I have worked in Ann Arbor since 1987. I've lived in Ann Arbor since 1972. One of the talking points has been there's a lot of people who would like to live in Ann Arbor, and I know a lot of those people. Many of them are my colleagues, and they often say, I wish I could live in Ann Arbor. They usually say that when they're sitting at a picnic table in my backyard and they see that I have a place for a vegetable garden and room for a pet or a child to play. When people say they would like to live in Ann Arbor, I believe they're envisioning a single-family dwelling and not living on the 4th floor of some high-rise. The issue of green space was very hot a number of years ago, and the City Council was working to maximize every potential for green space. And yet the comprehensive plan, and equally importantly, the zoning laws that would be shaped by that plan, seem to be heading us in a different direction, that more square feet of the area within the city limits would be covered by asphalt or concrete, and there would actually be less greenery. The density that's envisioned is statistically correlated with nuisances like graffiti, vandalism, petty theft. This is strongly linked to density. In terms of equity, there is a desire for equity, whether it's measured by racial groups, ethnic groups, income levels, etc. But equity, true equity, would be helping people to attain the single-family dwelling, not relegating them to an apartment or a condo. We have, in the last few years, just come out of a pandemic, but during the pandemic, it also became clear that people who lived in a single-family dwelling, a basic house on its own piece of land, experienced lower COVID infection rates because they had a single-family dwelling. Those who lived in apartment buildings and condos and so forth were found to have higher infection rates. So there is a public health dimension to this. The context of Ann Arbor needs to be considered. We look at other cities around the nation and around the world, but Ann Arbor has things like lots of ice and snow, and days where it's 5 degrees, except for the wind chill, is negative 10 degrees. And when you live in that context, the word walkable means something different. When it's literally dangerous to go more than a few blocks outdoors. So those are a few thoughts. In closing, I'd like to say that the best form of city government is when it represents the people, not manages the people.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah.
My name is Charles Ream. I live on Packard. I'm a candidate in the 3rd Ward for City Council in 2006. I certainly didn't intend to be a candidate, but this comprehensive plan has motivated me to get up out of my recliner. I love Ann Arbor. I speak for the trees, and nobody is going to wreck Ann Arbor while I'm here. You didn't really revise the comprehensive plan. You made it worse. I studied every word so very carefully. With all the glorious liberal wording, I can't even now figure out whether a 7-story apartment building can be built next to my house or not. I think so, on Packard. Your plan, the plan itself, could be made by a 7th grader. It's just more, no supporting infrastructure. But the wording writer needed to have the PhD in BS. Lipstick can't save this pig. Your comprehensive plan is a duplicitous sellout to big money boys, mostly from Chicago. It's an extractive plan that is not affordable housing. You say concern about mid-level housing and values. We all know that people who claim to be driven by values are the very most dangerous people of all, because they believe they have a right to wipe out the past and control the future. Much of your plan is just fine, just great. All of this stuff that could enable new housing is just fine. We could have 200% more housing. That's just great. But the part, I use this with voters when I'm talking, the part, 5, 6, 7 stories, killing the trees, raising the taxes, targeting the parkland, on and on. It's not acceptable. Much of it is just fine. Plenty to give all the mid-level housing that you need. Then you get into the money grab, the 7 stories, the new taxes, the no infrastructure for this whatsoever. But my concern is the trees here, really. Amid all these words, there's one question that really matters. Are you going to reduce the building setbacks in your new residential areas, or aren't you? If you reduce setbacks in residential zoning, the trees in Ann Arbor are going to come down big time for at least 25 years as the city grows more dense, more expensive, and there will be total political war here until the bug tree killers are out of office.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Hello.
Hello, my name is Eric Goldberg and I live in Abbott in the 5th Ward. Thank you for your hard work on the comprehensive land use plan. I've been observing the debate and talking with a lot of people on the street and in my networks about the comprehensive land use plan, and this is what I'm seeing. Most people I talk to want solutions to the climate crisis and the housing crisis, which have both become undeniable to anyone who observes reality. But there's also a loud voice for the status quo, which may on the surface acknowledge the housing crisis and climate crisis, but doesn't want to actually do anything about it if it means any sort of change. The status quo doesn't have ideas, it just protects its interests and increasingly resorts to conspiracy theories and vitriol. The status quo answer to land use is default no. Landowners and changemakers have to justify themselves and timidly explain how they plan to not be too progressive, how they promise to conform to the 1950s ideals as much as possible, and how they're sorry they want to use land for things other than single-family homes and strip malls in perpetuity. The status quo has had its chance and it has failed us. A century of exclusionary zoning is what got us here, not just in Ann Arbor, but across the country. The comprehensive land use plan is our opportunity to our land use with our values, and yes, I have values, to align with progressive cities living in the 21st century. Do we value inclusivity for people of all economic, ethnic, and generational backgrounds? Do we value reducing carbon footprint per capita as a performance indicator? Do we value reducing the need to drive automobiles for basic services and amenities? Do we want to complain about traffic and safety or actually fix it by co-locating workers with the city they work in? Do we want to only drive to Costco and Meijer for groceries, or would it be okay if there was an Argus farm stop or Jefferson Market in the empty lot down the street? Do we want our children to be able to walk to ice cream, or do we have to pile everyone into the car and drive drive and park? Do we see the pedestrian or bicyclist and thank them for helping curb greenhouse gas? Or do we curse them for taking up space we believe belongs solely to cars? I categorize most comprehensive land use feedback into two buckets, the progressive voice and the regressive voice. The progressive point of view is we need to change how we use land to match our values and tackle the challenges of today. The regressive voice is spreading fear, uncertainty, and doubt, calling up for us to change nothing and keep making the same mistakes that got us here. Ann Arbor is tired of being the city of no, sorry, that's too progressive. Let's leave solving the housing and climate crises to Minneapolis or Austin or Paris. We need to be the city of solutions. We need to be the leader. Let's let hope, not fear, guide us, and let's do the right thing. I urge you to direct staff to approach housing and land use from an abundance mindset, not from a justification mindset. We can do this. We believe you will do the right thing, and we thank you for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Thanks. Hi, Ethan Jewett, 502 West Keach. So as somebody in their 40s, I kind of fall somewhere in the middle on this plan. I've come out and spoken somewhat against it in the past, but because I think that there just needs to be the voice from the people who are raising legitimate concerns. I think a lot of people in this room who are arguing to pause the plan, by the way, that's pause, not stop the plan, okay? Pause the plan is because there are legitimate concerns, and I do think that our group and this group could do a better job of formulating those specific concerns so that they're clear. But we should also understand that the voices in this room on both sides represent polar extremes. The broader public in Ann Arbor is probably much more middle of the road than we are, those of us who bothered to come all the way down here today. They neither want to stop the plan entirely, nor do they want to build the bejesus out of Ann Arbor. The results of the dots exercise on page 37 of the plan are instructive. I encourage you to compare what people said they wanted on page 37 with the current plan on page 109. People put dots on key areas where intense development would be appropriate and not screw over existing neighborhoods. Those are areas that are walkable, allow for easy access to transportation and core amenities, and which would still be affordable. The citizens of Ann Arbor know their city. To say that you as an urban planner or the city council member know better than they do is paternalistic. It's instructive to look at communities in which upzoning was practiced 30 years ago and ask what those communities look like today. Certain parts of San Jose, where I used to live, are similar to Ann Arbor and have the same kinds of density that we're talking about in this plan. And indeed, 30 years on, condos in those areas are in fact 2/3 the price of nearby single-family homes. But those homes cost $2 million, and the condos cost $1.5 million. Neither is affordable. There are no medical technicians or newly hired teachers buying these condos unless they're married to people who are working in the tech industry. Desirable areas will always be expensive. If you can't afford to live near downtown Ann Arbor today, you won't be able to live near downtown Ann Arbor in 30 years. We should focus on building housing where we can build a lot, where it will actually be affordable and nice. We're not really talking about areas outside of Ann Arbor. Like, we don't have the problem the Bay Area has that's hemmed in by bays and oceans. We can expand further out. We can build from scratch amazing neighborhoods that every urban planner would dream of and keep what we have. Please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. My name is Lindsay Bryan Podvin. I live at 1501 Linwood, Ann Arbor on the west side of Michigan. I'm a licensed social worker, certified financial therapist, and 15-year Ann Arbor resident. Ann Arbor is an incredibly special town, and one of my favorite things is that I can walk through Miller Woods, grab a coffee at the cafe on the store, and then take my nieces and nephews on the bus to downtown to enjoy the ferry doors in downtown Ann Arbor. And I would welcome even more things to do along that corridor, including shopping, cafes, and housing as proposed in that transition district. And this type of experience shouldn't be reserved for just the lucky few of us who happen to land here at the right time. I'm here in strong support of the comprehensive land use plan. I talk with clients, friends, colleagues all the time about wishing that they could afford to live here, who lived here and had to move out, people who have homes and want to downsize, but there's nowhere to go because there isn't enough inventory. And this updated plan, it's clear to me that you all have listened to folks here and made adjustments based on concerns. As I've been talking to to different neighbors, I've been hearing 3 consistent things that drive a lot of heat, and it's clear to me that the plan has been addressing them. The oppositional point 1, we don't want to become Manhattan or Chicago. Good news, this plan does not say we are becoming Manhattan or Chicago. It builds for 120,000, not 3 to 8 million. 2, the recent builds are for students. They're luxury development. They aren't going to help with housing. That's not true. The vacancy rate here in Ann Arbor is below the 5 to 8% that is needed for healthy affordability. And it's not just students or young people impacted by this, it's older folks too. It's really hard to downsize and move into a place where you can age in your house in Ann Arbor because there is nowhere else to move. And then finally, it's ugly, or I don't like it, or I like the charm. When opponents talk about preserving character, I'm often hearing things like they're preserving exclusion. The majority of the people who created the Pause the Plan are older, are white, and aren't representative of the diversity, age, and where we are going in this town. Many of them bought in when housing was far more affordable, when life was far more affordable, and can't fully comprehend how difficult it is to afford a life here in Ann Arbor. And there's so much energy here in this room, people that clearly care about this city. And I just think of what a gift it would be if we could adopt this plan and channel that energy towards solving actual problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi. Welcome.
My name is Bruce Fields. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, we can. Thank you.
And I've lived in Ann Arbor for about 30 years. I don't think I've ever talked to a public body in that time, because public speaking and conflict are not really my thing. I'm sure a lot of you understand. I had some prepared talking points, but honestly, I think other people are covering them pretty well. I think all I'd like to say is that we have, I think, about 90,000 people that work here in Ann Arbor, about 50,000 people that study here, about 50,000 homes to go around. It's obvious that there's an imbalance, and fixing that requires some difficult change. And I just really appreciate the work that all of you have done thinking about that problem and showing up to these meetings. I could never do it, I think. And so that's mainly what I want to say is thank you. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Hi, thanks. My name is Jenny Rogers, and I'm a longtime Ann Arbor resident. I live at 1332 White Street. First, I'd like to thank all of you for your hard work. I truly appreciate your dedication to this. This is not easy. I'm speaking tonight to express my enthusiastic support for the comprehensive plan. I fully support the vision of creating an affordable, equitable, sustainable, and dynamic city for all. I feel very fortunate to live in a neighborhood that is within walking distance to campus, as well as many other businesses and services. Just within my neighborhood, there are markets, cafes, restaurants, dental offices, and childcare, probably more. I was able to commute to work at the medical center year-round by bicycle. It's amazing to be able to access so much of what I need day to day without needing to drive. There are also many multi-unit dwellings in my neighborhood, small apartment buildings, duplexes, triplexes, and I do not find them at all objectionable. I want more people to be able to live here and enjoy the convenience of neighborhoods like mine. Another reason I'm very supportive of allowing increased density and small commercial within neighborhoods is because it reduces our carbon emissions, as other people have said. I would like to see more mention in the comprehensive plan of really setting goals to build buildings that have low carbon emissions, that is like all electric and very energy efficient. I know that we as a city can't require that type of, that's part of the building code, but I hope that you can include in the plan, strong commitments towards wanting buildings that are very low emissions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello.
Kathy Griswold, 3565 Fox Hunt Drive. Lots been going on in Washington, D.C. A lot of us have probably been losing sleep. I heard something from Senator Slotkin last week that really hit home, and that was the greatest risk to our democracy is our shrinking middle class. That's what she attributes led to the state that we're in. I won't go into detail there. And that made me think, what are we doing in Ann Arbor? An excellent comprehensive plan will address the middle class and provide housing for the middle class. A sloppy, poorly implemented comprehensive plan will miss the middle class and actually create a serious problem for Ann Arbor. And so we can't have wishful thinking. We can't just be ideology driven. And so I'd like to mention 3 things that we can do to address the middle class. One is, based on the data, we cannot build middle-class housing for less than market rate. So we're going to take a loss. So most people who are in it for profit are not going to build housing. The Ann Arbor Community Land Trust, and there are community land trusts throughout the country, that is one solution. I am a small investor in that. We need to look at that. We need to get our government focused on that. Number 2, when I was on council, I introduced a resolution that passed that directed City Council to work with the University of Michigan to provide workforce housing for their staff members on North Campus. That is included in the 2050 plan. We need to focus on that, make sure it happens. That's another easy lift. Number 3, we've got to make sure that our comprehensive plan is accurate, that it's based on facts, and that we're solving the problem we want to solve and not creating a problem where we are shrinking the middle class in this community. Because what happens when you do that is you have a very polarizing discussion like we are having tonight. Some people, I think, are actually afraid being in this room because of the tension. We need a strong leader that is going to bring us together. And I hope that that will happen. And lastly, I've been a pedestrian safety advocate for 30 years. As I always say, a lot of wishful thinking went into what we're doing, and as a result, we spend millions of dollars and our crash rate keeps going up. How can we manage our inventory so that we are not experiencing more crashes as we bring more people in? And we have to be committed to growing our population, but let's do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, my name is Sarah Tucker, and I live on Fair Street, which is over by Virginia Park. I live in a neighborhood with a diverse mix of single-family residences, duplexes, renters, and single-family owners. I myself have been a property owner in Ann Arbor since 1998. I did move away 12 years ago up to Traverse City, which is another area that's experiencing a lot of these same issues, and they're even worse. Made me move back because I love it here. I raised my kids here. I love the diversity. I love the university. What everything brings to town is a great place to live. But I have to say, I have noticed a lot of unbridled development versus thoughtful development taking place throughout the city since I returned. I'm going to point to I believe it's the Bickman apartment complex over on Wall Street, and please forgive me, I'm trying to remember names of streets again. It's a huge apartment complex. There is no retail anywhere on the bottom of that particular property, and development like that really concerns me. I don't know if I'm progressive or regressive. I haven't fully examined the plan, but I want to give my thoughts on a couple of things. One thing I'm concerned about with the elimination of possibly R1 and R2 zoning and just going towards R4 zoning is that potential developers may come in and try to outbid families who are trying to secure housing because they have their eyes on developing fourplexes, duplexes, condos, etc., that could be very lucrative versus allowing single families to go in and buy homes for themselves. I'm also concerned about the height stipulations. In my neighborhood, there's a lot of, great duplexes, multi-level homes, but having towering fourplexes next to single-family homes and duplexes is something that concerns me. I have to say this, there is an abundance of Airbnb properties through our neighborhoods. I don't know what kind of controls we have in our city, but allowing investors to come in and buy homes just for the purpose of doing short-term rentals also impacts our housing stock, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed. Lastly, I'm going to say something that's probably unpopular and maybe not appropriate, but the other thing is we have a university here that is grabbing a lot of land, and it could be used for other purposes.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Hello.
Hi, I'm Adam McHugh. I live at 618 South Main Street. And the reason I look a little funny today with my short shorts and my polo and my neck gaiter is because I was able to bike from work. I live downtown. I work slightly outside of town, and I'm able to live most of my life car-free thanks to Ann Arbor. Actually about to hit 1,500 miles on my bike in Ann Arbor just from the last 7 months. And I was here so I wanted to show my support for the comprehensive plan, overall densifying Ann Arbor and minimizing R1 zoning. Basically, I want other people to have that option of choosing a life like mine, and I would definitely like my life to be cheaper and with more options inside the city. When people come to Michigan, or when people in Michigan want to move to a city, often they look at Ann Arbor, and we need to build for it. And I've spoken to a lot of those people, and they think it's hilarious that Ann Arbor rents are comparable with Chicago and New York. At least they would think it was funny if they weren't the ones paying them.
Yes.
And I just also wanted to add that the only reason all of these big bad developers can make so much money coming in here and building high rises is because of the unbelievably high demand for housing in Ann Arbor. The only other option I see is letting housing prices continue to explode. Just because we can't have housing prices overnight or in a decade doesn't mean we should do nothing. And contrary to belief in the room, more supply does in fact make prices go down, or at least prevents them from getting as high as fast. With that in mind, please maximize housing choice through the plan, allow flexibility in the transition districts to allow them to grow over time, and prioritize community over the character of the neighborhood. And just my last point here, I would like to remind everyone what the housing crisis looks like. It's a bunch of well-meaning individuals blocking development and growth where it's desperately needed. Please look around and see what the resistance in the room represents: more housing shortages, rising prices, and a continued housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hi.
Hello, I am Emmeline Hauk from the 4th Ward. I was at a neighborhood meeting for the comprehensive plan a few days ago, and listening to the people there, I noticed a few things. Many people who live in neighborhoods like Lawton and Dickon have relatively high incomes and use those incomes to buy large houses on large lots. Many of them seem to think that if you are able to afford a house with a huge square footage, that is the only thing that you are going to buy, just like they did. But there are people many with the same resources as them who also want to live in nice and respectable neighborhoods, who cannot manage or simply do not want to manage a house like that. There might be someone who is not physically capable of yard work, like mowing their lawn or shoveling snow, or they just don't want to expend the effort to do it. They might not want a giant house because they aren't able to take care of all the indoor housework that goes into a large house, or they just aren't interested in keeping track of all of it. Or they might be choosing the housing on an ecologically conscious basis. Building a duplex the same size as the average house and lot uses per household fewer building materials like wood and concrete and emits fewer greenhouse gases. Similarly, a duplex unit requires fewer resources like energy and water to heat, cool, and maintain, ensuring that the household's ecological footprint is kept low. As a previous speaker so eloquently stated, this plan is a way to help the young people of the city, the ones who will inherit it, change their built and natural environment for the better. I'm a 19-year-old who has lived my entire life in Ann Arbor. I am currently going to the University of Michigan, and I hope that eventually I can continue to live here after I graduate. And I am the generation who is going to live here in the future, and I want a city that represents my values and will ensure that the world that I am going to live in is still one that I want to live in. Hopefully there's someone else at one of these meetings who has more time to explain why we shouldn't just tell people to go live in the township, build something somewhere that's not near me, or go find a different city if they don't like Ann Arbor the way it is. There's also probably someone who can explain why more housing of different types is necessary for allowing people of all income levels to live comfortably in Ann Arbor, as well as the drawbacks of income segregation. Many people want to live in a neighborhood like Lawton with its nice parks, good neighborhood schools, and mostly kind and respectful neighbors. I personally would like to live in a place like that near people with a variety of physical abilities, ages, jobs, and values, which is not possible when we only build one type of housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
My name is Brendan Roos. I live at 127 Fieldcrest Street, apartment 203, and I am here in support of the new comprehensive plan and of building more housing in Ann Arbor. I would like to talk today about the day-to-day realities of renting in this city so that the voice of the renter majority, is not lost in this discussion. Those of us most affected by this plan are not as vocal at these meetings, but we are nonetheless members of this community, and we deserve to be able to live with dignity. Over the last several years, I've navigated the rental market both as a student and as a townie, and for anyone who hasn't had to do so recently, I can say with confidence that no matter how bad you think it is so much worse. I would invite anyone opposed to new housing in this city to look up salaries for teachers, nurses, or really any entry-level career, then go on rental websites and look at housing options within a reasonable budget. Spoiler alert, you will not find much. The rental market today isn't just expensive, it's exploitative, and in many cases, it is downright unsafe. An example, talk to enough students, and I can guarantee you that you will find some who have lived with serious unaddressed problems such as black mold. If you are the landlord at one of those houses, there's no incentive for you to fix it because at the end of the day, there are so few housing options available that somebody is going to rent your place. This applies to all kinds of problems. I know people who have lived with cockroach infestations, major leaks, broken cooking appliances, broken heaters in the dead of winter. None of these were ever meaningfully addressed by the property owner. For the housing market to function as a market, there needs to be a legitimate vacancy threat. You need to be able to tell landlords, if you don't fix this, nobody will rent from you. That threat does not exist here because we artificially limit our housing. And I know people are tired about seeing the new high-rises all the time. Even I'm a little bit tired of seeing high-rises all the time. But the problem is downtown high-rises are essentially the only form of density that's legal right now. The beauty of this plan is that it meets the demand for sorely needed missing middle housing, for mid-rises along major corridors and neighborhood scale density in other places. To address a comment someone made earlier, I personally don't need to live in a single-family home. I would be happy to own a triplex, townhome, any other kind of multifamily dwelling. I just want to be able to own a home in this city someday. Let's make those other kinds of homes legal. Some people have also argued that this plan is a sellout to developers, but the opposite is true. Maintaining the status quo is a sellout to incumbent landlords who use their market power to exploit, bully, and intimidate people who just want a place to live. The reality is, beyond the scare tactics and the dishonesty, the opposition to this plan is rooted in denial. Denial of economics, denial of our city's values, and denial of the same opportunities many of these residents happily took advantage of decades ago. The crisis is urgent, so let's not allow a vocal minority of residents to water this thing down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening, Ann Arbor. My name is Joe Zilka. I'm in the 4th Ward, 1920 Woodbury Drive. Tonight, I want to speak to the majority of Ann Arbor residents who are on both sides of the issue, who voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, about the consequences of inaction on our housing crisis. And boy, do we have one, not only in Ann Arbor, but across Blue America in Democratic-run cities and states. Shortly after the 2024 election, The Atlantic reported the #1 reason people are leaving blue cities and states like ours is because of the high cost of housing, citing census data and mover surveys. The Democrats, like many in Ann Arbor, claim to be the party that supports working people, but in practice, we're excluded from blue cities like ours that have the most opportunity. So where's everybody going? They're going to Texas, Florida, Tennessee, the Carolinas, red states. They might be banning books, but we're banning housing. They build as a response to demand, and they remain more affordable as a result. Red America, unfortunately, realizes that Americans want to build their lives where opportunity and affordability meet. And Americans will put the political party in power that they believe will make them rich, despite evidence to the contrary right now. People see Blue America and Ann Arbor have endless arguments over neighborhood character, doing nothing while vacancy rates remain dangerously low and rents and home prices skyrocket. This has broad implications. The 2030 census projects red states will gain House seats, thus electoral college votes, while blue states will lose them, making the 2032, 2036, and 2040 presidential elections more daunting for Democrats. In closely divided Michigan, our action or inaction in Ann Arbor could very well be the difference between us going red or blue. Cities like Ann Arbor, then, are giving political power away to Donald Trump by not building. We talk a big game about sustainability, DEI, and the working class, but it's all lawn signs and no legwork. And then we're shocked when that same working class puts Trump in the White House, not once but twice, because at least he says, "I see you." But should we be so surprised? If you're shut out of high-opportunity Democratic cities like ours, if you feel talked down to and priced out, why would you trust the party who runs those cities with the presidency? So unless we in Ann Arbor want to practice saying things like President J.D. Vance or President Donald Trump Jr., we better get our act together on housing. That means action, density along transit corridors, re-legalizing cottage courts like Braun and Marshall, environmentally friendly, walkable housing downtown and in TC1 zones, more affordable units via our one-of-a-kind affordable housing millage, and yes, more options for home buyers in the form of separately deeded multiplexes and townhomes in what are currently single-family home neighborhoods. I strongly support the unanimous mandate for the comprehensive plan, allowing more homes of all kinds throughout the city for a better Ann Arbor and as a model for a better America. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Goodman.
Hello. Adam Goodman, 400 Virginia Avenue. So instead of giving you specific feedback tonight like I have before, I'm going to tell more of a personal story. I've lived in Ann Arbor for a bit over 20 years, and one thing I've realized when I was thinking about it, I have never lived in a neighborhood that did not have multifamily housing in it. You know, first we're talking dorms, but before my current residence, I spent 8 years renting on a block that had a non-conforming fourplex. It was fine. It was non-conforming because R2A. We should legalize this. In my current house, I live down the street from a big complex full of duplexes. And you know, I don't think it was a conscious choice of mine that I wanted to live next to a bunch of duplexes. But now when I think about it, actually, yes, I do. I think that these neighborhoods with mixed housing types are the best of Ann Arbor. And you know, if you actually look at property values, I think I'm not the only one who thinks this. They are often very desirable. So one of the reasons that I've come to think this way is, unfortunately, over the last couple of years, I've had a few friends go through divorces. And you know, they sold the house, needed to find a place to land. And it just so happened, the two of them, completely separate instances, ended up finding an apartment in a duplex to rent that was near me. You know, bad circumstances, but you know, I thought this was a really nice thing. And again, it wasn't because there was any intention there. I didn't say, hey, you should come hang out with me. It was because I chose to live in a neighborhood that had a variety of housing options. And when people went through a big, difficult change in their lives and needed a housing option that looked different from before, that's where they were. And so we've heard people say that allowing multi-unit developments in existing neighborhoods will destroy these neighborhoods, and that single-family housing is the only appropriate form of housing for families. And I have to say, not only is this deeply offensive to everyone who lives in all of these different types of housing in Ann Arbor, it's also just plain wrong. Adding more diversity of housing options to our neighborhoods will strengthen them. It will make them more resilient, because as people go through different phases of their lives and life-changing events, then they can stay in the community that they have ties to at a time when those ties are when they may need to lean on them the most. So, I say all of this basically just to say I deeply, strongly support the vision of Ann Arbor for All that you all are pursuing in the comp plan, and I thank you for all the work you've done.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Commission. Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place. On a substantive note, I just want to reiterate my hope that no current R3 and R4 parcels will be downzoned to low-rise. These are relatively non-controversial, either HOA or professionally managed. Larger communities that we don't need to constrain. Woodbury Gardens is one example. They have to taper down height to the surrounding areas, so I hope that you will take a stance of abundance when looking at current multifamily properties. But I wanted more to spend time on the worrisome refrain I hear about that, we don't have local news anymore. As someone who has been following this for close to 20 years, as some of the people in the audience have, we know that MLive, Ann Arbor News, has been reporting on the comp plan for over 2 years. I just got a question today, an email that said, "Hi Kirk, I was talking to someone this morning who was against the new zoning plan." Still not a zoning plan. One thing they said was that they believe the golf courses are going to be rezoned and likely to be developed and not used as parkland. Do you know anything about how those parcels of land are zoned in the new plan? Unquote. I just want to caution folks, please be skeptical about newsletters that land in your email box or flyers with untruths that are designed to stoke fear. People who want to solve the housing shortage have seen this play out in city after city. It's much easier to sow fear and doubt than it is to support long-term change. We've trained professionals who have data that show our infrastructure is fine. Water use is down 15% from its peak a decade ago. These are not real immediate short-term concerns, and we're not going to be stuck with infrastructure that's overburdened. If anything, it helps build new and improved infrastructure. And for anyone out there who is new to this or just looking for information or want to give input, it's obviously still happening. I don't see how you can pause a conversation that is ongoing. Participate, ask questions, but most of all, just be honest about your position instead of attacking the process. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening, Commission and City staff. Thank you for your time tonight and the many months of work that you've been putting into this. My name is Sarah Bassiuni, pronouns she, any. I currently live at 139 Ashley Muse Drive with my spouse, and I have previously rented in Ann Arbor. And to a previous commenter, I have in fact lived in a house that had black mold and the heat cut off after an ice storm. It was not great. I speak tonight in support of the comprehensive land use plan, and I echo many of the commenters who've spoken before me in support. I've been speaking with folks about the plan, and many are in support. And for those who are unsure of it or who are against it, I extend my hand to you to walk with us. I find change scary too, but change is inevitable. We do not live in a static world, so we can choose to adapt, or we can choose to watch the slow death of something we all care about. Change can be really scary, but I found it a lot less scary when done in community. Through the comprehensive land use plan, we collectively have this fabulous, shining opportunity to define a form of change that many people are excited about. That includes myself, current residents, people who want to live here, like our teachers, our nurses, our sanitation workers who commute in every day, and as well as people like my future children. We get a chance to define a type of change that will begin the work of actively repairing the intentional harms and damage of zoning laws and racial covenants that have been well documented. This is a type of change that will allow us to build an Ann Arbor that is a welcoming, sustainable, and forward-looking place. And I think, isn't that fundamentally what we all want? And so if you're afraid of what change can look like, please come talk to me, break bread with me, and let's connect on a human level instead of shooting arrows of misinformation or fear. Change can be scary, but to paraphrase the great John Lewis, together let's make good change, necessary change. To the Commission, please, I beg you, maintain a housing abundant framework and do not restrict this plan preemptively. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, good evening, Planning Commission, and good evening to all of my neighbors who are here tonight. My name is Greg Matthews. I live at 1208 Brooklyn Avenue in the 4th Ward, and I'm a resident who cares very deeply about the future of this city, as I'm sure everyone here does, because this city is where my kids are growing up, and they may someday choose to live as adults. It's especially important to me, and my kids also made me promise I'd say hi, so hi kids. I'm here to discuss the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and introduce everyone to Neighbors for More Neighbors A2, a rapidly growing grassroots organization. We are a group of residents demonstrating our collective commitment to a more sustainable, equitable, and affordable future for Ann Arbor. Everything that we do comes from the creativity and generosity of our volunteers. We have no funding from any other organization. We advocate for thoughtful growth that keeps Ann Arbor vibrant and welcoming for everyone. This comprehensive land use plan is vital to addressing our community's most pressing issue, housing affordability. We support its direction because it will create more opportunities for people of all backgrounds and all income levels to live here. It will build on our community's strong support for affordable housing, leveraging our millage and city-owned land for that purpose. And this plan will begin to address Ann Arbor's woeful economic segregation. We believe that when more of us can afford to call Ann Arbor home, our city will be even more vibrant and, yes, even more funky like it used to be back in the day. So, since launching More Neighbors A2 a very short time ago, we've seen incredible momentum. We have more than 600 residents who have already signed our petition, even though we just got our website up. We have more than 200 yard signs popped up all over the city, proudly displayed. And we have more than 100 volunteers who are actively engaged on this issue because they want to see change. 6 organizations have already endorsed us, and we've barely started asking. The Washtenaw Housing Alliance, the University of Michigan's Lecturers Union, the Bicycle Alliance of Washtenaw and Washtenaw Climate Reality, and Avalon Housing. All of these numbers I just told you are growing. They're going to continue growing. We have broad support, and it highlights a shared understanding. More neighbors are good for our workforce, our climate goals. They stop the loss of diversity that we have been experiencing for years, and they help our nonprofits who work to end homelessness. And they help all of us who pay taxes to distribute the costs of city services and infrastructure. So I'll just wrap up by saying, I remember at one point in this very long club process that somebody asked skeptically, who is this for? They were worried. We know at More Neighbors A2 that this work is for all of us. It is for everybody in this room. So let's do this together. We invite all of you to please join us. Check out moreneighborsa2.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Thank you. Greg Monroe, 1261 Pending Road. I'm speaking specifically in opposition to the proposed transition district adjacent to Argo Park and Nature Area, directly east of the river. I'm requesting that the plan designate this area as a residential district. Last month, City Council adopted a resolution based on the Environmental Commission's recommendation that directs the city to identify and protect our natural features as it plans for growth on both public and private land. Argo and the surrounding area is prominently comprised of these features. The resolution acknowledges that these natural features don't just protect water, air quality, and reduce storm hazard, they also preserve scenic areas with natural beauty for the public to enjoy. That Argo is one of the few places in the city where residents can access immersive nature year-round is very important. It's a place to decompress and to reconnect with nature, and it doesn't cost a thing. Studies have linked experiencing nature with improved mental health and well-being. As we consider increased population and density for our city, access to restorative nature is essential. Allowing a transition district, which permits commercial, light industrial, and manufacturing uses, bordering Argo and the surrounding natural area, contradicts the values expressed in the city's resolution and threatens the public's ability to fully enjoy this space. The area that is proposed transition district in question is made up of apartments and townhomes. It already meets the gentle density criteria for new residential districts. It also features naturally occurring affordable housing, which the plan states it should protect. Therefore, I respectfully urge you to rezone this as residential. And then I also wanted to follow up on my written comments because I connected a couple of dots after submitting. Those comments referenced the River North A2 development, which I've spoke on in previous meetings, which is being built under residential zoning. It still is resulting in the clear cutting of close to an acre of mature woodland, and it is excavating hundreds of feet of frontage of steep slope. Areas identified in the city's natural features inventory and protected under the City Council's recent resolution. My concern is that if the level of damage has occurred under residential zoning, allowing transition zoning with even broader uses and encouraging even greater traffic to the area poses an even greater threat to Argo's natural corridor. But this is also twofold for my proponents for growth and development. Though damaging to the natural area I'm advocating to protect from intense development, River North A2 also illustrates that future development and growth is possible within residential districts. So again, the City Council's resolution calls for protecting high-value natural features. The area already supports gentle density and affordable housing and should be designated residential to preserve all three. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Hi. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you all. Jeffrey Post, 1942 Boulder Drive. Went to nursery school, elementary school, junior high, high school, and college in this town. I very much love this town. I want to see the best for this town. I'm also a member of the Greater Metropolitan Association of Realtors, which represents hundreds and hundreds of ambassadors to the city of Ann Arbor. We spend day in, day out talking about housing, zoning, affordability, land use. We are the people who encourage people to come to this town. We're also a very large organization that was never reached out by this group to get our opinion, to get our thoughts, to get our ideas. Because on day in and day out, we're getting addressed with those questions right now. We're getting addressed by people who want to buy here, who want to move here, and are unsure about what's going to happen to this town. So I'm here for two reasons. I want to encourage you to increase your outreach, to engage our group. We are here. Engage us. Don't wait for us to find out where your next meeting at a library is going to be, because we have a very strong voice and we have very good ideas on this. The second thing that I would like to say is somebody who's attended a lot of planning meetings downtown for new developments. What I think is missing for a lot of those developers is the fact that they come in and they develop and they sell and they move on. We're the ones who stick around. We're the ones who are still here. A friend said to me one time, your product should attempt to deliver on your brand promise. And I say to you all, do you know what Ann Arbor's brand promise is? Because you're going to lose the vision and the thing that we like most about this city if you just keep bringing in developers who are only here to get a profit at the end of the day and move on to the next town.
Thank you.
Hi,
hello.
My name is John Godfrey. Hi. It's a pleasure to talk with you. I just want to say that we didn't have to be here in this way today, in the state we're in as a town, as a city, as a community. And I think it's dreadfully unfortunate. But I think there are reasons that we are here today in this manner. Many of us are seeing postcards filtering into our mailboxes about the proposals A and B for the downtown library, yet we never received any notice about the comprehensive plan process that began about not quite 2 years ago. It didn't have to be this way. There are other models for having done this in a better way that engaged the community from the very beginning and talked with people in the neighborhoods to assuage anxieties, to bring together a common set of interests as a city, problems that we need to tackle collectively, and how we can come together to mobilize our knowledge and our capacities as committed residents of this city to really make a difference. But we didn't do that. Instead, what we have is the most far-reaching change proposed in Ann Arbor's history that comes in top-down, and that some people, I think, I understand why. I see that with predetermined set of outcomes. And where we are today is we're hearing straw man arguments being lifted up. We're hearing caricatures of people who have views different from our own and using those caricatures to dismiss them. Oh, they only want single-family houses. Oh, those people are old and white. What could they, they are not the future. I am the future. They are not the future. Nothing is more corrosive and destructive to a collective, a city spirit as claims like that. But those claims have come about because of what happened at the very beginning of this plan and the neglect to make sure people were involved and had a robust voice. And you are accountable, and the city council is accountable, and the mayor of this city is accountable for that fundamental mistake, which has done a tremendous amount of damage to the integrity and collective spirit of this city. We know that vulnerable neighborhoods will be gentrified. We do know that. What can we do to remedy that? What can we do to prevent that in the planning process? That's an important question. I think a lot of people in goodwill can come together to solve. The terrible rent structure in this town that it was correctly identifies pauperizes students. People can't afford to live here. What can we do collectively to solve that? But we were not convened for that purpose. We were dismissed, and this washed over our heads unannounced. We still have meetings today where 2/3 of the people in the room have not heard of the comprehensive plan as recently as 3 weeks ago. That is astonishing and unforgivable. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Hi, I'm Stacy Haar, and I reside on Crestland in Ann Arbor. And I kind of have a question for everybody, really everybody in this room and those of you listening and watching at home. I just want to know, is anybody listening? Is anybody actually listening? Because I'm hearing neighbors for neighbors, and I think of what some of the things they're saying. I'm like, yep, checks my box, that's great. And I hear pause the plan, and that's absolutely right. And everybody here in this room is here because we give a rip about Ann Arbor. We love this city, we love what it is, and we want to be careful about what it becomes. The pause the plan, folks, pause and stop are two very different words. It does not mean stop, it does not mean not go forward. I think I'm hearing a lot, well, not think, I know I'm hearing a lot of overlap between two supposed sides. We all want affordability, we all want diversibility, we all want people here to be happy, we want wonderful neighborhoods, but there are a lot of things at risk. There's data, and the data is the key. Just because you want something to be true does not make it so. I think we all ought to know that by now. We need to look at the data, we need to take a pause, we need to make sure that the data is doing what we want. Because what if you're wrong? What if you're wrong? What if actually there's no affordability, there's no middle class, all of the fears here, what if those come true? Is it worth the risk? Can't we just slow down and work together and get on the same page? Because we all kind of want the same thing, so let's please just do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello, I'm
Hi.
Mary Howley Wiesel, and I also was born and raised here in Ann Arbor. Went through high school, college, and have just retired as a teacher in the community. And I think there's a lot of us here. And yes, I am older, I am white, but I have roots on the north side of Ann Arbor, right off of Argo, right off of Swift Street. For those of you that don't know, it's right by Pontiac Trail and Longshore. And that land has been in our family for over 150 years. And my concern is that property is now is projected to be zoned transitional housing, which, I mean, let's be honest, the river is prime real estate, and I'm sure for all the suits here, they're thinking their wheels are moving. But the people that have been here for over 150 years, we don't want that continual 10-story high-rise approach to the lower town area along the river. I'm part of the pause the plan, and that is, we're not saying stop it. Get more input from the citizens that have been paying taxes for a number of years, not the residents that, you know, the new individuals that have come in. I appreciate what they want out of the community. I want to be heard. I want to have a voice, since we have deep-seated roots in this community. And it's not about being white. I've seen what's happened to my community. I went through Northside schools and Clegg and Huron High School. I know what potentially could happen to our communities, and I know what's happened in the past to our communities. I just want a voice. I just want to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Tricia Hackney. I'm in Ward 1. Is the Ward 1 rep here? Oh, Lisa. Oh, I thought it was Cynthia.
Cynthia too.
Oh, Cynthia too. Okay. All right. That's where I was confused. Okay. A lot of people have made a lot of good points here tonight. The dirty little secret is that developers can't afford to build affordable housing. They can't make money on it. That's what the other lady said. So we're in a conundrum. You know, they want the big high-rises because that's where they make the money. And a certain amount of them, fine. Me personally, I'm not comfortable with this, only because the devil's in the details, and I don't feel like I have anywhere near the information. I can't get a definition on affordable housing. They beat around the bush. Because this whole thing, the two things I'm hearing tonight are affordable housing and the transition districts. So I think that needs to be explored more. Affordable housing, affordable for who? I mean, our population has gone down 6%. So they're building all this stuff. That's confusing to me. I mean, I'm for all. It is about the future. I like a lot of things and the changes that they've done, but in terms of this plan, it is very far-reaching, and I feel like I have like a tenth of the information I need to truly understand what's going on. So affordable housing is the biggest. I need to know 50% of the new housing will be affordable, targeted at incomes between 45 and 75,000 or whatever. For a teacher, that's affordable housing. And I don't see that. I see multi-million-dollar condos, and that's great. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying we don't have the definition. We just don't. We don't have the details. The devil's in the details. Give us more affordable housing. That's what I hear from both sides. And affordable for who? And I'd love to see, more affordable housing, more people. And that's the other thing I said. How many people are they? Because the first plan said 33,000 units. What's a unit? 33,000, that's going to, even if we double the population, that's the other thing. How how much population more do you want to see? And, which is fine. I just want to know. I just feel like I don't have anywhere near the information and the detail. Excuse me. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Hello, welcome. Hi.
Hello, my name is Eleanor Jones. I have lived in Ann Arbor most of my 62 years on this earth, the last 30 as a homeowner at 1319 Olivia. I love this city. I care about it deeply. I think the comprehensive land use plan is an opportunity. We can plan to make Ann Arbor better, not just more populous. The draft plan proposes radical densification. I call it everything, everywhere, all at once, at the expense of quality of life. This approach will ruin our city. Adding density does not need to come at the expense of quality of life. We can and should maintain current building standards, such as setbacks, or we can adjust them to actually improve the city. For example, increase open space, plant more trees. Right now, the plan as it's worded is just a giveaway to developers and allows them to run roughshod over features that make Ann Arbor a nice place to live. The plan should protect and promote desired features, not increase crowding by reducing setbacks around housing and businesses, not increase the heat island effect by allowing more hot roofs and impermeable surfaces, not reduce the amount of green space, but rather incentivize beautiful human-scale architecture, things like front porches that make truly livable neighborhoods. The plan should protect and even improve our environment, but it does not. The plan should reflect the public's wishes by requiring or at least incentivizing developers to do more to improve our environment, not just degrade it less. We should encourage developers to build rain gardens, green roofs, provide space to park bikes and charge EVs, and other similar measures. In particular, we need to protect our mature trees. They are irreplaceable. Don't let developers sacrifice them in their pursuit of profit above all else. Allowing that destruction harms everyone in the city for decades, if not centuries to come. Thanks to the Environmental Commission, you now have all the wording you need to properly address the environment through the comprehensive plan. I ask that you please incorporate the resolution passed by City Council June 16th into the plan. It's going to be very easy to do. Look at what people want when they move here. Streets with sidewalks and mature trees, a vibrant downtown, a city rich in education, arts, notable architecture, abundant parks and green spaces like the Arbor, a wide variety of local businesses. People want a city that cares about the environment. Nobody moves here because they want to live in an anonymous skyscraper or have overly crowded sidewalks and streets. They move here for the smaller, more welcoming scale of a small city with many of the amenities you'd find in larger cities.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Claudius Vincenz. I live at 545 South Fifth Avenue in the R4C district. So you have seen me many times here, and because my worry is that every day across the street, a 14-story or higher building goes up. So I would be happy if just a quadruplex would go up. But this is just an example for how intense the developing pressure is in downtown and near downtown areas. Do you have developers every day? If they fail, 2 days later, the next one comes in with a different project. So I was actually very encouraged with the plan that was proposed 2 years ago by now, and thought, oh, this is a chance something new can actually happen. And so I followed the developments. And so for people after 2 years to come up that they haven't heard of it, That's just disingenuous. They were not interested in which direction the city was going until their own neighborhoods were on the chopping block, and only then did they rise and protest. And so one thing that has not been talked about is that I saw in the revised plan that now the R1 districts are zoned for 3 stories, sharp, nothing higher than 3 stories. It's the R1 district that encompasses the bulk of the buildable area in Ann Arbor. If you make such a hard limit, you basically eliminate the ability of the people who work in the comprehensive plan to accommodate 70,000 people. They don't have nothing to work with. What is left is downtown, a little bit transit zoning districts, and if you squish 70,000 people into that area, it will look like South University and more. So I would say, please do not do zoning or revised plans that exclusionary. Everybody has to share in the burden of developing Ann Arbor to a livable and diverse city, because these developments that are going up, these high-rises, they are not diverse. They're silos. They're student silos. We don't need more of those. We need diverse housing everywhere in the city, including in R1 districts. And anything that protects R1 districts is disingenuous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Charlene, Planning Commission, Ken Garber, 28 Haverhill Hill Court. I'm impressed with your stamina and your commitment. I know this has been a long haul, and I really appreciate your work on it. I refer you to my communication for my specific suggestions regarding sustainability in the comp plan. Just want to talk a little bit in general about my view, which is a bit contrarian. I really appreciate the previous comments from Lisa Spitz and Jenny Rogers. They're absolutely correct that more housing and higher density will lead to reduced vehicle use, reduced emissions from internal combustion engines, reduced commuters. All this will benefit the climate. But from a quantitative point of view, and I've done the numbers, these benefits fall far short of the harm that's being done by the kind of buildings that we're approving. I just want to point out across the street, the Marriott Hotel that's going up, their common spaces will be heated with gas. Later tonight, this commission will consider, or rather reconsider, a large commercial development by Briarwood, which will be, in my understanding, will be gas heated. I reject the notion that there's nothing we can do about it because state building codes preclude the city restricting in any way the right to use fossil fuels in new construction. Refer to again to my letter for several, I think, useful suggestions on things we can do. So without going into that, I don't have time. I know that I don't think this plan is ready from the sustainability point of view to go to City Council. I know that City Sustainability staff has drafted portions of the comp plan and has presumably endorsed it. I respectfully disagree with elements that are in the plan now. I don't accept substituting resilience, which is mentioned an astounding 54 times in the plan, for climate action, which is mentioned once. And then only equivocally as something we have to balance against other things like affordability. Yes, we must adapt to climate change, but not as a substitute for eliminating emissions, which this plan as written does not even aspire to. Although, again, density will certainly help. The plan also perpetuates the false dichotomy of affordability versus sustainability. Please don't leave these things in a 20-year plan without a community discussion about sustainability. That has yet to happen. Instead, well, I'm about to run out of time, so let me just thank you all again for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Hello.
My name is Richard Dokas, and I live in the 4th Ward, and I've lived here for most of my 80 years. I'm a retired teacher, and I taught biology and ecology, and very much a believer in that. And that's the reason why I got very much involved in something that hasn't even been mentioned tonight and should be, I think, brought to your attention, and that is solar. So I, because of my background, felt very strongly that I know that the climate's changing, and it's only going to get worse, and those of us that can should try to help, and that's what I got involved, why I got involved in solar panels. And I am pretty much off-grid, and in fact, on a day like today, I supply enough electricity for 6 houses around me. Okay, now the problem is, if you look at your map, I'm in a transition zone. I was in R1, and my house is at the peak, 16 feet off the ground, and my panels are all facing west because there are trees in the south side. The problem is that I'm pretty sure that you're going to allow an 80-foot building, because this is transition, right next to me on the west side, which is the next house over. My solar panels will be useless because I need sun from noon through the afternoon, and that's west. So I don't see anything in your plan at all about that. And this is supposed to be a city that's interested in ecology. And in fact, I have given talks before your A20 group, encouraging people to go solar. And now I'm a little bit chagrined that I did that, because there's nothing to say that an 80-foot building can be put right next to your house. I strongly, strongly think that you should rethink protecting solar panels and encouraging them. I mean, our future is going to depend upon people that get involved in solar panels. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Commissioners. My name's Curtis Davis. I reside at 505 North 4th Ave, Ward 1, and I have been a resident of that property since 1960. As you could tell, I went through elementary, junior high, and high school here. I went away to get my education and come back home, and I left a residence that was in a neighborhood that was probably 75% African American. And when I came home, I look around this room, and the citizens that I see don't reflect the neighborhood that I left to come back to. And I am for more information about what the comprehensive land plan use really entails, and also the fact that I am all for more housing. I think that we should be able to have citizens of all income levels and nationalities be able to live in this beautiful city. I love it very much. I'm so glad to be home. What I don't see is any constraints or any individuals having pushback on what I see being built around me. I'm right on the corner of Kingsley and 4th and Beeks, and that area to the south of me is zoned historic. It stops at my street, and we're R1, but now we're, according to the plan, going to be in a transition zone. And I don't think it just fits because, one, diversity in this neighborhood, it's 30 years gone. Quality of life now, I think, should be one of the more important things. So I'm just asking the commission to pause, give us more detail and more feedback from the communities that these new policies will affect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
I'm Daniel Marquardt. It's hard to follow my neighbor there because we moved into the same neighborhood 3 years ago as retirees. Our daughter moved to Ann Arbor in '93, and we've been here many, many times. But we moved into a 4-story condo on Summit Street, just south of the Broadway Bridge, Ward 1, across from the Amtrak station. The building we moved into was built at 4 stories. That was the highest it could be at the time. We're looking at a transition zone with potentially 7-story building. We're adjacent to a large underdeveloped lot owned by a single developer. I'm concerned about the traffic. Depot Street is a mess. There's rush hour both morning and night. I'm concerned about traffic generated by the Broadway West development. I think it's inevitable that our immediate neighborhood, will be higher density and taller buildings. And in spite of all of my concerns, I strongly support the comprehensive plan, the direction it's going, the method that you're taking. I've had no trouble getting information about this plan for the last couple of years, none. I think our neighborhood will, if properly designed and developed, will be a better neighborhood with more foot traffic, more people going to concerts, to the university, to the markets, to restaurants. I also want to comment on taxes. We lived in Chicago on Streeterville, on a 20th floor condo, new building. Our taxes in Ann Arbor are 50% higher. It's staggering. It's just shocking. At this point, maybe not 5 years from now, at this point, we can afford to pay those taxes. And quite honestly, I'm happy to pay those taxes. I don't know how the funds are allocated. I urge you to do everything you can do to take money from us, people like us, and invest it in affordable housing. Subsidize the housing to the extent you need to. Nobody's talked about the basic assumption that Ann Arbor is accepting the capital development market as the only tool we have. It's not the only tool we have. It's socialized housing that, honestly, I don't think you're considering. But I'm all for redistribution of wealth. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Hello.
Hi. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, you as well.
I apologize. I wasn't intending on speaking, so during the meeting, I started jotting down notes. Also, that little freight train, that's my insulin pump, so if I tip over, I'm going to speed it up. I want to only address things that I heard tonight, possibly affordable housing. I was at the Pittsfield meeting the other day. I was outside at the table handing out literature, but I understood from the discussion going on inside with the mayor and several city council members and the people from the Lawton neighborhood that the planner, Brett Leonard, admitted that nothing in the CULP is going to guarantee affordable housing. That's a given. He admitted it in the meeting. 2, I can't read my own writing. Oh, dear. AUDs. Okay. We live on a piece of property. Before we purchased, we checked with planning. My husband was able to build a studio. He's an artist and a retired professor. And so we realized the building was built in 2014. In 2016, I think you passed the AUD, accessory dwelling unit. We had the perfect place. It has an upstairs that's unfinished. So we thought, I guess we could do that. And then when we checked on it, so it's no gravity system can go out to do water and sewer out there. My husband's studio doesn't have water. He carries it out. When we checked, we would have to have a system put in. It was, at that time, close to $35,000 for water and sewer. Now it's probably 40 or 45. So how could we even do that? Because we'd have to finish it off. Nice concept, but it's not working. And then STRs, that's a real sore point with me. You talk about this existential crisis of housing, and you permit STRs to be built everywhere. Most progressive cities have outlawed them. New York, lots of big cities in Europe and in the US are outlawing them. One place in Ohio has outlawed them, for heaven's sakes. So they should be outlawed, really. And you're allowing new ones to be built. Okay? Pardon?
What's that?
Short-term rentals.
They're making a fortune with short-term rentals. Existential housing crisis, and the developers get to make more. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. STRs, okay. Oh, I do want to mention, one of the very passionate young people who was up here, sort of young, Adam, what's his name? I'm sorry, I've forgotten. Adam, the young man who spoke so much, with so much passion about housing, he's a billionaire. He's very young, but he's a billionaire. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just getting started. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi. I'm Patrice Matujek, and I live in the Brookside neighborhood. It's on the southeast side of town. I saved for a couple of decades, actually, and I'm not suggesting everybody should have to do that. It'd be nice, if you didn't have to, before I could move into my very modest ranch house in a neighborhood of very modest ranch houses. We're all practically ranch houses on the southeast side there. And I'm 3 houses away from Stone School Road, which is considered a transit zone on the comprehensive plan, which can have the 7-story buildings, I guess it is. And also about the stories. I mean, you've got the lower housing now at 3 stories, and how many feet are these actually is what I want to know. Is 3 stories like 30 feet or is it 38 feet? Anyhow, we're ranch houses. Our houses are like at the peak, 15 feet tops. So, and then 3 houses away, I could have this 7-foot building like the one other gentleman was saying. That's Stone School runs north and south, so that's the west sun. It would be completely blocking. And also, if we had a 3-story, let's say 35 feet to be average, within 10 feet of me, because the setbacks are going to be less, and you could fit in those lots 3 stories, 3 apartments up, let's say 3 long ways. So you've got 9 on each side, say 18. So what I'm going to have, like all these people living within 10 feet of me, looking down into my house, everybody listening to the radio. Well, they don't do radios anymore, but, televisions, people living their lives. And the reason I saved up, and I found this little house in a quiet neighborhood. It's a quiet neighborhood. We have lots of trees. It's very green. I appreciate that people want to move into, housing. I mean, I did. I saved up for it for a long time. And I'd be very unhappy if then my house was so devalued by this building going up next to me. And let's face it, affordability for some means devaluing for others. My house, what would my house be worth then? Should I be the first one to sell to somebody who wants to build it, and my neighbors on either side with their little houses be towered over? I don't know. Oh well, I didn't get to anything else I wanted to say. I just went on about myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
My name is Karen O'Neill. I live at 1920 Scottwood. You need to pause the plan. As a planning commission, I would assume you would like to be seen as a reasonable and thoughtful body that carefully considers the tasks at hand and wants to put out an excellent work product. Given the flaws in the CLUP raised by the public, don't you feel an obligation to pause the plan so that these items can be addressed and corrected, so that you can regain the public trust, so that the residents of Ann Arbor will not be so divided and angry? A few of the problems that need to be addressed: the lack of civic engagement as the plan was developed. The plan as presented does not result in more affordable housing, your stated goal. Acres of city-owned open space were removed from protection from development. No realistic discussion of infrastructure necessary to support the assumed growth. Please consider pausing approval of this proposed plan. There is a better one out there that we can all agree with. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening, Tom Stolberg. I live at 1202 Travers Street in Lower Town. I live general density, and I love it. I moved back to this town in 1994 into a triplex fixer-upper with two friends. We moved on from there and bought two side-by-side duplexes that were fixer-uppers over on the north side and made a business out of a lot of duplexes that we've created and provided affordable and workforce housing for 30 years. It can be done. Pause the plan and do it right, because this plan does not do it right. This plan will not deliver on its main goals of affordability, sustainability, and equity. The biggest reason is it relies on indirect solutions. This administration has recently admitted that there will not be reduced housing prices due to the plan, that the best that we can hope for will be a slowing of the growth of the price increases in the long run. In the long run. So what does that mean? It means a lot of expensive housing. It just means if you got $1 million condo, it might not be $1.1 million next year, it'll be $1.05 million if it slows the rate of growth. Your $2,100 a month studio apartment might not go up to $2,200. It might only go up to $2,150. That's slowing the rate of growth of prices. Meanwhile, in the modest segment of the market here, what little housing we do have that is reasonably priced, attainably priced, is what's going to be targeted by developers for tear down and replacement with more expensive housing. So we are reducing the supply of moderately priced housing. Reducing the supply of moderately priced housing accelerates the increase in price of the moderate segment of the market. So we're adding luxury, high-priced housing, and it's only going to go up a little bit less, and we're reducing housing at the level that we want, the attainably priced housing. Reducing the supply there, accelerating the growth of the prices there. How do we fix this? We already have things in our code right now that allow us to give bonuses for you want a little density, a little height, you get sustainability, you have to provide sustainability or provide affordability. What if we didn't upzone in this plan at all without demanding that trade-off of sustainability or affordability? That's one way. Land trust, Ann Arbor Community Land Trust, it directly provides housing in the market segment that we want to provide. If you do not have direct measures in this plan, the plan fails. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey, this is nobody, at least that's what I've been labeled tonight since I'd like to live in a skyscraper. And when we get our first skyscraper in town, I hope to be able to move in. I hope you'll fix the glitch in the comprehensive plan that is currently downzoning my neighborhood of Pittsfield Village. And under the high-level areas we have in the comprehensive plan, R3 best matches transition district, not low-rise residential. Likewise, I think it's a mistake that the current draft of the comprehensive plan includes Lower Town as a transition district. This is the area of town that includes Wall Street, Broadway, Canal Street, and Maiden Lane. It was built back in the 19th century with the vision of being a Manhattan on the Huron. Let's strive to meet that vision. It's ironic that the very people who've spent many years fomenting distrust in our local government, making up and repeating misinformation that city councilors have to rebut, and being verbally and physically abusive to council, planning commission, and those who want Ann Arbor to implement Kamala Harris's vision of more housing, would insinuate Trumpian tactics from the city. Pause the plan reminds me a lot of Donald Trump trying to pause immigration. I guess the adage that every accusation is an admission applies to these folks too. I'd like to note about the timing of these meetings. Definitely favors people who are wealthier and have more free time, for example, retirees. I have 7 friends who tried to make it tonight but could not get the time off work. Please remember that when rich retirees complain about being underrepresented. So far, I've lived in Ann Arbor in apartments, single-family homes, and townhouses. I would love an apartment now if we actually had enough supply of them. And to be frank, the detached house I lived in was the worst, least Ann Arborite-like experience I've had in the city. And since I've got some extra time, Huron Hills is, without a doubt, the worst golf course on which I have ever had the misfortune to play. If someone thinks Huron Hills is more important than housing, I would recommend that they give their house to Avalon and move there.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Hello, Shannon Lau, 2870 Oakdale Drive. I'm here in support of the comprehensive land use plan. And a genuine question that I have had throughout this is, what would happen if we pause the plan? Like, is it the space to ask more questions? Because if you have questions, I feel like this is a great time to do so, or there are people who are experts here who can answer questions. If it's to validate the research or educate ourselves more on the risks, I would love nothing more than people to read the literature and many existing studies that have shown the linkage between more housing and affordability. If it's to give input, I really would love more specific input from everyone. I love hearing if people want more green space, want to have their current existing single-family housing. Like, all of that should be brought to the table, and that's the conversation I want to have. I think for me, the biggest thing is, what do we really care about in Ann Arbor? We talk about, I guess, like, there were the No Kings protests. People are showing up and are like, these are, I care about this. I care about inclusivity. I care about people being welcome here. I care about affordability. And I can't figure out how we can say these things, but also not allow more people to live here. I don't understand how we can push back against a plan and just keep saying pause the plan for something that is a vision board for future zoning law that just merely allows people who own a lot to add more units or more floors if they so choose. I don't understand it, but what I care about is affordability, and the means I see to do that is more housing. I care about taking care of the earth that we have, and reducing sprawl so that we can reduce our emissions, so that we can walk and bike and take the bus where we need to get to. I care about undoing the racial harms that we've done to the city. We've kicked out people who can't afford to live here, people who don't look like us. And the only way to get them back in is to say, hey, you belong here. We want to build for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present that would like to speak at this time? Hello.
Hi, I'm Ralph Katz. I live at 605 Skydale. I've been there since 1986. A single-family home. My kids grew up there. It's a very mixed neighborhood ethnically. It's a lovely place for me to live. It has been for my kids, and now my granddaughter lives in town. On the one hand, it's a shame to see neighborhoods like mine not being built. We watch that darn movie every Christmas, and I wonder where George Bailey really is. But this planning process is very important. The plan has to be rigorous. Looking at the plan from Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor has, 120,000 people, and Grand Rapids 190,000. Their plan is twice the size, and it took 3 times as long to do. If there are things that are missing from our plan, and they can be supplied, and the plan made more rigorous, things like parkland addressed definitely, infrastructure needs, sewer, water, electric addressed in the plan, then the plan will be indeed more comprehensive. I looked at it and I saw those cartoons and I just went, oh. What's missing here? Certainly not a laugh track, but I put the cartoons on the same level as that. I think this is serious business, and I think we really need to be as truly comprehensive as we can. If parkland is left out of there, it needs to be included because that is part of planning process. I can't find any other way to fill my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Karen Isley, and Holly Isley. I was born and raised in Ann Arbor, and I just have a couple of thoughts and suggestions, I guess. First of all, I just want to say that, the group that we belong to, the Pause the Plan, we don't want to stop the plan. We just want things to slow down a little bit, and we'd like to have more of a voice, I think, in what's happening to our communities and our neighborhoods. That's what I keep hearing from people, and I don't know how that would affect people if we seem to have 2 very polarized groups. Perhaps there's a way to get these 2 groups together, or representatives, with people from the Planning Commission, where they can actually talk and try to work through some of these. I don't understand the fast track. I know some people are saying, well, it's 2 years, but it's not 2 years for everybody. So, anyway, I just wanted to say, again, we're not stop the plan. We would just like to have a little more voice in what's happening with it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else present that would like to speak at this time? Do we have any remote callers?
Our first caller is phone number ending in 345. You have permission to address the Planning Commission. You may need to unmute.
Hi.
Hello.
This is Kitty Kahn, Ward 5. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I wasn't going to call in tonight, but I kept hearing well-meaning people saying, I had to mute my TV, sorry. Well-meaning people say they support this comprehensive land use plan because it would lower housing costs. But it won't. The plan, the way it is now, will not lower housing costs. I wish it did, but it won't. We need a better plan that really will lower rents and home prices and give people what they want and deserve. That's why we need to pause the plan. And I just heard someone say people weren't paying attention until their own neighborhood was on the chopping block. That's the issue. Our neighborhoods are going to be on the chopping block if this comprehensive plan goes forward the way it is. Please pause the plan and let's get it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Luis Vasquez. You have permission to address the Planning Commission.
Greetings, Luis Vasquez, 909 Barton Drive. Friends, Ann Arborites, commissioners, lend me your ears. I come not to pause the plan, but to praise the plan. But enough Shakespeare. Did you see the news from Berkeley, California, just a few days ago? Berkeley, which was the first city in the nation to adopt single-family zoning, now they're going to allow small apartment buildings in most neighborhoods. That process in Berkeley, California took years, and more than 40 or 50 meetings, as kind of like as what we're seeing going on in Ann Arbor. So I'm dubious as to any reason as to why to pause the plan. I think you're doing a great job, and you should continue to do so. Go full speed ahead. We need more housing of all kinds built in Ann Arbor. I'm going to close by singing a little song. I've taken inspiration from other Ann Arborites and who have sung in public meetings before. But high, 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 build those high rises high. Don't drive your Chevy to the downtown, ride your bicycle by. And the landlords and NIMBYs hold their heads and they cry, saying this will make us say bye-bye. This will make us say bye-bye. Thank you for your time and keep on going.
Thank you.
Another hand has raised. Jim Pike, you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
How cool. I'm so glad to get a chance to talk. I hope you can hear me okay.
We can.
Great. So I've been listening. It's definitely easier to listen from afar than to be right in the room there. It can be very painful to feel the energy of so many unwelcoming people And that's kind of the thing that I want to talk about for just a minute here, is that I think many of us feel like this country is moving in the direction of pretty severely unwelcoming spirit. And since, I live at 912 Pomona Road, and I've been alive forever, and I wrote the very first song. Gosh, I really like Ann Arbor, and I like how welcoming it's always felt to me, until just recently, when there have been this sort of rise of pause the welcomeness. I don't want to pause being welcoming here. I want to welcome more people here, and I want to do it wisely in the way that the Planning Commission has done. I believe in the capability of our city staff, and I believe in the results of the council elections for the past several election cycles. I believe that our current sitting council members and mayor all ran on a pro-housing platform, and I think that that's part of why they were elected, because the majority of Ann Arborites want to welcome more residents into Ann Arbor. And so, yeah, I just really want to encourage the Planning Commission to stay strong, and let's keep going. Let's build more housing here in Ann Arbor. Thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers on the line?
I do not see further hands raised.
Got it. Thank you. With that, we're going to close public comment. Now we're going to move on to Section 6A, which is Commissioner response. This is an opportunity for the Commission to respond and address public comment that we heard. Commissioner White, please kick us off.
Great, thank you. Someone asked for a definition, I think it was you, of affordable housing. And I'm pointing to someone in the chamber for those who are listening, and I don't remember your name, I'm sorry. It is on page, okay, it's on page 3 of the housing appendix, which is available at engage.a2gov.org. When you land on that page, you can find the comprehensive land use link. And when you click on that link, it is the third link in the list. So you'll see the second draft, the first draft, and then you'll see the housing index. And we do take the time to define affordable housing at that time. The other thing that I wanted to say just very quickly is we have not made any decisions about setbacks. That is not a part of the comprehensive land use process at this point. It will show up potentially when we go to modify the UDC. So a lot of neighbors have talked about being able to build all the way up to the property line. None of that is going to be addressed directly in the comprehensive land use, unless I am incorrect, Deputy Manager Kelly. It's going to show up in the UDC.
That would be the more appropriate place to define details like setbacks.
Right. Those were the two things I wanted to address right away, so thank you.
Can I just got to page 3.
You can't talk back, sorry. Okay, Commissioner Abrams.
She wanted to know the website you were talking about.
Yeah, I can repeat the website link, if you remind me. What was the one you were giving? Engage.a2gov.org. Okay, engage.a2gov.org. And that's the general website for community engagement. So from there, you'll have to click, oh, somebody's pulling it up here, thank you. You'll have to click on the comprehensive land use plan to get to the page where you can find the other information. I also just wanted to tack on a couple of comments about affordable housing, since that seems to be something that keeps coming up. Somebody said that Mr. Leonard confessed or confided that this plan would not guarantee affordable housing. I think this plan actually doesn't guarantee anything. It's a guiding document that outlines direction, values, and goals. The implementation of that is, a whole other set of processes. However, I just want to remind everybody that the residents of Ann Arbor passed an affordable housing millage, which means property tax that we all pay, homeowners pay and renters pay, pays for affordable housing in our community. So the more development we have, the more we can afford to build affordable housing. I also want to say that we have a short-term rental regulation in this city. And you can only have a short-term rental in a residential zone if it's owner-occupied, meaning it's the house you own. It can't be a speculator coming in and buying up property, except for those which were grandfathered in when we changed the rules in 2020. So commercial-based short-term rentals there's no new development of those in residential zones. So I just want to be really clear about that. And then I want to address this idea that you could build an 85-foot tower or mid-rise building directly next to a single-family home. The current transit corridor zoning and the transition zoning will have buffers. We always build those in. So within a certain distance of a residential zone, there will be setbacks and there will be stepped height limits that raise the further you get from a residential lot, the higher you can go. There will not be an 85-foot building next to a 16-foot ranch home. So I just want to be really clear about those three things. Thanks.
Great. All right, thank you. Any other commissioners want to? Councilmember Dish. And then, yep. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank, I know some people have left, but I want to thank you all for being here. It takes courage to express a diversity of views when there are strong vibes in a room, and this room has strong vibes. And you have all expressed a lot of diversity of views. I was going to say just two things, but then a few more factual things came up. So first thing I want to say is that the city is not seeking development of the golf courses. The comprehensive land use plan does not exclude the golf courses and has not removed any parkland acreage. The Parks Recreation Open Space Plan is retained by the comprehensive land use plan, and it remains in effect as an accurate identification of city parks assets. And those figures from the PROS plan contain all of the parkland acreage. There's nothing missing. There's not 400. There's not 437 acres missing. There's nothing missing from that. The plan is evolving, however, and Miller Avenue has been removed, not from the city, but from the transition zone. So people who were worried about Miller being included in transition, that's been removed. My understanding was that R1, things currently zoned R1 are not in transition, and so for folks who've brought that up, I will look into that. Particularly, there were a couple of Ward 1 folks who asked about that, and I do want to look at that. We are subsidizing housing in this city thanks to your generosity, the affordable housing millage. When we use affordable in that context, it means 80 or 60% of the area median income and lower, and it must meet those criteria. Can't respond to you, unfortunately, in this period, but you can email me, and I will talk to you then. There was one person who mentioned an interesting thing, which is that Ann Arbor's not hemmed in like San Francisco. We can build out. It is true that we are not hemmed in like San Francisco by a beautiful ocean and crazy old redwoods. But actually, there are two limiting factors that do hem us in. One is that we have created a gorgeous green belt, which has saved farmland and parkland, and it set limits to Ann Arbor's growth. The other is that we are surrounded by municipalities who would no doubt be offended if we began building housing in them. So we can't just grow in the ways that cities like Austin are growing because they just continue to engulf land. I want to respond to the concern that there's no retail on the bottom floor of Beekman. Yes. Developers find that they have difficulty getting mixed-use residential, mixed-use meaning residential on top of retail, financed, even though we all see that in many cities where we travel and we appreciate it, and there's some of it in Ann Arbor. Retail, however, has sprung up all around Beekman. There is an orange market. There are 3 new restaurants. There is a fabulous coffee shop and bar, Kitty Corner from Beekman at the foot of Pontiac. And the density that development has brought to Lower Town has facilitated the growth of those businesses. And so it doesn't have to be in the same building. When density comes, there can be viable commercial. And I just want to close by saying I've been canvassing in Ward 1 these past weeks. And I want to thank everyone who has taken the time to talk to me, because canvassing is always inspiring, and I leave feeling uplifted every time I score a conversation at an open door, whether we have agreed or not. So I want you to know that.
Thank you, Councilmember Dish. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Thank you. I knew we'd have a lot of comments tonight, and like tonight, we've been hearing a lot of thoughts and feedback and concerns about the comprehensive plan over the past few months, and about how people would like to see Ann Arbor grow in the future. I think we've gotten some really helpful feedback, so thank you to everyone who's participated for that. And I think with this second draft, we have made it clear that we're listening to that feedback. As a member of the Planning Commission, my goal has always been to ensure that the city grows in a way that's thoughtful and inclusive and serves the needs of current and potential residents. And we are hearing you. And the fact is that this plan is probably not going to make everyone happy. And I understand the fears created by the idea of multi-story apartment buildings located next door to low-rise single-family homes. Thank you, Commissioner Abrams, for eloquently explaining step-backs. This plan does aim to add more housing supply to the city, specifically in residential areas, to introduce smaller units within buildings that retain the look of large single-family homes, which could be attainable for populations like young families or retirees looking to downsize, which feels impossible right now. These units would allow these new residents to enjoy the benefits of single-family neighborhoods, things that like backyard space and access to parks, without being excluded due to high housing costs or large housing sizes, and without being forced to the corridors if that's not where they choose to live. I firmly believe that there are ways to add density without changing perceived and real benefits of single-family residential neighborhoods. I do think that we all agree fundamentally on many things in this city, and I think we all likely agree on the importance of maintaining quality parks and ensuring that growth does not outpace our park resources. And that commonality that I feel we all share here at the table, on council, and in the community was one of the reasons that I was deeply disappointed by a memo that we received in our packet, and that I also saw circulated around social media last week. And I'm going to focus specifically on that for a minute. This memo correctly pointed out that the Ann Arbor Park to Population ratio in our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space plan that was adopted a few years ago, the PROS plan, is higher than the Trust for Public Land Park to Population ratio used in the comp plan draft to illustrate 10-minute walk access to high-quality parks within Ann Arbor and the areas of the city that are lacking this access. I understand the concern over the difference. I plan to ask for a footnote or further clarification in the comp plan to explain these differences, and I thought staff did an excellent job outlining those differences last week. It was the tone of that memo and the unfounded accusations it made that were especially troubling to me. The intent of that memo wasn't to highlight and ask for clarification on a number difference. That could have been a simple email to staff asking to clarify the differences. The language chosen for this memo and the way that it was distributed is serving to sow fear and distrust in our city leaders and staff. And the same can be said for the response memo that I saw today. I don't want to give this memo more attention after today, but accusing public officials, city staff, and volunteer residents of deliberately manipulating data is both truly reprehensible and unproductive. The language in this memo includes the missing parkland, evidence of deliberate negligence, coordinated official opposition to golf courses, and so many other misleading statements, including claims that council is trying to circumvent the city charter of all things. This language would lead an average citizen to think very nefarious things about council, staff, and the Planning Commission. Cherry-picking quotes to carry a narrative of deceit is a disservice to the facts and the planning process. I'm going to get in the weeds for a minute, but I used to work on the 10-minute walk campaign with the Trust for Public Land, so I was particularly bothered by all this. So I'm going to go in the weeds for a minute. The Pause the Plan group claimed that the city deliberately chose incomplete TPL data over their own official records, added citations they believe justifies their position. They say that official city data has 2,210 acres documented. I've actually added up other total acreage numbers in that same plan. Claims that the TPL database is missing 484 acres that the city never updated. They've only made a minor adjustment to 3 parks, and TPL's own documentation requires cities to maintain accurate data. I want to be clear here, cities are not required to update ParkServe. Cities can certainly choose to update data with TPL staff if they have the capacity, which many parks departments do not, but nothing requires them to do so. The Trust for Public Land is a national nonprofit. ParkServe is a national database. The objective of ParkServe is to guide cities across the country towards meeting the goal of the 10-minute walk campaign, which is to ensure that all people have equitable access to a high-quality park within a 10-minute walk of home. It's to help cities identify areas in their cities that might need additional investment in quality parks. It might not have every park identified, and while it does ask cities to submit updates, many parks departments, as I said, do not have this type of capacity. ParkServe doesn't count things that are more community center oriented, like Leslie Science Center, Ann Arbor Senior Center, Bryant Community Center, Fairview Cemetery, the Farmers Market, Kemp House, Mack Pool, Museum on Main. All of these are counted in the city's acreage numbers, as these are city-owned properties. But these aren't the types of public spaces that fit into TPL's definition of a high-quality, publicly accessible park. And neither are the 2 golf courses, as explained in staff's memo. There is no conspiracy here, and no one is secretly working on selling off public land. I support the consultant's decision to use ParkServe numbers in their analysis, particularly as they're using ParkServe's parks to population ratio number for Ann Arbor to compare us to ParkServe's average number nationally. We are a very park-rich city, and we should all be very proud of that. I also really appreciate the work of Councilwoman Dish and Manager Leonard to clarify the egregious claims of the memo, particularly when their time could have been better spent on more productive work. Their clarification was accurate and truthful, and claims to the contrary are, again, wrong and conspiratorial. Ultimately, if some are unwilling to engage in good faith in a constructive collaborative process and rather resort to accusations and name-calling, it will make finding common ground really difficult. But I remain committed to moving forward with a plan that expounds on the shared values, and yes, I also have values, of housing production, equity, and sustainability, and sets us up to make Ann Arbor a welcoming place for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Do we have anybody else that would like to add their comments? Commissioner Norton? Oh, yes, Commissioner Weich.
Just a quick thing that I made a note of but didn't bring up in my first response, which is there was a claim that those of us who live here longer are subsidizing those who have just arrived. And that's not quite true in terms of taxes, because most new developments are taxed at an uncapped rate. And I want to remind everyone that renters pay taxes. They often pay more in taxes than those of us who own single-family detached dwellings. And then I just wanted to add to Councilmember's Dish comment about Beekman, because the Orange Market is actually in the Beekman development.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? The only thing I'll say is that for everybody that attended tonight and spoke, thank you. That is what civic engagement is like, and it takes a lot of courage and bravery to speak in public. So thank you again, and I continue to encourage that. With that, we are going on to the next item, which is the public hearing scheduled for the next business meeting, and we'll go to Deputy Manager Kelly.
As mentioned earlier during the manager report, there are no public hearings as such scheduled. However, we will be having a voting session for your annual items from your bylaws, including the bylaws review, election of officers, and your work program. And as needed, there will be more space for draft 2 comprehensive plan discussion.
Got it. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to 8A, unfinished business, which there are none. So let me just do a quick check before we move on to regular business. You guys get to take a 3-minute break?
Sure.
Okay. We're going to take a 3-minute break. We'll be back at 8:12 with regular business. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to call the session back. And thank you for your patience. All right. So with that, we're going to go on to 9A regular business. This is 900 Briarwood Circle. Site plan for Planning Commission approval. This is a revision of the previously approved site plan, SP 23-0005, for the large format retailer. A reduction of the building size from one 100,000 square foot two-level building to a 60,000 square foot one-level building with an adjacent 15,880 square foot small retail buildings. No other changes to the site are proposed, and the zoning is C2B, Business Service District, Ward 4. The staff recommendation is approval, and with that, we're going to move on to petitioner presentation. Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's John Phipps. I'm with Simon Property Group. I would add proud corporate citizen of Ann Arbor, along with our predecessor for 50 years now. So before I get into the presentation, we would like to add our congratulations to Matt for moving on to his next chapter. And he's really helped us through the process. We came here first December of 23 to get our site plan approved. On a personal note, I'm a little irritated that he's retiring before me, but that's the way it goes. What I'd like to do is give you, just kind of give you a status update, show you where we are, and then talk about our amendment. We all know where Briarwood is. If you'll recall, when we got our site plan approved, we kind of broke the site into the development site into two different sections: Site A, which was the retail, and Site B, which was the residential. Where we are now, since we got the plan approved, I don't know if you've driven by the site, but the residences are well underway. They're building. I think now they've built up on some of the actual apartments up to 4 levels on part of it. So they're moving ahead. I believe the first units will be delivered for occupancy in July of next year. Harvest Market, the grocery, is under roof, and they're planning on opening in March of next year. When we were here before, we couldn't say the large format retailer was Dick's Sporting Goods, but anyone with eyes could tell it was Dick's. And I'm surprised we didn't get that question. But nonetheless, it's going to be Dick's, so we're very happy about that. And we're going to deliver a pad to them in September. Then they'll open 12 months later in September of 26. And then our green space, our plaza, we're starting the mall vestibule right now, and we plan on having that outdoor space completed by September of this year. So really, the change we're here to talk about is the Dick's building itself. When we came in, Dick's was planning on doing, the first time Dick's was planning on doing a 2-level, 100,000 square foot Dick's House of Sports with a outdoor sport court. They've ultimately decided to go with a 1-level, 60,000 square foot Dick's Sporting Goods. Same product, just a little bit different format, a little bit smaller. We actually go down in the retail space by 25,000 feet from what we had approved previously. Because the footprint's getting a little smaller, it affords us the ability to do some adjacent small shops. So we've come back, and that's part of what we want to do here tonight is get that approved as well. So this slide here, what we got approved previously is on the left, and then what we're proposing on the right. You can see it's pretty much the same other than the Dick's component. What we got approved before as far as elevations, again, retail, but it was obvious what it was. And with the sport court, which is the, this fencing here, what they're going to do now is they've refined their design more, and it looks like a Dick's. One thing they are doing, this elevation here toward the plaza, they have some signage there. They're not going to connect onto the plaza with an entrance, but they'll have their wicket here. So basically same materials, but that's where they're at now. The small shops, we've come up with a generic facade that we believe that, tenants can come in and get sign permits for, and they can plug and play. So that's basically what this is. Sorry. And then this is just another view of it. And then we included an updated rendering of our plaza. We advanced that design, so this is looking towards Dick's. This facade here that we're showing for Dick's, the rendering didn't quite keep pace with their design, but basically you'll see the Dick's wall, and then you can see back here the mall entrance. So this is going to be a really cool activated space. Harvest Market's they have outdoor seating here. They've got an outdoor fireplace and a little stage, so that'll be cool. So yeah, that's where we're at, and this is a different angle looking out towards the ring road. So really that's what we're about. A couple of just updated slides. This shows the residential, where we are with that in the foreground here. The first building, and then this is Harvest Market over here, and this is the road we're putting in between. Might add that all the public utilities mains are in, and the easements are developed. The easements have been drafted, and they're actually with the city now, so everything's good there. This is a little bit different view of the apartments. This structure here is the parking deck, and units will wrap that parking deck, if you'll recall, so you won't see it. And then here's Harvest Market, so they're well underway. And that's it.
Got it. Thank you very much for the update. With that, we're going to go on to staff presentation with Planner Kowalski.
Thank you. I really don't have a lot to add. Petitioner did a good job of going through the summary of the changes, and as I said, really the only changes to the Dick's Sporting Goods, the retail portion of that, the reduction of that space. However, it was a site plan full review by staff, so it did go through the full staff review again. So we made sure everything is consistent with the code as approved previously. There were no changes proposed or approved as far as any of the circulation, parking. It was literally just kind of swapping out building pads. There were some adjustment to the solid waste area in the rear. That's been reviewed and approved by our solid waste coordinator. And there are no changes required of the development agreement in this one. So everything that is before you tonight is consistent with the approved development agreement. And I was going to mention utilities, but they already kind of covered. I was going to mention that the utilities, are all constructed, obviously, and they're going fully vertical, as was indicated. So they're making good progress on that. And really, that's all I have to add. So staff is recommending approval. And this is this is a site plan for planning commission approval, obviously. Yep. Will not go past you.
Got it. Thank you very much. With that, we're going to move on to public hearing. This is an opportunity for individuals to speak up to 3 minutes on this particular item. We'll first hear from those present and then remote participants. To speak remotely, please press *9 if on the phone or use the raise hand feature in Zoom. For phone access, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will identify callers by the last 3 digits of the phone number or name on Zoom. You'll hear an automated announcement when it's your turn to speak, and please ensure that you're in a quiet area and mute any background noise. For all participants, please state your name and address at the beginning of the comments. Is there anyone present that would like to speak at this time? Mr. Garber.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Ken Garber again, 28 Haverhill Court. I have a question about this project, but before I pose my question, let me remind you just how excellent the residential portion of this project is from the sustainability point of view. Passive biophilic design, advanced high-performance systems, pursue LEED certification, all electric, low carbon design, etc. LED lighting, all electric cooking appliances, domestic hot water. strategies that reduce embodied carbon and other greenhouse gas emissions associated with building materials, recycled steel, wood from well-managed forests. I mean, they really, they just came up with some things I'd never thought about. So fantastic residential project. But I don't think it was ever explained the first time around why the commercial portion of this, the sporting goods store and the grocery, basically have nothing to say on sustainability except bicycle parking and EV charging, which is required anyway, that I remember. And as I understand it, they'll be using gas heat. So it's a schizophrenic development to me from the sustainability point of view. This really doesn't have bearing on your approval decision tonight, but if you're interested at all in an explanation, maybe this one might be an opportunity. Maybe we can learn something about how Simon Group approaches commercial versus residential, how they think about it, or maybe this is a DTE capacity issue down there. I just don't know. That's my question. So thanks for considering that.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Do we have anyone else present that would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, do we have any remote callers? Okay, we have 3 more seconds. Okay, with that, we're going to close public comment. Okay, we're going to go into the proposed motion. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission approves the 900 Briarwood Site Plan Version 5 dated May 27th, 2025. Moved by Commissioner Weiss, seconded by Commissioner Weatherby. We are in discussion. Would anyone like to kick us off? Commissioner Weich.
Would the petitioner like to answer Mr. Garber's question?
Don't really have a good answer for him, other than we basically, for both Dick's and the grocery store, we are ground leasing to them, so they're building their verticals, from the ground up, and any type of, I guess, any sustainability may have been addressed when they, submitted for their permits. But so we, in this instance, it was ground leases, so that's how we.
Gotcha, thank you. Yes?
Mr. Kowalski. So did Dick's present a building plan to you?
They have a permit under review now, but I have not approved it.
Okay. So who can answer Mr. Garber's question?
Well, about the why they didn't, I can't answer that question. I think the best answer was from the developer. I mean, I haven't looked at the permit yet, but as indicated, I don't think that it's all electric.
So I think his question was, what is Simon's development group's posture towards commercial sustainability? Which I think doesn't necessarily extend directly to Dick's. I think you might have an answer, and maybe your answer is you have none. I just want you to answer. I don't want to answer for you, and you need to do it at the mic, sorry. At the mic, sorry, you got to get to the mic.
I have no answer right now. I mean, we do have sustainability practices. We're a public company, so those are probably public. But that's the only answer I have right now. I'm not really.
So no answer. You have no
I'm not
direction for your
answer that tonight,
sustainability
correct.
for commercial.
Yep.
Okay.
Do we have other commissioners that would like to comment? Yes, Commissioner Weatherby.
So this is for staff. When we first considered this, and I'm pretty sure I remember this correctly, but just to confirm, we didn't look at that field as anything public, or it was part of the building. We weren't looking at it as an amenity or anything that was kind of publicly accessible. Right?
That's correct, because it was always shown as fenced in completely. It had almost like a 2-story fence and cage around it. So yeah, we never considered that. It was very clear that it was part of the Dick's the sporting goods store at that time, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I have a quick quick question, but first I just want to say thank you for your patience tonight, all of you petitioners that are here. I'm sorry that during the public comment you referred to as suits and accused of being greedy developers. Development is really challenging right now, so I know you're not just skating through all of this and making millions of dollars profit without blinking an eye. So just thank you for what you're doing to improve the built environment in Ann Arbor. My very quick question. On the Dick's building, and maybe you can't answer this either because now we sort of know it's up to their plans, but so it's not going to connect onto the plaza, but it will have a wicket, is what you called it.
Correct.
Do you think in the future they might, like that would be a really cool thing to like have that access point? Sort of up to them.
I mean, that was our preference. It's just the way their store lays out, because the one thing that didn't change between the 100,000 square foot 2 level and the 60,000 square foot 1 level, which they're proceeding with, was that they're going to have an entrance onto the mall, inside the mall. Okay. So it's going to anchor it either way, and to have another entrance right there at the corner is pretty difficult for them.
That makes sense. And the plaza, that rendering of the plaza looks beautiful. Thank you for that. One more question, actually. Who owns the retail then? So Dick's and the grocery store are ground leases.
Right.
Is Simon own the retail?
We'll own the retail, correct.
Would you consider doing things like solar, all electric for that component?
I mean, we would take it under consideration.
Okay, I'll ask that you take it under consideration. Thank you.
Also, on the suits comment, I'd just like to note, I own one sport coat, this is it, and these are jeans, so.
Any other commissioners? Okay. With that, I'll just note again, this is converting 1,033 parking automobile spaces into 300 plus units of housing plus a great grocery store. Looking forward to Harvest Market entering the market. With that, we will go to a roll call vote. Again, I'm going to read the proposed motion. This is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission approves the 900 Briarwood Site Plan version 5 dated May 27, 2025. Staff.
On the motion as presented, Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Weich,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams,
Yes.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Commissioner Weatherby,
Yes.
and Commissioner Norton.
Yes.
That carries.
All right, motion passes. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission approved the site plan. Good luck with the rest of construction. Okay, that takes us to the next regular business. All right, this is 1208 South University, SP 24-0029, site plan for Planning Commission approval. This is an update to the original site plan that incorporates the adjacent parcel located at 610 South Forest Avenue. The project will be an 18-story mixed-use residential and retail tower. The proposed development consists of 259 rental apartments and 120 square feet of ground-level commercial tenant space. The building incorporates a storage for 52 bikes, 83 garage parking spaces. Parking and loading have been concealed off the south alley. This is zoned D1, Downtown Core District, Ward 3, with a South University Overlay District. The staff recommendation is approval. With that, we will go to petitioners.
Hey, Eric Leith from Landmark Properties. The applicant, John Majewski from Majewski Architects. This is similarly an amendment to an already approved site plan, where this is the previously approved site plan, and then this is the currently proposed one. Essentially, we have acquired an additional parcel adjacent to our already approved site plan and are amending the site plan to include that parcel. I'm going to turn it over to John. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. John Majewski. I'll just walk you through this, and I'll try to be brief, but you can see the part that is added on, sticking out right adjacent to the plaza and right next to Forest. The big differences come when you talk about what has been changed. Gross square footage went up substantially. The FAR went up from 1.28 to 1.33. The number of beds went from 716 to 991, and the number of units went from 186 up to 259. There were 16 units on that site, and so it's a substantial increase from just that one piece of parcel. Not that many more parking spaces were added, but there's a large number of parking spaces which are just required by the rules. The previously approved building itself has changed subtly, very little on this side. But from a material perspective, it's changed quite a bit. We were asked if we would consider changing the balconies from the rust terracotta color to a black. We actually went a little step further and we removed the balconies on the front of the building and we made them box bay windows to be similar to the corner. The client was also willing to take the EFIS stow panels out, which were a substantial material, and at the time were kind of questioned by design review, but what was approved, and we've changed those to metal panels. So that's a substantial increase in cost, and one we're very excited that we're able to get. So there is no more stow EFIS on the building. This is the new building. So if you could see the two locations in the front where there's those two tall skinny elements that were balconies, those are now just a box bay window, glass elements, similar to the window wall that we have on the corner. There are two balconies that we'll see in some other pictures, and those have gone to be black. The part that sticks out is on the lower right-hand corner. You can see that's jutting out all the way to Forest, and that basically has a two-story fitness element for their use on that, and now it is adjacent to what we're really referring to as the Plaza Park, which is more or less a transformer park, but we're working on that. And we are working with the DDA. I'll let everybody know, if you're not aware, we're working with the DDA and the city to improve that substantially. We're just not there yet to tell you what that's going to be. It is going to include the transformers. We know we can't get rid of the transformers. We just have to figure a way to try to bring them into the park itself. You will see later we've moved the mural from a skinnier wall, which was next to the trash area transformers, and we moved it to one of the long walls, so now it looks over the park area. You'll see that when you get to the renderings. Not a lot of difference here except what you see on the lower right. Some of the retail areas were slightly increased. We were asked to try to maximize that as much as we could. Parking's very much the same. It just added those few number of spaces. What we get is this wing that sticks out now on the building to the right all the way to Forest. As we move up the building, it's pretty much the same. When we get to the top, that's where there's really the biggest difference. This is the previous approved roof with our outdoor amenity. Now you can see the outdoor amenity is the same. The previously approved solar is where it was located before, but now this part of the roof that we're adding is all the new solar. It's actually been able to meet the requirements for solar, which is really hard to do. To do this, we've actually had to put some vertical panels. Our panels are lifted up on a rack storage trellis system, and on part of the walls, just to meet it, we have to put some vertical panels on there, but we will meet the requirements for the percentages. We're still working with the fire department to see if there's some ways to even maximize that more. These are just a couple of different views looking at the building itself. Here's the one that we kind of just briefly talked about before. This lower part is very much the same, except you can see those two areas where the tall boxed bay window elements go vertical. That's really the only difference. This now shows you the backside of the Forest Park element part, Forest Avenue part that is sticking out. And this shows us the other side. You can see in the lower part where it says mural art, that's what we're going to work with the Arts Commission, just like we did on the standard, to find an artist to do that. But it's a much larger mural, probably about 60% larger. And that's the only place that made sense because our retail element, which is actually our fitness center, does wrap around and kind of engages the park and would allow for any kind of future use that might make sense in that location. You can see the ghosting of the parking structure, so to be honest, it's very hard to see all of what you see here, but from that mural and from the U out, you actually would see that in this view in real life. This is the other backside over on the southwest side. Here's just a typical section showing you what it's like to go through it, and that's it. Turn it over to any questions.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go to staff presentation and go to Mr. Kowalski. Yet again.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, another revision, a kind of easy one. My last two, I guess, they want to take it easy on me. So, again, the petitioner did a great job of summarizing up the changes. This was a plan that you all approved, I think not quite even a year ago. Couple of elements with this. Again, the site plan itself will be approved or could be approved by Planning Commission here tonight. It wouldn't go to council. However, there is, excuse me, as with the previous project, there was a development agreement. That development agreement does need to be amended. The couple of new items in that development, obviously basic things like a legal description. They've agreed to up their parks donation for the number of residential units that have been added. So that has been added to the development agreement, as well as the improvements to the DDA Plaza, Transformer Park, for lack of a better word. There was numerous staff discussions with staff, the DDA, as well as the petitioner there. So we worked with the DDA to put the language in the development agreement to assure that they're comfortable with the developer working out whatever the final plan may be for that plaza. We just weren't quite there as they indicated yet. I know we have gone to DTE, and I think the petitioner as well, and that the transformers cannot be moved. I don't think they could even be combined or anything. I think you guys asked all those questions. The transformers are stuck. So, what they're gonna do, we've all obviously worked with that for the last couple weeks, so they're working around some different things to make the plaza more useful. So again, the site plan itself could be approved by Planning Commission tonight. The development agreement, if recommended for approval, would go to City Council for the amendment. It would be the first amendment to the recorded development agreement. And again, really, the changes were all covered. Again, the biggest change obviously is the facade really kind of on the rear, well, what would be the rear facing the plaza. Now they have the entire frontage along that. They work with the design review board as well to kind of create additional, open that space up, as was mentioned by the petitioner in the presentation, to really help activate that space a little bit more. I'm sure many of you have been around there previously, not just the transformers, but the existing building there is like walled off. It's really a horrible experience. So I think the DDA is really excited about the ability to work with the petitioner to improve that plaza. And I believe that really covers all of the items from the staff report, and we are recommending approval of both the site plan as well as the development agreement.
Perfect, thank you. We're going to move on to public hearing. This is an opportunity for individuals to speak up to 3 minutes on this item. We'll first hear from those present and then remote participants. To speak remotely, please press *9 if on the phone or use the raise hand feature on Zoom. For phone access, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will identify callers by the last 3 digits of the phone number or by name if available. You'll hear an automated announcement when it's your turn to speak, and please ensure you're in a quiet area so we can hear you clearly. For all participants, please state your name and address at the beginning of the comments. Is there anyone present that would like to speak at this time? Yes, it is. Mr. Garber.
Chair Lee, thank you. Ken Garber again. Just want to also express my appreciation to Mr. Kowalski for his long service to the city. Not only does he have to endure my rants here at this podium, but he can't avoid me on the number 30 bus either, where I continue. So I appreciate his forbearance. 1208 South University, 610 South Forest combination. This is the 5th project in just the last few months to take advantage of the 30% sustainability height exception. There was the original 1208 South University, 1209 South University, 625 Church, 3313 Brown Court in D2. It's no mystery why. At the May 20th meeting, Chair Lee shared some back of the envelope calculations for 625 Church. I'm paraphrasing, my apologies if I get this wrong, but as I heard it, he estimated $100,000 to $150,000 cost for the solar panels and conduit. In return for that, the developer got 50 extra market rate units and perhaps 1.5 million extra net operating income, which at a cap rate of around 4.3% increases the value of the building by $34 to $40 million. Not bad for a $150,000 investment in solar panels, which, by the way, only cover a small fraction of the building's electricity demand. The new 1208 South University plan is 46% larger than 625 Church, so that its NOI and valuation numbers are correspondingly higher. You know that I hate gas like nothing else, but once the FAR limits were removed, the sustainability height exception went from being an electrification incentive to more of a loophole, in my opinion, in the UDC. And let's face it, based on these numbers, a gift to developers. Meanwhile, no one is taking the affordability height exception. Chair Lee explained that also. At an affordable versus market rate spread of $127 per square foot for the required 15% of units, an affordable housing contribution for the church project would be somewhere around $3 million in order to obtain the extra height. Who in their right mind would pay $3 million versus the $150,000 in solar panels for the same benefit? And I realize that these were just rough on the spur calculations, but I think they give us some idea of how unbalanced this section 518.4 of the UDC is in affordability versus sustainability. No one's going to go for the affordability height exception with this. Chair Lee did note that a larger building would pay more property tax, which would include the affordable housing millage, but that's 1 mil out of 53 mils in the district non-homestead millage rate. So just maybe $20,000 a year, pretty small amount. Now you recognize the proportionality problem. This was supposed to go on your June 10th work plan, but never made it. I really suggest you address this as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Do we have anyone else present that would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, do we have remote callers?
No callers have their hand raised.
Okay, give it a few more seconds. Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. The proposed motion is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission approves the 1208 South University Site Plan Version 4 dated May 30th, 2025 and recommends approval of the development agreement. Moved by Commissioner Weich and seconded by Councilmember Dish. We are in discussion. Would anyone like to kick us off? Commissioner Weich.
Thank you. You did what I usually ask, make it taller. So we'll start with why didn't you make it, explain to me the utilization of the 30% height bonus and how did that only yield one more floor?
No, it yielded quite a few different floors. I'd have to go back to measure the height, but I think it's like 5 or 6 floors difference.
So then why did you stop at just one more floor instead of taking full advantage of the height bonus?
No, we did take full advantage. We're maxed out as high as we could go in every direction.
I thought it was 17 stories and it only is going up to 18.
It was 8. It's 18 stories.
It's 18 stories.
18 stories.
And that
we previously approved 17.
Yeah, I did say 17 stories previously approved in the report. It was an 18-story previously.
Right.
It was the same, yeah, so that's my mistake, I apologize.
Okay. I noted what Mr. Garber brought up before Mr. Garber brought it up, which was the utilization of the solar to enable the additional units. So can you bring that slide back up?
Absolutely.
And if you're willing, just for my edification, were the numbers that Chair Lee did on the back of the napkin, I think he actually did it on a spreadsheet because we were sitting next to each other the last time this happened. Did that play out? Are we in the same ballpark that it's less than $300,000 to add the solar to get the additional units?
I don't want to give you an exact number on that, but I think it's way more than that.
I actually think you're probably in the right ballpark for the cost of the individual, for the actual
For
solar
the panels and the conduit.
Because of the way the code is written, though, to maximize the number of solar panels on the roof, we are using we're using an elevated terrace structure to raise the solar panels up so that we still have room for mechanical underneath them. That raised terrace then creates a structural load that we have to brace for on the roof. So it does add.
Wait, are you telling me that the solar panels increase your structural load?
Sorry.
We add a whole extra floor. Just imagine a steel structure to put the solar panels on. Because I have to have some place to put all the mechanical units underneath. And you guys at some point approved enough height, thank you for doing that. Because the VFR units need to blow air up to cool, so they're blowing on the bottom of the solar panels.
Okay, so can we go back to the slide that actually has the breakdown of the FAR and the units?
Sure. Right there.
Okay. So we're saying that it's potential that Chair Lee's numbers are correct, and so then that gives us 265 additional beds?
thereabouts?
Well, the increase in the bed count, though, is being driven by the additional parcel. We were utilizing the sustainability bonus on the originally approved site plan as well.
Okay.
So everything on the original is the exact same building fundamentally.
Sure.
And just to point out, that is LEED Gold equivalent. It's an all-electric
Sure.
building.
No, it's in the code. You get to use it. I don't think I'm sitting here saying you don't get to use it. I think what I'm trying to understand is you have the expertise that I don't, which is you see the benefit of it in a different way than maybe it was intended in the code, because it's allowing you to utilize that height density or height increase to put more beds, more units, which then increases the value of the property, according to how Mr. Garber interpreted Chair Lee's comments for the last development. You said something that was quite surprising to me, and so I just want to clarify. So can you go to the parking slide, because you went by it very quickly. You said that this increase in parking is what is required in the rules.
That's not an accurate statement.
Okay.
I think John
Because I wanted to understand what rules these were.
No, I thought I was saying that for the bikes. So the bikes were required.
And you said it for the parking, because I wrote it
my
down,
mistake.
because the first thing I was going to ask before we got to the solar, but Mr. Garber made his comments, was, why did you increase the parking?
It's just fundamentally, that's what was left over within the building when we added that wing on.
Yeah.
So it added a few extra spots.
Yeah, it just laid out a little bit better. If you, the additional parcel that we added, I mean, you can see it on this slide, both levels of it function for actual functional building space. So we're not actually adding any parking in the additional parcel. It's just that the garage laid out a
You
little
are,
bit
because you could have
cleaner.
done something else with that. You could have made that bike parking. You could have made it storage. You decided to make it parking, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not, you're fine to do, it's your site, you get to design it your way you want. The rules allow you to do it as long as it comports with the UDC, but these are my questions, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that you're making those decisions yourself. So this backs up to an alley, correct?
It's not technically an alley.
I know, it's not. We've had that conversation.
Yeah, but yes.
And so you and the other developer are going to redesign this whole stretch, because that's what we heard the last time with the development that's closer to the Rick's nightclub, the Church Street. And so did you highlight for us any, other than the Transformer Park, improvements that you're making to this space? Like, is there additional lighting that's going to be there? Are there other kinds of protections to make it easier for pedestrians to transit through this space? Are we considering the students that are going to be standing outside of Rick's to go in? And are we creating placemaking or anything along those lines? Or is that outside of your scope and you have no interest in that other than the mural?
Well, I think I would just clarify that the park, the plaza, has substantially increased. Everything else is exactly the way it was before. It's basically 2 garage doors that allow you to go up in a ramp and allow you to go into the garage.
Okay.
There's adequate lighting, there's security, there's gates, there's all of that. And then there's an electric transformer generator, that is inside the building that is adjacent to it as well.
And your waste management is inside?
It's tucked in the back, kind of where it's always been.
So the dumpsters that are currently there are going away. So where are people going to barf?
Well, they can still do it where they always do.
I'm asking this question in jest, but this is an opportunity for us to make this space a little bit better. So anything that you can do to make that space a little bit better would be appreciated.
We'll bring that up at the next DDA.
I would appreciate that.
We have committed to working with the DDA to improve this space as much as we can.
All right, thank you so much for bringing this. Thanks for increasing the number of beds and units. We sorely need housing, and we're grateful that you are building and that you're building in this way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Comments on the site plan amendment?
If I could I'll just add one thing to the plaza comment. I was just going to say the alley, but the drive there. So the engineers, I was working on on both projects. So we've had joint meetings with the DDA, Mr. Betzalt here, who's working on both projects. So we've got a whole team and all staff. So we're kind of all make sure we're all on the same page as far as who's doing what. There's similar language in the development agreement for 625 Church that, again, to make sure that we improve the plaza and coordinate what we're doing in that. So,
I mean, planters that have urinals built into them. Like, there are lots of things that we can do to improve this space. And it's not every day that the whole thing is going to get redeveloped. So
that's correct.
And they're just small little things. They're not going to add substantial cost to the development, but they will go a long way in placemaking. So hopefully you're picking up what I'm laying down.
Yep.
Do we have other commissioners with comments? Yes, Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I just have a quick question as I'm looking at this on Street View. Also, when you first said Transformer Park, I was like, oh God, no, don't call it that. And I'm like, no, maybe call it that. Like, embrace them. Is it like, I think I'm counting 5 that are existing. You're not adding more.
There is potentially one more being added. We're fighting to take one out, but we have to put one more in for sure.
Okay. This is a silly question. Does DTE allow you to like paint them, like do art on them, or are they actively? I mean, I see they're graffitied in the Street View.
They get painted.
Yes.
They do get painted.
In other municipalities, we have worked with utility provider to do transformer art. Actually, generally, they prefer you to wrap them like with vinyl wrap as opposed to actual paint. We've not gotten that far with DTE yet here, but it is on the list.
That'd be cool. Yeah. I kind of want to encourage you to call it Transformer Park now. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Okay. All right. With that, I think we're going to move on to roll call vote. Again, the development agreement goes to City Council. The site plan ends here. So the A&R City Planning Commission approves the 1208 South University Site Plan Version 4 dated May 30th, 2025 and recommends approval of the development agreement. Roll call vote. Staff.
On the motion as presented, Commissioner Lee.
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Councilmember Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Yes.
And Commissioner Norton.
Yes.
That carries.
Good luck with construction.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move on to other business. Oh, Mr. Kowalski. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you. All right, with that, we're going to go on to section number 10. This is other business. This is the review of the comprehensive plan second draft. We have a staff presentation from Michelle Bennett. With that, we will turn it over to Planner Bennett as soon as she gets settled in. Give us just a second while we switch out some folks. Give us 2 seconds.
I think I'm okay.
Cool. All right.
Okay. We're good to get started? Yeah?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we are. Please proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good evening, commissioners. In your packet, you have a memo from staff that outlines how we've organized your second round of edits for the draft comprehensive plan. So I'm happy to go through the way that we tried to organize this before we get into the specific edits. So you can see here, categories of edits received from commissioners. In the very top table that we will start with are discussion items. These are areas where we would like to get a little more direction or explanation so that we are all on the same page with the rationale and the direction that you want staff to move in.
And that's ideally where we will spend the majority of our time, is on those items. The second category is staff. These are changes, or these are suggested edits that could require some discussion if we'd like to. It's kind of a second tier, but that the argument that was made by the commissioner was clear enough to us where we can take it and move with it. But because it's not just a straightforward, like, add a comma here, we thought we would have this kind of second tier where we can dive into some of these if you would all like to discuss some of them. And then the third are just factual, like we're just going to make them. They are add a citation here, or a very simple change that doesn't have a substantial impact on the meaning or direction of the plan. This does not include everything that was sent to us. So we do have a list of those. So if you feel like something here is super consequential and you would like to discuss it, we can bring it forward. But just know that there was some staff judgment in this, because you can see the document's already 20 pages. So we were trying to go through and use our professional judgment and discretion here to organize them as transparently as possible while balancing, our time and energy in these evenings for making these edits. So again, this is the way we're trying to direct the discussion, but if you feel like there are things you would like to discuss that are not here, we can also do that tonight or at another meeting.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Yeah, Commissioner White, you had a quick comment?
Yeah, just a quick question. Are there high-resolution copies of the maps that you can share?
I have a high-resolution version of the future land use map that I can share.
Please. Thank you.
Okay.
And one was included in the packet as well.
Oh, yeah.
It's not.
That's the highest resolution we have.
But it's more than just what was included in the document.
Got it, thank you. As far as the structure of the review, commissioners, any concerns about just going through the discussions? Just kind of taking it through the organizational format that's there. Okay, with that, Planner Bennett, I think you're good to proceed with your format.
So if we scroll down to the first table that's labeled discussion, chapter 1, we can go in the page order if you'd like, but I wanted to get maybe a final take on these cartoon strips. If anyone, there's mixed reviews. Like, I think we're at the point where it's like, are they in or out? Does anyone have?
I recognize the desire to make the plan accessible. I honestly think they're too distracting, and they raise too many questions. They have me asking, where's this coming from? Who's it reflecting? I think they're problematic. I would just take them out.
Ditto.
I would leave them in because I think they're accessible, and I certainly had a conversation with my wife when we went through it, and she was like, oh, I understand this better now, because she's not, she's more a visual learner. And then my daughter, who has a form of synesthesia, where she experiences emotion based on colors, she realized that whoever did it did a really good job of keeping the color palette in a very lively, neutral, and inviting way.
Are we just going down the table here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would vote to remove them. Thanks.
Okay.
I don't have a preference. Can I not have a preference?
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Straddle. Commissioner Weatherby, any thoughts?
I don't like them. I would vote to remove them, but I do think keeping them as part of a packet or of a kind of a website or some additional information related would be, I don't hate them as an entity. I just don't find them particularly helpful in this document.
So can we just do a quick vote?
Yeah.
Just to be clear, hands that would like
I mean,
to.
it sounds like I'm the only one in favor,
Yeah,
so
I think
there's no
so.
need to.
Is that the case?
Yeah, I think it's
So we're going to get rid of them.
Yes,
Okay.
delete.
Okay, on that same spread, so, well, I put that down as page 18. They span, I think, a few different pages, but I'll make a note to remove all of them. So page 18 and 19.
Can I just ask, are you including just the sort of,
like the strips?
Strips?
The cartoon
Because
strips is what I was referring to.
I also don't like the little people graphics, but I don't, which I would kind of consider part of that, but.
Like the cover page?
Like the cover page. Well, they're just like random people spread throughout that I don't really.
Yeah.
But I don't know if those are considered, that in my head was part of it, but.
Let's resolve it quick. Are there any other perspectives on that? I think the intention was just to add graphic interest, so it's now text. Our current brand is very text-oriented. If we want to remove them, I want to be clear, we are in, ideally, the refining this plan stage, and so I wouldn't ask that if we're going to get rid of them, that they get replaced with anything else. But if there are other thoughts on that.
Oh, yeah, Commissioner Abrams.
I would also support removing them, and I think if I page through here, we have a lot of graphics going on. Like it's not even without them, I think it's a very graphically dynamic document. There are probably places where I like them less than other places where I like them even less, but maybe the easiest thing would be for me to just say remove them. So I would support that.
That's two.
If we remove them, can we replace it with a photo? I just don't want it to be a white page that says Ann Arbor for all with the tree still.
Oh, for the cover?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
I think we can do something else.
So I'm saying I want to remove them everywhere. Right there. I mean, I don't think they're doing anything here on page 2.
They're filling
or 4 or 7.
Okay.
I'm assuming that we'll have another cover. We won't just have a blank cover.
Correct, yeah.
But otherwise, I don't think they need to be replaced with
I'm going
anything
to
in
do
the
like
doc.
a little artist sketch of something.
Right.
No more trees.
No more trees, thank you.
Okay.
I love trees, but every city has a tree as their logo.
Do we need to vote on that?
That's what I'm saying.
I think remove them, and where there might be opportunities to stick photos in if you find a good photo.
Okay.
We're removing the people.
Okay, great. Well, let's stay on this spread for 18 and 19. This does feel like a specific one. It says delete last sentence of first and third paragraph, but it raised a larger issue, I think, in this Ann Arbor Now or Ann Arbor Today, like the kind of snapshot of where we are of these last sentences represent goal or policy statements when what we're trying to do here is just describe where we're at, a description of Ann Arbor Today. So there was a request to remove the last sentence of the first and third paragraph. And I believe that's probably because those are stated elsewhere as well. It's not actually removing that sentiment just from that section.
That was my request, I think. And it just they seemed out of place to me, the statements that were being made.
Okay.
Can you just read, is it the sentences that are,
As
is the city grows?
it should be strategic. That's a goal.
And then strategy should focus on?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the larger question is like, leave the strategies and the policy statements in the sections of the plan where they are designated and leave this here. This is kind of like a data summary of where we are.
Yes. And feel free to jump in, just from a structure standpoint. Yeah, just
Okay,
speak
we're not
freely.
waiting for you?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yep.
I agree with that. I think if we're going to do it, though, then we probably need to carefully scrub the whole section, because I think there are other places besides those two where we're drifting into strategy. Such as? Do you want me to?
No,
do you already know that? Are you nodding
instead
like,
of,
yes,
no,
I know?
I'm nodding saying like, instead of like trying to pick those out right now, if the direction is just keep this data focused and remove like policy level statements, then that would be enough direction, I think, for staff.
Okay, great. So I would support that.
Everybody on board?
I'm okay with that, but can I ask a question that's more about the process of this? And did you say that, so you said that there's stuff in here, or not in here, that's elsewhere? And do you want us to bring it up if we feel it's important and you didn't put it in this document?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Bring it up now or later? I thought we were kind of going through all the discussion things first.
I would say let's go through the discussion things and then and then we'll come back.
Sounds good.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, you only got a few more hours to get through all this.
I know, yeah.
And a whole other meeting.
We should discuss
What?
schedule. Yeah, we'll discuss schedule at some point.
Let's get as far as we can.
Okay. Page 21, there was a suggestion to delete driving more property value out of commercial, office, and retail. Real estate will be important to generate revenue that does not add to the burden on residential taxes. There were actually a couple of comments about this, just that this is unclear. Well, you all can see that there's a column there with the rationale. If you want to read through that, that is the rationale for deleting it. And I feel like this has been an ongoing conversation about this topic, and so it's probably time to decide how we would like to talk about, how the plan is going to talk about the tax base. We could try to explain what it means if that's helpful, like if we could try to clarify it, or if that's helpful, or delete it as is requested.
Still trying to find it.
On page 21.
It starts with delete.
No, driving.
Driving.
Yeah.
Delete. Starts with driving. It was another D word.
Yeah.
Is it, which paragraph is it in? I guess I could just control.
It's the second column on the right, and
top.
last sentence, first paragraph. Driving more property value out of commercial, office, and retail real estate would be important.
Yeah, I guess, and I brought this to the attention because I just think probably page 21 we need to discuss as a commission, because I think we've had it's been mixed on how we want to discuss this topic.
And I also feel like council may have different points of view on this particular, so that's a whole nother kettle of fish, but.
Well, I think we've talked a lot at this table that we are predominantly relying on residential tax base. That is both in sort of residential small r and residential properties that are in our commercial portfolios. But the majority of our tax base is on the backs of people who either own or rent their homes, because those costs ultimately are borne by the people who live in both of those circumstances. Additionally, we are incredibly job focused on the university.
So let me just try to understand exactly what's happening here. So we got 63% of property taxes are being generated out of residential. What we're talking about is the concept of we should diversify our property tax base in order to create, I know somebody said that the word resilience was used like 50 plus times or something like that, but the whole idea is to say, like, if we diversify our property tax base, then for example, like office, not doing so hot right now. Most people are going to appeal their taxes in office. But if we're able to diversify with retail, not necessarily industrial, but with flex and other types of uses, that what we do is we try to reduce reliance and pressure on resi property taxes. The question I guess I have is, sure, I think diversifying tax base makes sense. The The question I have is how to operationalize it. Like, so yes, we agree with that, but who is going to use that particular sentence as a kind of like a justification for making a specific kind of like policy reading of the master or the comprehensive plan? So I'm just trying to think of like, how is that sentence going to get used? I mean, I guess in essence, how I understand it is I agree with diversifying tax base to try to reduce risk. I would say diversify kind of like any kind of revenue sources for any organization, right? So that you can try to be a little bit more resilient. The question I just have is, how is this sentence going to be interpreted and operationalized in the future?
It feels to me too, kind of like what we just discussed, like it's making a policy statement. I'm okay with the page overall, and I'm also okay with, I mean, it's presenting its background, right? But I'm okay with deleting that sentence because I agree with what you just said too. Like I'm not sure what it's accomplishing in this section.
Yeah, I think my concern is if we agree with the overall premise of diversifying the tax base, then shouldn't the plan then follow that? So then that gets us back to the resurrection of districts that we removed. And that is my position, which is why. And then the property tax, like, because I looked this up because I was trying to make sure I understood what it was saying of like overall, like 66% of the property or of the tax revenue is property tax. And then of that, what is the proportion that are large apartment, which actually go into commercial versus 4 units and less, because I don't think we divide all the way down to single unit, though someone could probably run an analysis to tell us how much the single units versus small scale units produce in property tax. But my concern with this is if the goal is a diversification, then that gives credence or credibility or support to resurrect something we've already removed. So
I think you're hitting on like exactly what it is that we need to reconcile as a commission, at least. But
I would also say that you, as part of this, the plan currently recognizes other measures. This commission has said we don't want to use land use to drive this decision. So that's what your recommendation and edits have said thoroughly. But as Mr. Giant came and said, there might be other tools to do that. It might be the use of incentives. It might be the use of other things. It might be the city strategically investing in property or something along those lines. So I think both can be true, actually. I think that this can be a goal, but the city can say, but it's not so critical that we're going to use land use as a tool in order to further it. So I agree, though, generally with the sentiment that I think there's a lot of data here. Striking that sentence doesn't invalidate the background data. It sort of does feel to me in a similar vein of it's sort of dancing into policy discussion. So maybe the answer is just to strike that sentence and let the data live.
Oh, yeah.
I found this page really confusing, the way this was presented, and I gave you some pretty detailed comments, and maybe those are helpful enough. I don't mind. I mean, we clearly are placing an emphasis on the housing crisis, but there's still a lot of room in the plan for developing neighborhood commercial and other things that would have the effect of helping to diversify the tax base. And so, maybe in the spirit of giving a background, I don't think it's a bad thing for this plan to point out how dependent the city is on residential property tax and the University of Michigan. And it's not a bad thing to point out that to the extent there are other land uses and activities happening that would diversify the tax base. That's a pretty straightforward statement. Where I was getting into trouble is, but driving well, first of all, I didn't know what the sentence meant, the way it was written. But it started to sound like a policy goal statement here. So personally, I would be okay just reframing it to point out, adding other things happening in the city could help diversify it, but not have it sound like a policy goal. Does that make sense? And then I found the graphic completely confusing. I think it was mislabeled or something. So please look at my comments and see if
Okay.
I'm helpful to fixing it.
I think what it doesn't do, which is maybe a connection we could make better if you all would like, is like, I think the purpose of highlighting this is to show that like taxes, residential tax is a part of the affordability crisis, right? We've heard a lot of people say that as well. So I don't think it explicitly ties that here, but the reason that one of the reasons we're looking into that is because some people can't even afford the taxes, right? And that's contributing to housing unaffordability. But I guess what I'm hearing is that there is consensus, or we can take a vote on just adhering to this, delete this one sentence.
Yeah, I think there's agreement on that.
Okay.
I don't think there's debate. The thing I would like to add, sorry, and I didn't catch it till we got here, is can we update footnote 4 to actually be the correct source, which is the economic reliance on anchor institutions report from the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, so that people can look that up themselves. It just says the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
It's small.
Okay, got it. Thank you. On this page, actually, that's where the next edit comes, and it is the discussion here of, I think it's the reference to 13% of the land. Where does it say this?
This is me too. I was pointing out that the sentence, most of the city is already developed unless the 13% land is available for redevelopment. That's only if you think that once it's been developed, we're done. And that's an incorrect statement. And it's happened in the plan periodically, and it's a bad framing.
I think what it's missing is it's supposed to say like we're like major new, like there's only enough land, there's 13%. I think they're like larger parcels for a major new development, and not to take away from the fact that like a parcel by parcel could be redeveloped, right? That's actually part of what we're going for in infill.
Well, yeah, I think it's actually getting to the fact that of the land that we are trying to influence through a regulatory structure that's basically zoned, most of it's R1 and R2.
So it could be
Can we say
rewritten.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like when you take the city, so much of it's exempt, and of that, only a relatively small portion. I don't think the term sort of redevelopable is the right term. That is probably redevelopable for a higher density, or there's some characterization of that there's more potential in that, and so maybe just more clarification on that.
I guess I'm pushing back a little bit on the idea that the city is built out.
Agreed. No.
Yeah.
And it's kind of phrasing that suggests that we're built out, we can stop, is not going to help us to deal with the problems we're dealing with. So that's what I was catching when I read this. Yeah.
But isn't there something that's what's driving this, right? Horizontally, we're not.
We've expanded as far as we can go horizontally.
So we are. Our frontiers have reached their extremes. Now we have to figure out how we're going to use those lands, right? So I think, yeah, you're right. Built out is not the right term, but I do think that there's a recognition of that geography is.
Yeah.
That's why everything's going to be hard.
Yep.
Because it's the second time around.
Yeah. So we have
big open spaces.
We have expanded as far horizontally as we can go. And that's a point worth making, but I don't want it to be framed in such a way that therefore we have to stop because there's no place left to develop.
All right.
Okay.
I think we can work on that
So
language.
that was what I was.
Everybody's in agreement, I presume, with that sentiment, though.
Yeah. I think a more careful restatement of this is, I think, appropriate here.
Okay.
So I just have a formatting thing that, I don't know if we've said this, but things like bullets or something might be helpful in this. And I know where we've removed some of the cartoons, maybe there's room, but some of this, I think like if some of these things were broken out as bullet points rather than just paragraphs, it might be a little easier to see or kind of find Like over half of Ann Arbor's budget comes from property taxes. That could be about smaller scale residential property is, like, the paragraphs are a little dense. So that's just, if there's room to do that, but that's just a comment.
Can we back up just 1 second? I think what would help me in the first paragraph when we're talking about Ann Arbor's budget coming 52% from property tax is that there's no baseline reference point there, which says that that's unusual for a city our size, or I have no idea if that's typical for, and I know actually that these things vary drastically state by state based on state law. So, but I think if we're kind of just claiming that that's an extreme without really citing or referencing anything, and I think it would be helpful to have a reference point there, if possible. Thanks.
Okay. And before we move on, one thing that you said a few minutes ago, Michelle, I thought was really important, and I don't know that it belongs in this chapter, but it's sort of a different take on the fact that we have really high property taxes, and that it makes housing that much more unaffordable. Do we talk about that elsewhere? Because I can't remember. And if not, I don't know if, like, what you said was great. So go back and review the tapes.
I think we only talk about it when that conversation we had about, I definitely reference it in the appendix of when property tax becomes uncapped, right? If someone were to move into a new property, and so that new rate could be unaffordable, and it keeps people in homes that we would cycle through. That's the only other discussion I know of. So I can add or tell them to add that point or link it to affordability.
But it's kind of a double-edged sword. So it does keep people in their homes because they can't afford to buy a new thing and then pay the taxes on that thing at the rate that is so shockingly higher to them. But the fact that we rely so much on property tax makes things so much more unaffordable for first-time buyers or entry buyers, whereas it's a significant break for incumbent homeowners. So we could be more precise about the many kinds of.
Yeah.
It makes it more affordable to you if you're already here, but it keeps you in your house that may outsize you. And it's really bad for first-time home buyers because, what do you do?
Yeah, I think if you can work those in, that would be really powerful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just while we're living here.
Page 21.
Yeah, I know. The mayor said something at a neighborhood meeting that I would love for us to process in this section, which is he indicated that our millage rate was actually lower compared to other municipalities, but the value of our property was higher. So that's why the taxes are so significant. And I don't know, it was a statement that he made. So if we think that is a helpful way for people to understand. So we had a commenter earlier who was talking about their taxes. And so I talked to them during the break, and they told me how much they pay in taxes because they just bought last year. And it is at 3 times what I pay for my single family home. And they are okay with that because they recognize we live in a society and we pay for things through taxes, so they're happy to use their taxes to do that, even though they don't have kids that utilize all of the taxes like the schools. But I think it is helpful to process that, and then while we're in this section, if we wanted to make this clearer for folks, the one thing that was helpful for me was the tax production per acre. That often commercial properties produce more taxes per acre. And that has been a helpful sort of understanding of why density has extra benefits. So in contrast, the standard per acre pays more in taxes than Briarwood Mall.
Okay.
Yes, but again, I 100% agree with that, but But those taxes are on the burden of renters. And so that does add to our affordability issues when.
I don't think that's in debate. I agree.
Okay.
And I made that point during the commissioner response period, which is actually our renters are probably paying a higher portion of taxes compared to single dwelling unit owners.
Okay.
While we're living on this page.
We don't have to.
And thinking about, one was comment earlier about where, this is all background explanation I think is really helpful, but where is it headed? And maybe I could have made this comment after the public comments, but we're getting slammed by all of these folks who are creating this straw man that the only way we're thinking about addressing affordable housing is by upzoning everything, and that's not true. The plan is contemplating, we know that there's a housing commission we're working diligently to provide affordable housing. We're doing other things that we should be doing as part of a comprehensive package. I think we should be talking seriously about working with the state to reform the state's tax laws that are causing all kinds of problems. And I don't honestly know what that means. But
the implementation matrix.
So I want this background discussion can be a way to leverage. Our tax system is completely screwed up, and it's making it so much harder for us to figure out how to do affordable housing. Let's explain that in the background here with this little bit more nuanced explanation of how that's working, because then that leverages, we are trying to promote a comprehensive approach to affordable housing, and one of that is going to have to be talking to the state about reforming tax laws. So I want to make sure that we're laying the groundwork for that. Doesn't need to be mentioned here, but it needs to provide the background to justify that as one of the elements. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Chapter 2. Page is dead. We're not living there anymore.
Well, this is a big one, I think. So page 38, the request is, would it be possible to add a page regarding how the plan responds to the takeaways or how established Ann Arbor policies address some of the concerns? And I believe this is also in reference to the Environmental Commission resolution that is linked here in your packet. Let me go to page 38.
Can I ask Councilmember Dish? My understanding was it was just in your packet as a report from commissions. I did not believe you took it up as a resolution.
We absolutely did not pass it.
Okay.
So I don't know why we're responding right now to a commenter, and I forgot to say that in my responses, had said that the council had passed that resolution and we didn't. It's just in there as notes. But
I think council did ask it to be forwarded to the planning commission.
yeah, we definitely might have asked that, but
yeah.
that's different than us passing it. So I don't know.
Is this the right page?
I think I made a comment somewhere about that memo, but it was more to the point of, we have a very strong stormwater overlay district, and I don't know, I mean, I think our tree mitigation is a good rule, isn't it?
Yeah, so just to reset to make sure everybody, I think, very high level, I don't mean to oversimplify any perspectives, but I'm going to. The plan intends to, I think, really double down on what you just said, is that we have a really robust natural features framework that has evolved over time. It's evolved out of past planning efforts, and this plan recognizes that that current state should be maintained.
Yeah.
There are voices that say that no, that should be an area we are continuing to evolve. And to be clear, the city is always considering things like that. We are in the process of looking at our stormwater comprehensive plan. We've talked about some of our infrastructure plans. So there is possibility that out of those things, other recommendations could develop. But I do want to be clear that this plan, in attempting to find this focus on realizing the full development potential of the city, even though geographically we can't, doing so with our current natural features, I think, is a reasonable approach. But I think this resolution comes from a perspective that there are perhaps goals that were identified in the past that will remain unrealized, or that we should really systematically try to march forward on some of those, or go further or farther on some of those. And so, again, I don't want to oversimplify the conversation of the Environmental Commission, but just to level set, that's kind of a bit of a framing of where it is, and I think how that resolution is coming to you in that context.
Yeah, and I'm not advocating for a position. I don't want to say what I'm not advocating for. I'd like to say that what I'm advocating for is, do we have a call-out box, and am I forgetting, where we say some of the highlights of the thing, of the what we would think of as really typical environmental protections, like the stormwater overlay. Like, I'm sure none of I bet less than 1%, fewer than 1% of our residents know that we have that. It is pretty new, and they may not know how amazing it is, and they are worried about flooding, and they should be, because that's going to be a big aspect of climate change in Arbor. So I was hoping we could have a call-out box that says we have that, and then maybe say a few things that's in our current natural features plan, just because I think people hear the rhetoric about, oh, there aren't going to be any trees and we're going to pave over the whole city, and they don't realize that we've got controls on that already. We've been managing that. And does it go far enough for some people? No, nothing ever goes far enough for the person whose value it is. But here are the things that we do, because I think our residents don't always know that. I certainly didn't know that before I started doing this 80 hours a week. Excuse me, University of Michigan, I hope you didn't hear that.
So if you look at page 86, let me know if you think that's sufficient. This was trying to fulfill the request of turning all of the green boxes into more specific programs and policies of the city. And so that is next to the key considerations of resilience and natural features. There's a large green box that talks about urban tree canopy, stormwater planning and development, and biodiversity. Maybe they're not, yeah, page 86. And we can add to some of those if you think they're not all there.
I remember Commissioner Norton giving us some counsel here, which I thought was good, saying that grass is not open space. Like, that was one of the things, or something along the ecological value of grass, and tying that back to like places where the Environmental Commission's note we can adapt, right? So they have a whole section under goal 10, so 10.1 and 2 and 3, and then goal 4, 1 and 4, 2. Can staff just extract out of this recommendation where you think there is already agreement? So like for stormwater, if you plant a rain garden, there's a benefit that you would receive. I think the big thing I struggle with is currently the UDC only cares about this as it relates to commercial properties, not private single detached unit development.
Site plan properties.
Right. So a non-site plan could clear all their trees just today because the UDC doesn't restrict that. So unless we think we should add a new restriction on single detached units to prevent them from doing that, I don't know what direction we can go in.
I mean, I think that's kind of the debate. Is that I think that some of the voices are, yeah, you should do that. You know, so I think that over time there has been a perception that some of that has changed because we've approached our site plan standards. We've made modifications there. That has had some projects that would have in the past gone through natural resource protections that don't, specifically 3-unit and 4-unit developments.
But we don't. The UDC is not interested in single detached units.
It is now not. It is interested. It doesn't require site plan for them.
But so it's at your discretion, right? Because it doesn't
there's
come.
No discretion.
No discretion.
Permits, building permits are required for units up to a single family up to 4 units.
But the UDC doesn't. So what's our tool to speak to a single detached dwelling units, tree canopy, soil compaction.
You would advocate right now, so stormwater applies to all properties, single family and everything, but if you
But
wanted
only
to
on new
regulate
builds,
trees.
right? Stormwater on new builds, I don't mean to interrupt you, but something that's being newly constructed.
Or even at times additions to properties. But if you wanted, the UDC, you're right, the UDC site plan is used as a milestone or a benchmark or a gate in which once that is invoked, we require you to consider your trees.
Right.
The way that this body could impact that is to say, we want that to be looked at for all development. That has not been historically how we've done that.
So a clarifying question, that would be development, that's not existing. So it would not prevent anyone today.
It depends how it's crafted. Like we require site plan for some categories of site just for removing a natural feature.
So the only tool we have is to extend site plan review to a private, non-commercial development.
Or there could be other permit tools, but they would require some regulatory framework, likely articulated in the UDC.
Which seems to be the opposite of what we heard in the neighborhood meetings, which is the encroachment of the city into all of these things. So this is actually quite tricky.
Yeah. So I think coming back to the edit is, I think one observation I have is this is sort of in this chapter 2 highlighting that we have this robust.
Yes.
We do it later in the document, but I think one of the questions Michelle's posing is we do it in the document, but would you also like it here?
I don't see, I am looking at the 86, and it sounds like a lot of goals.
Okay.
There's nothing that straightforwardly says, we have a pretty remarkable stormwater overlay. We are keeping it, we have it, this is what it provides. These are some highlights of our natural features, whatever it's called, plan, or, these are highlights of what we require you to do for natural features. I think that, and this is framed a little bit differently in 86. They do sound like goals. They don't.
Yeah, these probably do need to be rewritten because many of these things are already being done.
Yeah, so if they are already being done, we want to say that and sort of categorize like this.
Well, it
is
says
how
existing city programs to protect and improve.
Yeah, I know, except the way, like, so plan or distribute.
They're not programs, though, yeah.
Yeah, do we do that? Yeah, we do that. So it doesn't, it's hard to tell from the way it's phrased. And this doesn't mention the stormwater overlay, which I think is significant. And it does, I mean, there are, okay, yeah, but I mean, I think I don't want to live here. I think you can look at it but the thing about, I think I had asked if there could be another trigger other than site plan, but I didn't really mean that we should sit here and decide that question, because the fact is that we are trying to streamline development by not having as many site plans, not having as many projects need site plans. So if site planning is a trigger for natural features protection, clearly the folks who look closely at that are worrying that we're pulling back. And so it could be an issue of consider another trigger. There might be some project categories where we'd want a building permit, depending on the extensiveness of something or other. That would not be extending, it would be compensating for things that might be seen as withdrawn. But this is something not to be decided tonight or in the club. It's just to be said we might consider a trigger other than site planning for certain projects, and probably that shouldn't even be in here. But just the idea that we obviously have a commitment to it, and here's all the things is important. So, sorry, I shouldn't have even mentioned like having another trigger, because we don't want to do that.
Let's get back to the document. From where I sit on page 86, I don't see any, I'd actually be in support of at least explaining portions of this that says that the current natural features, explain the natural features transition. To say that the current natural features master plan document that was approved in 2004 is being replaced by this goal. It's shorter, but I think I think staff can use their discretion to say, hey, we can take some of these suggestions and put them in page 86. That helps to explain the context a little bit better. I think, I want to just give credence to this memo. And to me, I'm like, there isn't, the loss of natural features of health, economic, aesthetic, educational consequences. I would say that we should put some of these memos and transition contextual notes into 86. And then also and add some of the programs that we currently already have. So it doesn't have to be like a copy and paste, like drop the entire thing in, but I think there's nuggets of it that are more than actually apt in terms of creating flow and context.
Can I jump in? Sorry. I think I also want to remind us that on pages 5, 6, and 7, we go through all the other plans that are informing this plan, ones which are being
replaced.
Yeah, I requested that whole thing be rewritten, but like ones which are being incorporated, ones which are being retained, ones which we will align with, and I think there are some missing documents here, so we could also add the natural features master plan to this list of plans that we are looking at or continuing to regard. And I think it got dropped, but I also had suggested that we add the RIDE 2045 long-range plan and maybe the DDA. Like, it seems like there's other things that may be missing here too.
It might be under the staff. Like, it might just be under changes we said, sure, we'll do.
I didn't see it there.
Okay.
That's not my main point.
Okay.
My main point is like maybe the natural features plan should
To be clear, are you
in this
proposing that
list.
we retain the natural features plan rather than replacing it? Well, that's, Commissioner Abrams, that's what I want to get clarification on.
Oh, actually, sorry, I didn't see it on the list. I thought it was missing altogether.
No, I think
I see it there. Well, if it's going to be replaced, then, yeah, never mind. Ignore me.
Let me get back to the original question was, would it be?
I want to speak to
Oh,
the original
sure,
question.
sure thing. Yep, that's
Your
fine.
question on page 38, this all got started because you were asked, can we add a breakout? So I have one question and then a suggestion. The question is, you also provided in the packet a summary of the feedback you've heard more recently. Should that be folded into this?
It can't, we can, I think we can do that. I think you'll find a lot of it's pretty similar.
Yeah, so I would fold that feedback into this presentation, and then I think everything that's being raised is addressed somewhere in the plan, right?
From the Environmental Commission resolution?
Well, all of these boxes, there is something in the plan that's responding to all of the summaries of key themes and takeaways, right? I would just add underneath each bullet, parenthetically, see these parts of the plan. Or,
see page
in other words,
86.
don't do a whole, see page 86.
Yeah.
I'm trying to respond to the comment.
Yes.
Somebody asked, can we respond to these right here? And I separately through a separate page, and my response would be, no, that's
just make a
repetitive.
reference.
Just make a note of where these things are spoken to in the plan.
And I guess that is my comment, that the answer is no, I don't want to add a page on 38, but rather just add references. And then in response to the Environmental Commission memo, buff it and use some of that material in page 86 and create just a reference. So I don't think we need to add a new page. Does that help to clarify?
Yeah, I'm trying to respond to the question.
Yes, same.
And I would fold in the feedback that you've shared with us tonight from the most recent round. Then the other question I've asked Michelle, but and you've told me that there's a long list of a more detailed array of public engagement activities that you've been documenting.
Oh,
where is that going to go?
So if you've noticed, chapter 3 is not on here, and that's because that's the engagement section, and we're currently, I think we're envisioning it as an appendix that really outlines every single activity that we did, our outreach method, the summary of what it said about how many people showed up. And so I think we felt like that's going to answer many of the questions that came up from commissioners about engagement for chapter 3. That is close to done. but it's like 70 pages.
Cool, bless your hearts.
Put it as an appendix and just reference it, and then just flesh this summary of key themes and takeaways by adding in whatever, if there's anything more in the most recent edition you guys just shared with us to fold into this. And if you can, I mean, we heard some pretty powerful statements on both sides tonight of the debate in the public comment. All of the issues. I mean, there were some very articulate. We're getting more. So I have to say, a lot of the public comments were getting. There's a lot of speculative statements and a lot of straw man arguments and a lot of name calling and a lot of ad hominem attacks, and that's frustrating. But there are also a lot of credible statements about the challenges we're facing and folks both promoting more density and development because they see the benefits and folks who are really concerned about what could happen. And I just want to make sure that all of those sensibilities are recognized here. So you did a shot of that in the thing that you shared in the packet tonight, but there were some more comments tonight that I thought were insightful. So it's worth just a quick spin through.
Yeah, we will. Keep in mind that's trying to aggregate, but if there is something new that we think is worthwhile, we can look at that.
Yeah. And then make sure that's reflected, and then just note here, housing affordability, see chapter 3 or whatever.
Well, yeah, let's make sure, can you repeat back what you have taken from this, and I'll...
Yeah, so what I am hearing is continue to make sure that 38 is inclusive of the language and representative. To be clear, that is summaries and takeaways that we've been talking to people for years now. And so yes, we will consider the comments that I heard tonight and that we have reported on to try to make sure that those are framed. It's not going to be a tally. But we will make sure, we will review those. And then as indicated, the other piece I'm hearing is when possible, make a more direct connection. Like, hey, if you see this when we're talking about sustainability, you might be most interested in these other portions of the plan. Well, that's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing add a new page about natural features. I'm going to reserve the right, maybe we want to call out natural features more so as one of those takeaways, because right now I think it's sort of rolled a little bit into sustainability and quality of place.
Could certainly do that, yeah. No, I was trying to make a simpler suggestion because what I was hearing was, can we respond to some of these here? And I don't think this is the place to respond to them here. I think you can say, for this theme about housing and affordability, after that paragraph, this is addressed in chapter 3. Yeah. So now they've got a signal, this is what I'm really worried about. Where do I go in the plan to find it? I'm just trying to, does that make sense? Yeah, okay.
Well, and I also think one of the things that I've been hearing a lot from people on sustainability is if you build to the lot line, people will take down all the trees. Mm-hmm. And the thing is people could do that now on a single family home. They could take down all the trees on their lot. But that's something that I hear over and over and over, and that's not going to be reflected in here because it's not really a piece of this. So how do we respond and say, well, there is sustainability features when like 30 people are really worried about changes in the setbacks, removing all the trees in the city, and like how do we use this as a, how do we refer back to this when that it's not a, I mean, it could happen on a site, but it could happen on sites now. And so, like, if that's somebody's main concern, how do we respond to that and say, well, there's sustainability in the plan, but to refer them to that, that's not going to feel like enough.
Well, short of you prioritizing one of those over the other, I don't know that the plan can do that.
Right.
I mean, that is a fundamental fact. If we are more flexible with setbacks, you have the potential to likely realize more units, which is going to create more sustainability from a transportation perspective, from a proximity perspective, maybe from an energy efficiency perspective. That is going to result in less spaces on a site for natural resources to be retained, potentially. Still going to have to meet our requirements, still going to have to meet our stormwater, but
I think maybe that's kind of the key, is it's not like there's nothing. It's not like everybody's just saying, oh, fine, you can do whatever you want. You can pour grease down the water. You can do, like we still have requirements and still have standards and it may not be relative to a particular tree, but overall, that's still a key part of our.
we still regulate landmark trees and woodlands, and but I think you're hitting on a real, as you said, that's what you're hearing a lot of. That's a lot of tension, right? Because there are trade-offs. My planning book is going to be, you can't have it all. Like, it's really hard to accomplish everything everywhere.
On one side.
So
I think that residents appreciate honesty about there are trade-offs. And so one of the edits that I gave was, let's give them a real box about, we got solarized. There are going to be some trade-offs, but they aren't all going to be zero-sum. I think this one is a good one. The density, greater density versus some loss in some places of natural features, and yet we still regulate these 5 things. That kind of a call-out box could be helpful.
Yeah.
Like where resident feedback has identified a tension that is just there. Let's just tell them, we get it. I know.
So what's the suggestion?
Well, the suggestion is that call out about somewhere, whether it's 86, which builds on that, but to frame it as, growth will mean some trade-offs with respect to natural features, but nonetheless, the city has the following protections. I know, but it's true though, right? And rather than leaving a vacuum where we don't talk about the tension, then we leave a vacuum and we get really big statements about how there won't be any trees left. And that is impossible given our regulatory framework.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of, I would like to respect the intelligence of an arborites who can see tensions, and then we may not all agree where we come out on that, but that'll get worked out, and some of that'll get worked out in zoning.
I just read that we're quite smart.
Did you?
96% of everyone over 25 has a graduate or a college degree in Ann Arbor.
Wow.
The next closest city is Madison with 49%.
We beat Madison.
Wait. Chapter 4.
Chapter 4?
Yes, let's move on to chapter 4 because we're on page 2 out of 19.
Well, we're hoping to only get to page 5-ish.
Do you want to add something?
There may be, I think there are, I just want to say this, there are multiple things going on here. There will be trade-offs that we need to be documenting and to do a better job of that. I think there are situations where people don't realize that there are protections in place that aren't changing. So it's worth pointing that out, that there's nothing in this plan that's going to eviscerate the current protections that are in place for trees.
Exactly.
And there are also places where there aren't current protection for things that you maybe think there are, but in fact a developer right now could come in and do. And so there's a lot of confusion that way. So my wife is going to really regret this, but I can take a shot. I've been taking notes of where I think some of these tensions are and where some of the confusion is, and I'm happy to take a shot. And maybe we can craft, maybe with help of some other commissioners, we can craft a call-out box that kind of just talks about those things. Would that be helpful?
I'm happy to be your editor.
Because I agree. I mean, we should just be upfront and put it on the table and say, look, we're trying to balance here.
Yeah, I think there would probably be several of them, like maybe 4 key ones, maybe. And I would say a separate call-out box for each, where the solarize is one, this issue of trees is another. We can think about it. And if it is helpful to have commissioners draft text, there are a lot of really smart people in this room.
96% of
Yes.
Oh, whoa, who's the 4%?
Chaos.
Chapter 4?
Oh, we're getting punchy now.
Okay, so page 52, this is when we get into, chapter 4 is where we have our key considerations, what we've heard, and our goals. So the comment here is referring to multifamily residential. If this occurred in all of the current developable lands, how close would that get toward meeting the projected demand for additional housing? And I think this stems from, I believe it would be like a focus on corridors in downtown first, if we could see if we could meet all of our housing demand by starting there first before entering into the neighborhoods.
I just want to jump in and say, I think, I understand the nature of this comment, I think, but the bigger idea of the plan, as I understand it, is an acknowledgement that this wouldn't happen. So, like, in other words, we don't get to cherry pick where and how quickly and what kind of development happens. So what we're trying to do is a kind of like multi-prong inclusive approach that will encourage over time. We know it'll take a lot of time, different kinds of development in different parts of the city. So in some ways I worry that providing this kind of number will be misinterpreted or mishandled. If that makes any sense.
So I will tell you all this. I raised this question. It's pretty clear to me that the thing that is really causing controversy in this city is because, I mean, there are a lot of concerns people are raising, but it's the property owners in the single-family neighborhoods who are just convinced that what we're doing will destroy the single-family neighborhoods for no good reason, that it won't generate the kind of housing that we need, it won't meet those demands. And we never really speak to that. And the only clear statement I find in the plan is we're doing this because City Council instructed us to do it, which is not a good reason by itself. It's closer to say we're going to spread the burden out and everybody has to contribute. I honestly think it's entirely possible for us with good design standards. There are lots of places, like we heard this over and over again tonight, there are lots of neighborhoods in this city that have multifamily structures mixed in with single-family homes, and it's perfectly fine, and it makes for a fine neighborhood. So I don't think I accept the idea that single-family residential neighborhoods are sacrosanct and that they can't be desirable places to live if there's a quadruplex. But we're still not really responding to the concern that I'm hearing that you haven't explained to me, a lot of the folks who are unhappy, why my neighborhood has to be sacrificed for the larger city good. I'm not framing it that way, but I'm telling you that's what I'm hearing folks say. And I'm trying to figure out what's the credible response to that. And I know we're not going to satisfy everybody, but there are a lot of folks who are troubled by what's going on, and they don't think we've sorted through the analysis.
But I don't think, I understand that. But I don't think providing the data about if every single currently available lot was developed with multifamily residential that would be allowed, how many units that would produce is going to address that concern. So that's what's here on.
Yeah, so maybe I didn't state that well enough. I mean, I'm just trying to get at how can we do some analysis to credibly answer that.
Well, also,
concern.
that's the assumption that people who live in those areas don't live in neighborhoods, which I reject, because those are also neighborhoods. I live in a neighborhood that is one of those neighborhoods, like Mr. Vincennes was saying, like it puts more pressure on, which I think it's fine. Like, I don't mind living next to a tall building, so it's not a big issue for me. But I think when you say, oh, well, we're going to put it here and not in the neighborhoods, those are neighborhoods.
In the single-family neighborhoods.
And, but I also, in my position on the ZBA, one of the things we had is everybody talks about the Community Land Trust. Well, the Community Land Trust came to ZBA this week to say, hey, we're trying to get these houses because we're going to do a duplex, or we're going to do an ADU So they're getting land and then do an ADU, so that means 2 lots or 2 dwelling units. And if they could have 4 dwelling units on each, then the people who come here and say they really like the community land trust, like, why wouldn't we support that instead of having to go through zoning board of appeals to try to get something, and those are in single-family neighborhoods. And we get a lot of people coming and saying, we really like the community land trust. Well, we are making it more expensive and more difficult to build. And we have a lot of people coming to say they like that idea of a community land trust. So if we're saying, okay, we can only do this in certain areas of the city, then again, we reduce a lot of our flexibility. If we're saying, no, we're only going to develop in certain areas. Now, I understand, and I do think that it is, some of it is people assume that multifamily housing is some type of housing that has certain types of people or certain types of sounds or smells or cars or whatever it is that people are worried about. But I think it's important that we don't kind of say, oh, yes, your fears are totally founded, because I don't personally think those fears are founded. And that it's more of maybe people want this type of neighborhood. We're still going to have different neighborhoods that have different feels and different building types. And so I don't know. I have a hard time with like, oh, we're just going to pay attention to the neighborhoods, because I think every resident.
But that's not what I'm saying.
No, I know you're not saying it, but I think people are, of like single-family neighborhoods are a certain thing. And I'm not sure that single-family neighborhoods are a certain thing. Every neighborhood has a feel and what's comfortable to them and a norm. And I think splitting out certain single-family neighborhoods as not as important to build, it just, maybe I'm not expressing myself well, but it just feels very like continuing the pattern that we've had over the last 60, 70 years.
Let me see if I can answer your question very specifically, because I think what you're asking is, of the 13% of land that is not, public right-of-way, historic, R1, R2, there's 13%, that's 2,400 acres. I think what your question is trying to get at is, if all of that was maximally developed, would that solve?
Or credibly developed, would that get us anywhere close to what we think our housing needs are for the next number of years?
If I could jump in, I don't think it meets our goals, because part of our goal is to provide a lot of different housing typology, and to maximize, even at regardless of what that numbers are. I think part of the approach of this plan is we've only built 2 kinds of housing for a long time: single-family detached and apartments. And I think a big part of this is we want to broaden that portfolio of housing that's available, and to say that regardless of what quantities may or may not come out of just the transition or hub zones, that is really limiting. That's really limiting it's limiting our ability to widen our portfolio of housing typology. But I 100% agree, because at neighborhood meetings, that's a big question. How many units are going to be built in my neighborhood? And I don't have an answer, and I try to be honest with people, say, I don't know, but part of this is trying to build the flexibility so that there are choices that property owners, builders can make.
But I also think it's choices that potential residents can make too, right? Like there's this argument that like don't ruin our single family neighborhoods because they're the places with backyards, and that's why people want to live in Arbor. And I feel like it's very exclusionary to say only people that can afford this. People should live on the, as I said in my speech earlier, people should just live on the corridors then. Like that, but people might want to live in a duplex and still have access to that yard. And I think that's the important part of why we're trying to build up everywhere.
Okay, and I'll also add to that. I mean, I frame this sometimes, whose property rights are we going to favor? My property rights or my neighbor's property rights? Because someone living in a single-family neighborhood saying, we're not going to let this change, is basically saying, I'm not going to let you do something different with your property because I like it. That you're keeping it that way. So even, it's a complicated dialogue, and there are different perspectives to take. I guess the point I'm trying to make is, in all of the arguments that you're laying out here, I think are good responses, but I haven't seen that in the plan clearly articulated. Why is it important to add more housing types to the single-family neighborhoods? They're the ones showing up complaining, why are you doing this to me? And there's not a good response for them in the plan, and I'm trying to figure out what that good response is. And what I was trying to do here was get to one way to answer it. So,
yeah. I think the totally good response is what Brett just said.
Or just...
But get it in the plan in a more, like you said,
punchy.
You can't point to it in there.
Punchy way.
Point to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think housing diversity is in the plan, but...
It's pretty well hidden, and it's...
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it just needs to be...
Sure. I mean,
And-
I think we could bring
yeah.
it forward on 52 without having to accept the premise that exclusionary zoning is being sacrificed. That's the thing that I have a strong objection to, is the idea that we accept the premise that it's being sacrificed.
That the single-family neighborhoods are being sacrificed.
Well, I'm going to say that it's exclusionary zoning as opposed to single detached unit housing. I think we can say that our goal in our city is to create more diverse housing types for more people citywide.
Throughout the city.
Because I want the folks who have to drive in to my neighborhood to go to our elementary school to be able to live in our neighborhood, because I want the kids that my daughter goes to school with to be in the neighborhood so she can go biking with them. And that can't happen even if we took the 13% of developable land and put all of the units on it. It still denies that fifth grader the opportunity to have all of the amenities that we benefit from because we were lucky. It really is luck. We got here in 2006 and bought the house, and it was affordable at that time. And in my neighborhood, the for sale houses have now just crossed $800,000. And that's the first time that they have reached that number in my neighborhood. And those houses, when they were built in 1967, were sold for $25,000.
Okay, so, and I want to riff off of that. I mean, I'm totally with you. I think, too, that we can make a good faith argument that we can figure out how to do this in a way that won't destroy the neighborhoods. I mean, with good design and some thoughtfulness, we can increase the diversity of housing types in all of the neighborhoods so they're more inclusive and diverse. But we need to make sure we do that in a way that's not overly disruptive. And we're already talking about that by doing the setbacks and the things like that. And I know, and I'm already anticipating what we're going to hear. Folks are going to say, but I want it all detailed in great gory detail in the plan. Talk about it now. Pause the plan. And my response to that, I think, is no, that's actually something that's better done through the UDC revisions, where the specificity is more appropriate to think about. But that means we're going to have to commit, I'm committing the city, to taking the time and effort to make sure that when we get to that stage, we really are thoughtfully thinking through how are we going to take this policy goal articulated in the plan and make it workable through the zoning ordinance.
So let's just sum. So I think there's a consensus emerging that this request, your edit request, goes out. But there is a desire for a forceful statement of why we're doing citywide. And there is a nice supporting graph. I think Brian Chambers pointed this out to us in the appendix that you made, which is the kind of things that aren't getting built anymore, and it's 2 to 4 unit things. And that's a great illustration of a loss of housing diversity. And it's a good illustration of a loss of housing diversity that creates an affordability issue. So I thought that could be pulled into the text at some point, the body of the plan, to make this argument that we want to make directly and forcefully, that we want diverse housing, and that is a factor in affordability and accessibility, because they're not the same thing, but yeah.
Okay.
That's how I was interpreting these edits. We're not going to do any sort of projection of the bill out just of the 13%, but a more concise version of the conversation we just had, why it's important to increase housing opportunities broadly across the city for a variety of experiences, desires, and ultimately choices by people.
Yeah, and I think for me, it's vitally important that we do not accept certain premises. I think we have to talk about this positively and not with a negative frame and accepting a negative frame, because we cannot properly defend our action against someone reading what we're doing as negative. So we are making a different decision. We're saying we want to open the neighborhoods to more people. We want those who have been historically excluded to have an opportunity. We can't control that because the city doesn't build enough city-built housing to ensure it, but we can enable the possibility for it to exist. And we do not accept the premise that what we're doing is destroying something. So for me, I think it's about how we articulate it. It's about more neighbors sharing access to what we all benefit from. That's it. Like, we talk about that. And I work so my church is in Ward 3. I live in Ward 4. We are zoned office next to M1, but across the street is a PUD with several hundred units of housing. And that, 50 in Avalon, how many in yours? 120, what did I say? Several hundred? 170 units of housing. Thank you, Commissioner Hammerschmidt. And that's going to be a neighborhood. And so the idea, I met with those neighbors when I advocated for those 13 acres to be sold to Veridian when the county was conducting that process. And the neighbors shouted me down. They called me names. They said, "You're ruining our community." They wanted to tax themselves to buy the land so that it would stay undeveloped. And now they're all going to benefit from having those properties there, from having those neighbors there. I do not accept the premise that what we are doing is destroying our neighborhoods. We are making our city better for everybody.
Okay, I think our direction's clear.
Yep.
Okay, so the next one is on page 60, which I think is a pretty straightforward edit here, would be changing building form controls, as that's not a industry standard term. That's easy enough. There was a suggestion we should either say form-based code and include it in the glossary, which we can do. I think we just brought this up to touch on form-based code and make sure as a concept that we're all on the same page about what that means and that you have seen what was added into the plan. I think we had asked them to include examples of what that means. I think this is just a check-in here about this larger concept. Only because, again, this is another thing that we hear a lot from the public. I think there's confusion about what form-based code means. So it should be included in the glossary. That's an easy change. But are we all comfortable with how we've defined it?
Where is the definition of it?
Sorry, there's no definition in the glossary, but there's the bullet points of what examples include.
Is that in the?
sorry, that's not on page 60. I'm not being very clear. On page 60, the suggestion is to change building form controls. I think that's an easy one. I think we just brought up form-based code here to make sure that we're okay with that, and I will have to find what page that's on. It's probably...
So while you're finding that, I submitted some additional comments like a few days after my first comments, and so one of the additional comments that I submitted was to revise the definition of form-based code. So maybe we could discuss that now. Because I think right now it uses the term neighborhood character and character of the neighborhood, which I would like to scrub.
I believe that that's in the staff edits that we will make that. We will do that.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay, then never mind. Great.
If the phrase is going to be used here, there should just dash dash such as da 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 dash dash. Even if we've defined it somewhere else, if it's coming back in here, we don't want people to have to cross-reference. We want to remind them that means this kind of thing. Form-based code would mean if that's what we're saying here.
So that's on page 118. Now, in the second column, it says form and site considerations, and then the second bullet point is form-based regulations to consider. This is something we had asked be included.
We should move it then.
I think if we wanted to satisfy Commissioner Dish's thing, I think in the body of the text on page 60, where it now says building form controls, we could say form-based code, parentheses, regulations that limit or control the form of a building, or something like that,
or this kind of regulation.
A more descriptive regulations that limit or control the form of a building, such as...
You tell me.
Well, we can figure it out.
You're the architect.
Well, it would be like step backs, or it could be really anything.
And that has to be translated for them too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We can wordsmith it later. You can do it, but that would be easy to do there.
Yeah.
So what would your definition of form-based? What is the definition? of form-based code?
I think we just, in the interest of time, you wrote it, right?
I wrote it, and apparently
it's in the second table under staff edits. I believe I would have just copied over what you suggested.
Thank you.
Okay, on this same page, page 60, the suggestion was the city will need to review and rewrite the zoning code and also streamline the development review process to support affordability goals and more easily develop 2-unit to 4-unit missing middle housing whose production has declined over the past decade. Provide empirical evidence. So is this, I don't know, Councilmember Dish, I don't want to call you out, but this is similar to what you just said about the table or the graph that I had made. I'm wondering, I don't remember who submitted this, but if this is just a reference to including that?
It's not just that, it's also adding this sentence just because, and I'm not, as I look at it, I'm not sure if this is the place for it, but zoning alone, just changing the zoning isn't going to be enough. Right, to get missing middle housing. We also need to review and rewrite the zoning code and also streamline the development review process.
Well, that is a part of the zoning.
That is, isn't it? Yeah. So maybe whatever, but just that we acknowledge that there are other things that add cost other than zoning. There's that, and obviously there's market and there's costs of finance. We can't do anything about that. That's out of our hands. But there are other things in the city process that add costs, and that's the review process. It was something that came up in the literature a lot. So acknowledging that we know that and that we know we have to do that, and we are doing that.
So is this sentence, you think you're asking us to add this sentence?
I think I am.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how. I think I stopped being clear at some time when I was writing all my edits.
That's okay.
So I think I am.
Okay, so adding...
Yeah.
Is
everybody in agreement?
Yeah, we're discussing this.
I'm still trying to catch up.
On page 60.
It's page 16, I think, the factual edits, the second glossary term.
Oh, are you talking about the form-based code?
Was that what you were looking for?
Commissioner Norton,
No,
the
I
form
was-
base? Oh, okay.
You're back now to page 60?
I think I'm back on page 60.
Okay, so the request is just for us to add this sentence here that is about streamlining the development review process to support affordability of 2 to 4 unit housing.
Yes. So I
Where would that get added?
Yeah, I'm not sure that 60 is the right page, so it's confusing to me that that's where I thought it should be put. But I'm sure that there's a place you can find for it. It's just acknowledging something that we know to be true. It's somewhere. I can find it. I'll find a better
But like
place. for it.
streamlining the development review process is like that's a big thing. That's for
It is.
lots of scales of building and development that applies kind of broadly. Then it feels weird to combine that with something that's specifically just about 2 to 4 unit housing. So I don't
Well, actually, we're hearing a little, in the economic development report, folks that are trying to do that size of housing say that they suffer the most from our really clunky development review. Like, if you have deep pockets and you're building, an 18-story building, it doesn't, you can deal with a 6-month delay or a year delay, but if you're, if you're a lower scale developer, this knocks you out of Ann Arbor. You're not going to build here anymore. We heard that.
Okay.
What about page 62 where we talk about missing middle housing specifically?
I'm sure that is what where I meant it to go.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
All right, I'll change that.
Yeah,
Is there
I'm
any
sorry.
way in this section to have like pre-approved plans? Like, do we address that?
So that's definitely in the implementation matrix, but I would have to double check under what strategy that
I
would
think
fall.
that can help in this area, because if there were already form-based structures that someone could pick up, go into a specific area, and they know that this is going to get approved, it makes it easier, because as I echo Commissioner Dish's comment around the delays. So once something goes into stream, they're supposed to get staff response within 2 weeks. And I think something for us to track is how consistently are developers getting staff responses within 2 weeks? Because I don't think that's happening from the consensus. It's more like it could be up to 3 months. And so I think that addresses directly what we just heard from Commissioner Dish. So how do we don't necessarily have to capture it here, but I would like us to highlight it, because I think that's what is creating some of the problems with us being able to develop some of this missing middle housing.
So I'm going to risk being a stick in the mud, but I want to go back to the tension we were just talking about not long ago, which is we're trying to promote more development, but we're not jettisoning our controls to make sure it happens right or well, or it's well crafted or well designed. So makes sense to me to be thinking about streamlining the process, but I don't want to signal that we're going to just remove if you're going to build a 4-unit structure, you can do whatever you want and there's no control on you now.
That's not what we're talking about. We are talking about the city bureaucracy and the infrastructure costs that are passed on to developers. I mean, the testimony is all over the economic development report, and then it's in one of the things that is reviewed in the appendix. This guy interviewed a bunch of developers, and they said, you want to know what really costs us money? It's cities don't process stuff.
So I get that too. And
This isn't about relaxing regulation. This is about streamlining bureaucracy, maybe we should say. I don't know, but...
So the point I'm trying to make is we should also make clear this isn't about relaxing regulation.
We could say those words specifically, sure.
That's what I'm trying to get across.
Yeah, we could for sure say that.
Mr. Leonard is giving me a funny look.
We are.
Yeah, I would push back a little bit. To streamline development, I think the goal is to be more clear about what our expectations are, communicate those effectively so that people can meet them efficiently. And I want to be clear, when we're talking about, this has been the conversation about the design review board. It's been conversations about upgrading our transportation review standards. Sometimes that process is trying to find ways to improve the outcome of a project. And particularly when you start talking about form-based, I don't want to say it's impossible, but pre-approved plans for a form-based step-back district seems really hard to me. Not impossible, but when we start having a district that's very responsive to its surroundings, we just have to be pretty careful about what we're doing in that regard. And so I do want to be clear, like, I agree with this conversation that we can be more clear, but that means we have to set very specific expectations, like whether it's transportation review, whether it's solid waste review, whether it's our building architecture review. We are still, for example, adding, as part of our recent changes, people still have to submit design guidelines. We're still going to review them to our design guidelines. They're still not binding. So streamlining the development process would, I would say, take that a step further and eliminate that requirement. There's costs associated with doing that if there is no requirement, but that is going to be perceived by some as perhaps eroding the quality of design in the city. And so I just want to be clear that I think it's like we're saying, it's complex.
So how do we reconcile that? I totally get, Commissioner Weiss, your concerns about not wanting to frame things and letting people get away with saying, you're destroying my neighborhood. I totally get that. And particularly when you're thinking about it from the implications about the kinds of people that will be moving in. That's not a good way to think about it or frame it, and we shouldn't go there. At the same time, people are saying, I'm really worried that someone's going to build a 3-story structure 10 feet from my house. And we've been saying, no, that won't happen. There are regulations in place that will prevent that kind of thing from happening.
I don't know. I mean,
Not that particular comment.
Yeah, I don't think we've made those decisions. I think the thing that Commissioner Abrams said is there's not going to be a 85-foot mid-rise right on the property line next to your house.
Which means there are design standards in place that take account of the kinds of disruption that people are most scared about.
For an 85-foot mid-rise, which is only currently permitted in transition. So that doesn't address the proximate concern around the folks that are in R1, R2, because today you can build a 35-foot high, Bigfoot. So you there's pictures right now, if you go on social media, of neighborhood starter houses being subsumed into a Bigfoot, and there is nothing for the neighbor to do to stop that except for buying the land themselves and then not developing on it.
So one of those places where actually people could do what you're worried about right now, right?
Yep.
So where and when are we going to provide that kind of understanding and clarification so folks get what's happening? And where do we decide we need to, here's a good place, we're talking about putting step back requirements in. How are we going to do that, and when are we going to do that? If not in this plan, what I'm trying to figure out is how can I tell people, we hear you, we are thinking about that, we're going to take care of it, we're just not going to get into that gory level of detail here.
Well, that's what we've been saying since the very beginning, is that I'm sorry you feel uncomfortable with the level of vagueness, but this is a visionary document, and that we will get to those in the UDC update, because that's the truth. We're not going to outline here specific height backs, setbacks, heights, whatever. Whatever.
I totally get. So I'm trying to, and this is a complicated long-term process, and you make decisions at different stages of the game. And I'm just trying to frame it out and anticipate where are we going to deal with what, and how do we frame it so that we're heading in the right direction.
Is this in reference to page 62?
Well, I'm responding to the potential statement that we're going to streamline processes to make things go more quickly, which I totally am on board with. I get that developers, especially local developers, are frustrated. Yeah. I don't want to say we're going to eliminate all requirements so that anything can get built anywhere, and we're not going to deal with the kind of...
I don't think this plan says that.
No, but that's what people are hearing. So how do we add language to make it clear we're not saying that?
Yeah, and I think this falls in that same category. Actually, council's already directed a lot of this work, and it is to streamline the development review process, but I think it's, maybe that's a place that we can go to look for that language. It is, how do we apply our regulatory framework in a more efficient, frankly, quick manner? Because if we maintain what standards we have now, but we can do it faster, that's actually going to help with housing production, full stop. And so I think that's a big part of the resolutions that came out of the economic development report, which is also now incorporated in this by reference. But so that's one way to
so
look for that
maybe go look
language.
for that language. So I guess, I mean, what it's boiling down to is it's fine to add language that in the plan, we're saying we need to streamline to make it more affordable because it doesn't slow developers down. But we also recognize, we're not jettisoning regulations that would apply to control that development.
Sure, we can totally say that. Another thing that might just help, I mean, because I think this is a simple, straightforward point, and I think we've already legislated a bunch of these. They've already gone through. Let's just quote the dumb source that's in the appendix, that's in the lit review appendix. Like, we know this is one thing people say, and we know. Or something like that. I don't know. Or just toss it out. But I feel like we are getting into really interesting debates, but it's really late, and we've got to focus on these edits because we need to get this back to the consultant so that it can come back to us so that we can approve it. And so I'm worried about us. I'm not faulting anyone for not moderating anything, but I'm wondering if we need to focus more on the edits, and then if there are things that we still think we haven't really addressed, we have another meeting where we could talk more about broader issues. But
let me do this. I think what I'll do is we're going to go back to the Roberts rules, kind of like let me call on folks. And on this particular one, the sentence already exists. It says the city will need to review and rewrite zoning code and also streamline the development review process to more easily develop these types of different housing. That's already on page 60, and the edit that is proposed is to say to support affordability goals and to more easily develop 2 to 4 unit housing whose production has declined over the past decade. That is what I want to focus on, nothing else. So because this sentence already exists, who is in favor of specifying supporting affordability goals and 2 to 4 unit housing and calling that missing middle? Because that also, I just want to point out, does not actually align with the exact definition that's in the glossary.
It's much broader. Right. Missing middle is generally broader than 2 to 4 units, but that is a particular typology that we've called out in the appendix as having shrunk over the last 10 years. So I think that's why that was suggested.
I would suggest, in line of what you're saying, is that I would support missing middle, strike 2 to 4 units, and if you wanted to reference them, do it with a footnote to where they are in the glossary, or make a note to say that these are the types of dwellings that have been lost over the last 20 to 30 years.
Okay, got it. All right. I would like to take a vote on that just to keep things moving, because we are... Okay.
Sorry, where is that existing sentence?
It's on page 60. It is on
60. Okay.
60. Yep.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
First paragraph. Yeah. So again, because I don't want to debate the merits of the actual sentence itself, it already exists in the plan. So the only change that's currently proposed is specifying supporting affordability and then making it easier to do 2 to 4 units. All those in favor of making the change?
Which change? Sorry, to clarify.
To clarify, it would be to add support affordability goals and more easily develop 2 to 4 unit housing.
Okay, so you didn't take up what I just said, which was to say missing middle and then strike the
2 unit. Oh, I thought you were saying strike the missing middle.
No, you said the opposite, so that's fine.
To say missing middle and strike the 2 to 4, and then reference those in a footnote.
And I'm okay with that too. It doesn't have to be 2 to 4.
Yes, I have support for that.
No.
Support for it.
No, I'm looking at me. I'm
Yeah. Okay, got it. Well, let's just take a vote. This is with respect to saying the city will need to review and rewrite the zoning code and also streamline development review process to support affordability goals and to more easily develop missing middle.
Instead of what it says right now.
Yep. All right.
That's fine.
All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 2. Okay.
Okay.
So, all right, let's move on. All right, the next one is delete 5.1 and all references to the policy goal of diversifying the economy and tax base.
Yeah.
I will take this one up first because I've always maintained that a city comprehensive plan that looks at the next 20, 30 years needs to have a keen focus on diversifying economic base. We take it for granted that we have a very robust and innovation-driven center, but we need to continue to focus on that. And this is something that I think Joe Giant came and spoke to Commission about. So I don't agree with this proposed edit, and we'll be voting against it. Who wants to speak in favor of it? I'm guessing. Commissioner White. Yep.
I think I've said it a dozen times at the table. I just think, in principle, I agree with what you're saying, is that if we were just making a broad statement, yes, we want to diversify the economy and the tax base. But I don't think it is helpful because of what it leans towards, which is the creation of these opportunity or these employment zones or a light industrial only zone as a means for us to try to do it. I think we're in a very unique situation with the university being here as a primary job creator, and I think we're working with the environment that we find ourselves in, and I don't want us to bank land in order to potentially try to diversify the tax base. I just don't think that's a good use of our land policy.
So your concern is that this particular goal would be used and operationalized to propose employment exclusive districts, even though that's not necessarily specified in the rest of the plan.
Mr. Giant came and said, he said, please be careful with what you're about to do. It's only 4% of the land or 2% of the land, but it's not actually 2% because it's 2% of the 13%. And so it winds up being a higher percentage of what's available. So it's almost 27% of what's available when you actually look at what's available to develop. So that's part of what I was pushing back against.
Okay, gotcha. All right, let's, does anybody else feel strongly about this one? Otherwise, we should just go straight to a vote.
I just want to clarify that
Yeah.
I think there's a typo in the document. So I think the suggestion, if I'm correct, is to delete goal 5 completely. So that would be pages 78 and 79.
Yep. Wow.
Not just 5.1.
Oh, and all references, I think. Right.
Yeah, but I just want to be clear. I think like what we're discussing is deleting goal 5 altogether, which is 5.1 and 5.2.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it should be goal 5 because that would be strategy 5.1. So goal 5. Is that correct?
But also, sorry, and both strategies, 5.1 and 5.2. Like we delete.
Well, if you delete the goal, then all the strategies will be gone.
Yeah. Thanks.
Wait, okay.
I just wanted to clarify that because, yeah.
Well, is that correct for the commissioner that submitted this?
I suspect that commissioner is not in attendance this evening.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Does anyone want to fess up?
I'd have to look.
So it's, what pages are we talking about?
Page 70?
79.
What?
Which is the goal 5 strategy.
Yep. And let's go to, in the meantime, Commissioner Weatherby.
So I think if I look at goal, so I'm on page 78.
Yep.
And I feel like secure a fair share of the companies that grow out of universities is probably a reasonable goal for us as a city. I think it's 5.1 doesn't say anything about land. It doesn't say, I don't think we want to give the boot to startups just because.
Yep.
So I think I'm good with 5.1 staying in. 5.2, I think, gets more to the land issue. But I know that our sustainable group has asked, that they've added this. I don't know. As I'm looking at it now, I am more in favor of these because I think we don't want to, I don't think other businesses are going to take the place of the university. I think the university is, the big old elephant in the room, or opportunity, or whatever you want to say. But I think having nothing about anything else, any other, I think having this strategy is, I'm okay with leaving it in.
Okay. Yep, got it. This sounds good. All right, yep, Hammerschmidt, and then let's take a vote.
I care, but if we leave it in, that's fine. But to me, this one has always bothered, 5.1 specifically has always bothered me. It feels more like a metric than a strategy, because what is and we should define it if it is, but what is a fair share? This is so hyper-focused on startups from the University of Michigan. I know it says universities, but we all know what we're talking about, and it basically only gives U of M as an example. I don't mind the goal. I think the goal is fine. I don't like the strategy. So that doesn't really address the comment at all.
Yeah. Let's try to stay specific to the comment, please.
But I can't.
Yeah.
Then no, I don't want to get rid of the goal.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
I know you're trying to move on, but.
Yep.
In general, I understand Commissioner Weich's concerns, but I also am thinking about the 820 sustainability circular goals, and I think we've decided we're going to allow them to coexist. I really don't like, though, this statement that nuisance regulation should be reviewed to minimize complaints while prioritizing flexibility, because that sounds to me like coded word for we're going to reduce our nuisance standards. And I thought we decided, no, we're not going to reduce our nuisance standards.
I actually think that arose from Will Leith's suggestion that that there are nuisance regulations in place, and that they wouldn't be minimized. This says
the statement here is
literally,
we will review the regulation to minimize complaints, which I'm reading.
Which is a strange,
That's a strange locution.
I don't know. I agree with that
That's
statement.
strange.
I think it means to minimize problems, not lowering the standard, but making sure there are no nuisances.
How does zoning do that?
What do you mean?
If you have all uses that are allowed in one district, everything goes.
Yeah, I guess I thought if we wanted to really make sure that this was a really inclusive, I thought it was recognizing that there might be some inherent
conflicts.
If you have a 24-hour delivery operation next to, it's like, I don't want to speak, but perhaps council members sometimes hear from people who live next to the train tracks. There's these inherent conflicts, and if we want to really embrace that, I do think the question is, we might have to think about what the expectations are for quiet, light, noise.
So you read that when it says nuisance regulations should be reviewed, you read that as should be loosened?
I think if we want
we have a noise ordinance, you're
But traditionally, I guess if
lighting ordinance or.
So for example, noise ordinance, I don't think that there's probably much change to. Noise ordinance is actually pretty uniform, but our lighting ordinance is different when a light is shining on a residential property or on a commercial property, or the property lines adjacent to those. It's depending on zoning currently, and so if we're going to create zoning districts that are inclusive of all those things, we're going to have to make some decisions about which of those standards are going to apply.
Maybe just if we deleted to minimize complaints, because that sounds strange, but nuisance regulations should be reviewed to prioritize flexibility, to allow for, it's more, I think it does, but I think it's really to allow residential to coexist with hybrid businesses and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
I mean,
the most kind of when I think nuisance, I think Sriracha Factory. That's the most kind of it epitomizes.
it's half pepper.
No, actually, it caused a lot of it was a lot of tears and stuff like that. It's kind of literally
pepper spray. It's
literally.
Pepper spray.
But that was kind of the most. It epitomizes nuisance case. It's emanation of vibrations, odors past property lines. There's going to be existing performance standards and also nuisance regulations that are.
We should be talking about performance standards.
Sorry. Apologies.
Your alarm telling you that we need to.
No, that's at 11. So I think so on this particular one, we were talking about deletion of goal 5.1.
Yeah.
Five.
Goal
Yeah.
5.
I mean, we've obviously kind of raised another issue with 5.2, and that should be discussed, because I don't think this actually encapsulates what we were talking, what our intent was. And I think part of, and this was Mr. Leaf's comment, housing should be, allowed everywhere if you want to build it. But if you decided to build housing next to, let's say, a storage facility or a sriracha factory, there would be, and then there'd probably be a nuisance lawsuit, right, based on performance standards, right? So I think the idea here was that performance standards and nuisance regulations would continue to be in effect to maintain and promote health, safety, general welfare. But that we should continue to allow or permit housing. I don't know that a developer would be like, oh man, yeah, there's a wastewater treatment plant right next. I mean, actually, those are pretty fine. But sriracha factory, I'm going to go back to sriracha factory.
Stick with sriracha.
That's the more likely. Like residential, we permit residential, but we also permit sriracha factories.
Yeah.
That's the more likely.
Yeah. We don't have, for clarifications for people listening, we don't have a sriracha factory. Okay, so first of all, let's just take the issue on hand, which is goal 5, and then let's kind of highlight 5.2 for staff to review. Does that sound like a plan?
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay, cool. All right, on goal number 5, diversify the economy to grow the non-residential tax base. Those in favor of deletion, raise your hand. Those in favor of keeping?
Sorry.
Okay, so we're going to keep goal 5. Okay.
Let them specify 5.2.
Yes, please review 5.2. I'm pretty sure it goes back to Mr. Leaf's comments with respect to nuisance. Okay, we are now on to page 86. We kind of already touched on this.
Right.
This was with Councilmember Dish. Have we... Staff, do you have what you need on these two? And I think the idea was, let's add in some of the existing programs that we have into the box, and then let's create references on like page 36 or whatever that like little thought bubbles thing is, and then reinforce page 86 with comments from the Environmental Commission.
I think I have what I need, but I want to be clear.
Okay.
The emphasis is on our current regulatory structure, not the 2004 Natural Features Plan.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Yep, that is correct.
And just cut 98 to 99, that comment, just cut it.
Okay.
The second one, I don't want to talk about that. No, the comment about those.
Okay.
Yes, not
All right,
the
yep.
pages.
Wait, the requested edit, delete?
Just the natural features plan, I have read the resolution, blah, blah, blah. I mean,
Yeah.
no, I don't, and
Okay.
no, I don't think we should try to think of a practical alternative to site plan as a trigger. That might be something that we might want to consider in the future.
That's a little dense for 11 p.m. right now. Okay, let's move on to chapter 5, page 109.
Yeah, so 109 I think is the future land use map, and I think the majority now of the comments are going to be focused on this map.
Okay.
And did we add to the packet the presentation?
So I did hand out a bit of a key or an index to some maps that were included by one of the commissioners. I also have sort of done excerpts or screenshots of side-by-sides of all of those geographies with zoning, underlying aerial photograph, and what the future land use map currently is. If you would like to delve into any of those with more detail, I'm happy to pull those up.
Yeah, can you pull those up on the screen?
Okay. So this was one of the, to frame the question as I understand it, there were actually, back in when D1 was implemented, there were adjacencies between like D1 and R4C, for example. And I think back in like, this would have been like 2012 or something like that. The question here is areas that have hub directly adjacent to residential, should there be a buffer?
So you're skipping the first one?
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, sorry. Let's go. Down zoning on R4 to C. Does somebody want to give us? Yeah.
There are a bunch of places that are currently zoned R3 or R4 or commercial, which
Okay.
show up as residential in the future land use map, which would be a more
Yes.
restricted zoning category
Than they are today.
than they are today. And so I think Brett handed out this very handy key, so we could even go by number and start with number 1 if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just, a lot of these are multifamily, but I just want to frame, we were talking about residential as incorporating townhomes and multiple units. And so under our current framework, the only way you could do some of those building typologies was under multiple family. And so under the conversations about adding flexibility, again, at the time this map was created, there was no limit. There was higher height limits in residential zones. So that's some of the rationale why you saw the map presented in the way it is. That said, I'm happy to pull up slide 1.
Thank you.
What would be the alternative to trying to avoid down zoning here? My concern is that
Transition.
transition.
To transition.
I mean, as a general rule, that is what happened. Like commercial is transition.
Yeah. Off. Yep.
R4C is transition.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why
I think
this
Arrow
little
would-
bit of Miller that came up today for the person who lives on, oh my gosh, what is that? East-West Street.
Fletch or something with an F. What was it? She said.
It's Felch.
Felch, right.
Yes.
Like, that's why that's transition, because that's currently R4C. I think the person who brought up the area around Argo Pond, which is probably something we should talk about more
Yeah, we
specifically,
need to
but that's
talk about
because
that.
there are a bunch of parcels there that are currently zoned R4C, one that's zoned M1. So I think in some ways, there was like a one-to-one translation, almost like automated, but then there are these other discretionary moves that happen that I think we should discuss. So, okay, so this is Zone 1, Brett, on the screen here.
That's correct.
And this is Arrowwood. Yes?
Arrowwood would be further down here.
This is those two, like, what are those housing developments there? The colorful,
Yeah, the one or whatever it's called now.
And is the Robinson Brothers?
In North Sky.
Yeah, that's right, North Sky.
Do you want to just take it on here instead of?
And R4A, what's the big development that's going in there?
That's supposed to be the Arbor Villages.
Is that what
Or
that's
Village
called?
of, Ann Arbor Villages. Okay.
Which is single family and multifamily, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like apartments, yeah.
Yeah, that's what these are.
This rezoning would make them non-conforming, correct?
That's my concern, yeah.
It depends on what your residential. What they were proposing was townhomes, attached products,
Yeah.
and apartments, all that would be within the 3-story framework.
And what would be the logic of having this little island of transition?
It seems like a very bad idea.
The yellow.
Mm-hmm.
So that is
That is their development.
One of the things was recognizing that the north side of the city is an area that doesn't have as much accessible services from a sort of 15-minute neighborhood perspective, particularly on the southeast side corner of the intersection of Duvar and Piney Trail. That was originally a PUD that included some commercial land use right at the corner that was never realized. So it's taking a little bit of a clue from that and recognizing maybe that intersection would have some more node type development potential, including any potential future annexation of the township properties.
So what do you mean by node?
It could be like a commercial center. It could be higher, more intense development at the intersection.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, because we have a lot of density there. If Village of Ann Arbor or Ann Arbor Villages doesn't get built, are we going to get the roundabout? Because this is a mess of traffic right now.
Pontiac Trail will continue to be a mess of traffic because you got 75,000 people coming into the city to go to work each day.
Well, yes, but it would be helpful to have something to slow them.
I think that there are intentions of looking at that intersection from the city, but as part of that development, they were contributing some to it. But I think those plans are parallel. I don't know that the city's plans are reliant. I'm sure the contribution helps, but I don't know what would happen with that project if the project wasn't realized.
I thought they were reliant, but
Could be, yeah.
I mean,
But I think some of the questions here is you have some multifamily zoning, but it's in a pattern that is relatively low scale. So I'm presuming the reason that the public comment was forwarded by the commissioner was, do we want to expand the transition zone into those multifamily areas?
Right.
Everything that's
As opposed to-
R4 currently.
Yeah, everything that's R4, moving it
Or
into transition instead of downzoning it into residential now that residential has a 3-story cap.
Which, again, most of this proposal is under 3-story.
Currently, but someone else could realize something else that would be better there.
True.
It will cause anger and outrage because there are terrible bus service there. Pontiac Trail is too narrow to actually have decent bike lanes on it. And so some of the criteria that we're looking at for transition zones is that they should be walkable and pedestrian friendly. All that does is throw more residents onto something that, I hear about where some kid's going to get run over because the sidewalk is too close to the street where people drive 55 miles an hour on it. So this will be something that residents do not think reflects the context.
But then we're down zoning
So you think we
something
should
that
downzone it?
already is of a different zoning because the residential imagines, I've heard council members say, they intend to restrict the unit count inside the residential. So now, I'm just saying what I've heard. And R4C allows, 20 units per acre? Is that correct?
I gotta do the math real quick.
Okay, so we're going to be down zoning, and as much as I hate to say this, someone can put a ticker here and just play this over and over again to me to remind me that I said this. Mr. Lerner, I wanted us to go to just 3 zones, but I could imagine the expansion to 6. And inside your transition, you could have transition low, mid, and high. I will cede that to you so that we don't downzone this into residential.
I was going to make the same comment.
Oh, good.
I'm shocked you said that.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt said it. I didn't.
There you go.
And there is also another way to understand this. It could be low, medium, high transition, yes. It can also be that it's zone transition, and when a project comes in, it is evaluated. Is there capacity? Can the infrastructure support? If it comes in at 6, well, probably the infrastructure can't support that, so it doesn't get approved at that. But yeah, I know I don't want it downzoned either, but this is the thing. Like we've got this 34 category thing, which allows this density, which I think is fine. It doesn't bother anybody. But we have the constant speeding and it's constant gripes and irritation, and there's nothing to do about it.
Infrastructure's inadequate for the load there, right?
Yeah, it is. Well, we have a failed intersection at, what's it called? Pontiac and Barton.
Unless we can get some of those jobs out of the city, we're going to keep facing it.
I know, but if we could get that dog bone redo of M14, that would help.
Let me get a pulse check from staff on, because the question right now is we don't want to downzone R4, R3. but we also have a concern with hub. So the idea of getting more granular with the segmentation of categories, just want to get a pulse check on like.
Well, I'd like that pulse check too, because if I'm understanding it correctly, are we talking about adding categories to the map? If that's the case, we need to define what those categories are going to look like. Obviously, illustrate to the community what those things might mean.
That would require redoing community.
Well, that would be kind of
No,
crazy.
I thought you said that.
No, it's transition, right?
Yeah,
It would be
I
transition.
thought you said, because I tried to articulate we're only going to do 3 zones, and you're like, oh, we love what you're saying, but that's not possible.
I love that you're seeing things closer now. But I just want to be clear. So that's what you're saying. You're not envisioning to. I'm trying to reconcile a little bit of the comments here. What I'm hearing is some understanding about why it might be challenging to do a single zone for all of the yellow in the city. I agree with that. I don't know how many it will be. And we don't necessarily need more colors on the map to do that. But to your point, Commissioner Dish, I think if that becomes yellow, what's the next step of that in this plan that says, trust us, we're going to do multiple zones? Like, I'm trying to figure out how that balance happens. And so one way to do it would be to actually put a different color on there that says something different. Another one,
And if you put it in a transition and you say, but here, we might do something different, you've opened up transition all over the city to have that same conversation.
But
right?
I think we already have that, right? Like 114, don't we have? Didn't we? I felt like we had a conversation where we tried to acknowledge, thank you, acknowledge that transition. There's one of these.
That one said like medium scale on one
I
side
think so,
and high rise on the other.
Because
but it
didn't we
doesn't.
add?
Oh, well, that's
we added
tapering the
high.
height.
Yeah, we added high to transition.
Yeah, you added hub height
Yes.
levels.
When adjacent to hub.
Adjacent to hub, so that we weren't doing a artificial step down next to each other, so they could stay at the same height. So that's all I'm just getting at. You have already intimated both to me, because I am disappointed. Like, we haven't talked about my disappointment that we can't go from 34 zones to 3. Like, you have said that repeatedly. And Michelle looks at me and says it, Donnell, ha. And so we've settled somewhere around 13 is what you all have communicated. And I'm still trying to get us to 3.
You said 6.
Well, that was, you said that.
This is a great example of that tension. Let's just think about transition zone. Say transition zone goes up to, say the hub height becomes 300 feet.
Thank you.
Okay. There's no hub here.
Yes.
So there would be, wouldn't see any application of 300 feet. So then what's the next hub height?
So
we haven't defined it yet, but from the context that I've been envisioning, it might be 7 stories, it might be 8 stories, it might be something in that category. And so one question is that appropriate at this corridor? And if so, where? And then from there, as that extends further into other geographies, I think the question that will be fearful for people seeing yellow on the map is, how far does that go before, and what requires it to step down? And we won't have the answers to that in this document.
But don't we have a model of that in TC1? So why can't we just extend the model of TC1 into transition? And you could, I could tell you what I would like to see. It was just overlay the TC1. So start where it's 55 feet within X amount of distance or feet from primary residential, and then step up.
But just keep in mind, then we're going to have that same tension we did with Stadium, where with those step backs, you're going to have a lot of the corridors that we've identified with relatively shallow lots where you might not have much potential there.
And that's the stuff that we would then need to, when we go to do the UDC changes, have in front of us to say, if we apply this here, here's what it's going to do. So how do we adjust?
Yeah.
And so can we have self-adjusting zones?
You can, but I just want to be clear that those aren't always meeting the goal of streamlining clarity.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. And that's where we need to hear from developers through you to say, here's how, and we heard that with Arbor South, right?
And
So
you
we
heard it
did-
from the economic development report.
Right, so we did it there, and then they came and said, hey, your decision on street, massing is just out of whack for what we're trying to do. Can we relax that?
Yeah.
And we self-adjusted to make that work. I think we sent a revision to council to make that kind of development work. So I feel like we have the tools to do that.
How do we articulate how we intend to use those tools?
It's going to be self-adjusting. I think you say that. It's going to be a TC1 style self-adjusting zone.
It says that it may self-regulate height when adjacent to established residential districts.
Thank you. See, Commissioner
115.
Hammerschmidt is saying
We're
all
going to
the
need to
things.
give them feet,
In this
a range
plan?
of feet. If people are interpreting transition to start at 7 stories, and that would be, that'd be like, But the other thing that's in this plan is that we're not being constrained by infrastructure, which doesn't mean that we're going to totally not think about infrastructure, but it just means that when we apply a category, it's when we get a project that we look at it and we go, okay, well, no, you're at the low end of what this zone allows because of the infrastructure.
TC1 starts much lower than 7 stories, so
Yes.
I don't know why transition would start at a minimum of 7 stories.
It doesn't.
It will start lower than that.
I would think so. But that's what I'm saying. I think if we're going to overlay TC1, then we should give them stories. We should say, okay, it could be 5. It starts at 5 or something like that.
Well, this is low to high, and then we say low approximately 3 stories in residential. I'm looking at page 115 at this table.
That's where it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, you just like approximately 3 stories to, I don't know.
I don't want to commit.
I don't really either.
I mean, that feels premature.
Yeah, but we can't have people thinking that,
It starts at 7
for
stories.
this little bit on this completely crazy road. Yeah.
We're still at a bit of a impasse right here because the question on the table
Is how to
with-
translate.
Yeah, R3, R4, and the desire, we have to figure out how to reconcile the desire to not down zone, but at the same time, is transition a little bit too onerous of a designation.
Also, it's 11:17 at night, the right time to be making these.
There's also 17 more of these.
Right, I was going to say, we're on one of,
Yeah, okay. Could we maybe put a pin on this and then come back, because I think this requires a little bit more thought.
Can we review the schedule?
Yeah.
Maybe that would
that's
help.
Well, and could we put a statement in the plan? I don't know where exactly is the best place, but it might be in this part where we're talking, each of these zones, or whatever we're calling them, will be realized with multiple districts that reflect.
Districts realized with multiple zones.
That's what
that's one of the
totally meant.
I think that's in here under
Is
staff,
that
as there
in
was a
there?
request
Did I
to call these land use categories
did,
and
yeah.
say that within each category there could be multiple districts.
Yeah, and perhaps not even just could, but will be.
Before our next discussion,
Yeah.
we will work to try to find, I guess what I'm hearing is ideally you would like to have still fewer categories. So I think what I'm hearing is a desire to recategorize these to transition zone, generally, the current R3 and R4. However, you would like to perhaps recognize that these are not going to follow a typical TC1 type framework, or they are. Because if that's the case, then I would say that just make them yellow.
That's what I'm saying.
I understand, but I don't think there's unanimity on this.
I don't want to make that decision after having looked at one of 16 zones. So
Okay.
I think it would help me to get us to look at a few more, and then think, I don't want to change how we conceive of transition based on this one area.
That's fair.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah, I agree with Commissioner Abrams in that articulation. What I don't want, and I think there is agreement, is that we downzone something that is already permitted as we make these changes. And certainly R4C has a max height limit, and we're looking at R4C, correct?
And some R3 and probably some other R4 districts.
We're looking at R4A. Oh, well, see, R4A goes up to 45 feet. So all the concern that you just articulated is already present, because it can go to 4.5 stories, and if they got a height bonus, they can go another 12 feet, so they would be at 57 feet right now today with our current zone.
They didn't, though.
They didn't, but they could.
And these folks who live adjacent to all of this noisy housing aren't psyched about it. And Pontiac Trail is a terrible place to raise children.
Do you mean the streets
Just
noisy?
kidding. No, it's great. But people express a lot of fear about that very fast, uncontrollable road. It's one of the main things I hear.
So if we moved it to residential, it would downzone it, because it would
No,
put
I'm not
the
arguing for
three-story.
downzoning.
Okay,
I'm
good.
just saying that the hypotheticals that you're adding, which are mathematical, are not reflecting the reality of what people feel there, which is that it's overcharged as it is, and things didn't reach the capacity that's allowable.
Sure.
And so I'm okay with transition. I just want it to be clear that there's a range. I don't know what the range is from. If it's the TC1 range, it's 55 to whatever, but it's not 7 feet. Like, it doesn't start at 7 feet.
7 stories.
7 stories.
It's okay. We knew what you meant.
Back to the very Oh, no.
It's Smurf
So
housing.
but we don't want to put height ranges.
No, I don't think so. I think we want to put, like, this zone is going to adjust.
But to be clear, if we were to take that Villages site and make a transition, and we were to apply a TC1 type framework, I want to be clear that a great percentage of that property is likely, could likely get to the 120 feet range. So
Oh, it would.
Yes.
if we were to just apply the TC1.
Yes.
So that's the difference here. There's no right or wrong. It's a policy decision.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy to work on how we reconcile that, but I just want to be clear. What I am hearing, I think, two distinct perspectives here. One is make it yellow, and that's fine. If that ends up, most of that being 120 feet, that's the intention. We don't want to lose that. Right now it's 45. Let's open up potential there. Also hearing like that doesn't feel right to other commissioners, and so that's kind of what we got to figure out here. And
It's
so,
one thing to not want to downzone. That would be a pretty radical upzoning to go from maybe now 45 feet up to 120 feet.
But nobody's suggesting that we're
where's
building a
on-
120-foot tower there.
well, I'm just saying if
You
it's
just said it would now.
if it's transition, we're going to apply a TC1 type framework.
But not
that's what you
necessarily
can-
the height.
TC1 has step downs. TC1 is never 120 feet next to residential.
Well, it's when you get so far from residential, it is.
But we're not that far from residential.
Well, you would have to be. If
I guess it depends on where it is. It
That
depends
site
on-
has lots of land that's more than 300 feet from residential.
Yeah, because of the open space
Yeah, 'cause
requirements.
it's a big parcel. So
Yeah, and
any portion of that that's more than 300 feet could be 120 feet. And
According
so-
to the TC1.
According to the current
According to
TC1
TC
zoning. I feel
Exactly.
like we're
Yes.
saying things that are going to get sound but clipped and then
Yes, they
they're
are.
very
Yeah,
alarmist.
according to
So I'm
current
sorry.
TC1. That's right.
Nobody is suggesting
And
that
let's
that's
also remember,
appropriate on this site at this
Nothing in this
moment.
plan rezones anything.
Okay.
That's all true.
Can we look at a couple other
Yeah, let's go.
test
but-
cases?
And probably it's too late. And so
Yeah.
we should be taking them all and understanding that this is a real challenge because we have a really complex zoning code right now. And we're trying to simplify it. And in simplifying it, we really may not be sensitive enough to context. And I'm not talking about character because this is a very dense context in very inadequate infrastructure as it is.
But I
So,
don't
there
understand. We
go.
have all the controls. We're not losing any of the means, the tools that we have at our disposal to be sensitive. So I don't know why.
Let's bring
why
it
we're at
back
risk of
real
that.
quick.
Okay.
I'd like to, as I said, I'd like to actually keep order here as far as speaking.
Which
I'd like to, before we dive into Chapter 5 and the map, which we kind of already did, but there's a lot left. I'd like to talk about schedule so that we can kind of look at a macro level view and talk about whether this is more appropriately and more responsibly discussed. Not because I am also pretty tired. This is way past my bedtime. So, Michelle, can you give us an idea of timeline, please?
Yes, so your next meeting is July 8th. It's a working session, and I think the work plan is already on the agenda, so we wouldn't come back to discuss this until July 15th. But if we are in keeping with how we had originally planned this for 2 meetings on this second round, that would be the last meeting. And we only have 2 chapters left, but they are the most substantial. So if we want to come, we already have your notes, but there are this one row right here that we're talking about has 18 properties on it before we get to the rest of it. So I guess I'm saying it could be a lengthy meeting.
Gotcha. My thought process is that we're done with 1A and we kind of need to do the 1B, go through one set of revisions, and then have our second review of the second draft.
What?
Say that again?
Go all the way through.
Yeah, sorry. Basically, what I'm saying is that right now, you said that we are supposed to have 2 meetings about the second draft. In my head, we're done with 1A, but not really done with 1B currently.
Correct.
And then the second
1B is going to be July 15th.
Okay, yep, got it. And then when would the second meeting be?
That is the second. This is the first meeting on the second draft and the second.
I guess what I'm trying to say is there's. I think we're going to need 3, just based on the length of this.
Then what about our work session?
Well, typically we try to keep those tidy.
Oh, right.
And we do have your work plan on it. We were also going to give you space in case you wanted to discuss anything with your regularly required annual business, such as bylaws and the like. So,
and there's no voting.
Yeah.
Work sessions.
I would suggest we definitely do the 15th, and then what we will do is do a revised calendar that also maybe provides anticipation that you'll carry that over to the. Do we have a special meeting for the?
ORC was scheduled for the 22nd.
What's
on my calendar?
What was scheduled for the 22nd?
ORC.
So, is that happening? That could be happening.
I was going to ask you that. Is that happening?
Yeah.
You don't know. Do you know?
I have to ask Hank.
I know.
I want to say, this is to my mind, the really important part of the plan.
Yes. I agree.
And this has been really helpful to sit here and noodle with you all and try and figure out what it means.
Yep.
And I don't want to shortchange that, because if we don't get it right now, it's just going to be huge trouble cascading forward. So I'd rather slow down a little bit and get it right and spend the time. And I'd rather do it here in person than on Zoom, because that's a horrible way to try and noodle on this stuff. So I'm willing to do more meetings personally, if that's what it takes to work through this.
Yes.
I just want to note that the meeting on the 15th, according to my calendar, is a 7 p.m. meeting, so maybe we want to change that to a 5:30.
Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be willing to meet on the 8th, too, unless we really need to have the working session.
We can't.
Is it too late to convert that to a regular?
Yeah, I'd rather keep that as work session because the work program is limited too.
All right.
And this works great because I'm going to be on vacation on July 15th.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So the 15th and then maybe the 22nd as well?
It's not going to be the 22nd. It's going to be the, bear with me.
29th.
If I
August 5th.
Oh, you mean we would just totally not add a meeting? Yeah.
Well, you already have, there is an
Yeah.
ORC scheduled, and we've got 3 things scheduled for that. We have bike parking, we have signage for new developments, which I know has been really interesting of both the Planning Commission and the council. And we also have a petitioner-initiated text amendment by the Community Land Trust to change our ADU regulations.
What about the 29th? It's the 5th, and 3rd, or whatever day, Tuesday.
5th Tuesday of the month.
Yeah, we could look at that. Is everybody available?
Not trying to
I
meet
think
more.
I'm here.
We're
I
running into my
have to
vacation.
go.
I'm gone the 29th through the 11th, I think.
Oh, I
29th
have
of
to go
July
to the
through
Apple
August
Pear
11th.
sidewalk meeting, or they will kill me.
Oh, and actually, we have a meeting neighborhood meeting that night, right?
Well, we could probably do this via email. We don't necessarily need we don't need to like, yeah.
We will plan on finding the best date for another one. Please plan on converting the July 15th meeting to a 5:30 start time.
Okay. Yep. Understood.
Pack your lunches.
Okay. Got it. So,
Yeah,
so-
I won't be providing pizza for.
Okay, gotcha. And so when right now we are pinning it at chapter 5 on the page 109 discussion.
Yes.
So, all right. That's where we'll,
Can
Commissioner.
I request, Brett, can you send us this deck that we were about to go through with
Yeah,
the 18
I will.
different? Okay, thank you.
Okay, great.
And maybe adding the request to reconsider by the Argo Pond as one of the.
Any other
I'm sorry?
areas people would like added?
Argo Pond. Oh, yeah, that's from
Yeah.
the public comment. Yes, yeah, please add Argo Pond.
I think that was it, yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I have like 6 pages of notes from public comment.
Email him.
Okay, I'll email you. Okay, that's going to take us, with that, we're going to actually consider this portion of the comprehensive plan second draft review closed. We're going to now move on to public comment. This is a second opportunity for individuals to speak up to 3 minutes on any issue. We'll first hear from those present and then remote participants. To speak remotely, please press *9 if on the phone or use the raise hand feature. If on Zoom and for phone access, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will identify callers by the last 3 digits of the phone number or by name on Zoom. You'll hear an automated announcement when it's your turn to speak, and please ensure that you're in a quiet area, mute any background noise. And for participants, please state your first name and your address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anyone present that would like to speak at this time? Hello.
Hey everyone, Craig Monroe. Gosh, it's late. 1261 Bending Road. I really appreciated listening in on this conversation about the potential downzoning or these transition areas. I would just encourage the commission to think about this holistically, right? So remember, we are gaining a tremendous amount of upzoning in this plan, and so I hope we can view these maybe smaller sections where maybe it does actually make sense to downzone to the residential, where we are still getting townhouses, 3 stories, et cetera, might also make sense. So that's just my input there. And then I just wanted to touch base, Commissioner Dish, I apologize. I was not aware that the City Council did not approve the Environmental Commission recommendation. I saw it on MLive and it said approved next to the meeting minutes, but thank you for clarifying that. But I hope that my petition is still heard and not written off in spite of that error. And essentially what I'm saying is this, right? So we have an environmental commission, or we had an environmental commission. We have natural features that are codified, whether that's the environmental commission or the natural features plan, and the representation of that code in our local government is asking City Council to ask you all, I know this is kind of hilarious, to consider and prioritize those natural features, going so far as to suggest specific language to be included in the comprehensive plan. And again, I center all of this in that debate around Argo Pond, because I think that is a special area that is enjoyed by so many, and I think those natural benefits should be protected with lower density. And again, I also just echo, there are trade-offs in all of this, right? So that's, I agree with you, Manager Leonard, you cannot have it all. I understand that full well. And again, I'm just asking that if we are going to densify our neighborhoods, please provide protection in terms of land use districts around special ecological areas and public natural areas like those near Argo. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else present that would like to speak at this time? Mr. Westfall.
Hello. Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place. I woke up all of a sudden. Thanks for taking time, extra time with the map, I think, as was inferred by a commissioner. Even though a lot of these properties are not going to get redeveloped in the very near future, some will, like the one near Stadium and Industrial Parkway Meadows or whatever it was. You know, some of these complexes that are HOAs or professionally managed, and they want to, you know, their clubhouse is falling down and they want to build a 6, 8, 10-story building. If it's 200-300 feet from R1 or R2, why are we going to make them go through, you know, a rezoning or whatever it is? I mean, transition already is called out in the plan as tapering down to a compatible height with low-rise residential. So, you know, I think the comparison to TC1 is apt because that is something that has been accepted as, you know, a self-tapering zone. It can work. I mean, it's there, it's on the books. And so I think transition should do that too. And it's up to you all in the community to decide how much agency you want to give people to decide how tall a building can go 200 to 300 feet, you know, from their property line. It's just housing. So that can be debated in the zoning. But I appreciate that you're taking this seriously. I think any kind of process that you're going through to categorize current zoning districts into these land use categories, the more rigorous you can be about why you're shunting some off or making exceptions for others is important. So I thank you for taking a closer look at the map and spending more time on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else present that would like to speak at this time? Hello.
Hi. My name is Lisa Jevons. I live at 1054 Martin Place. I have come here to deliver something to you. It's not a pizza. It is the TPL data, Trust for Public Land, for the City of Ann Arbor. It is my hope that you will do two things with this data. Number one, update the TPL data so that it reflects the PROS plan. And number two, please use the PROS plan Parks data to calculate the correct number of acres per 1,000 residents in Ann Arbor. I know that didn't come up tonight in the areas that you discussed, but I'm assuming it will in the future. And this plan will not be valid until this is reconciled. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Do we have anyone else present that would like to speak at this time? Okay. Do we have any remote callers?
We do.
All right.
Caller with the phone number ending with 534. You can unmute and address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Tom Stallberg again, calling from 1202 Traver Street in Lower Town. And I'd like to talk about three things. I'd like to emphasize what Greg Monroe said about the Argo area and like to make sure that you all read his letter that's on your agenda. It's an excellent letter, well put together. In terms of the transition district and areas like that, I'll read you the last 5 words of the description of the transition district. Within key nodes and corridors, that area certainly doesn't meet that, as do other primarily residential areas, 2-story residential areas that are called for transition district merely because they were previously zoned R4C. Second point I'd like to make is to support what Ken Garber said about the 30% bonus and how it was definitely well-intentioned and good idea, and I'm in favor of that type of thing. but the way it works out in terms of sustainability versus affordability and the choice and the dollars and cents for developers, it could use a review and tweaking to make it more effective there. And the last item kind of ties into that. A little for the record on the Beekman Lower Town area in the spring of 2017. It was called up by the planning memo in response to the developer that having less than 1% retail there was essentially a accessory commercial use and not really appropriate for the zoning they were seeking. And all the pats on the back for how that development has exploded commercial around the area are false. The shops there were all there. They're just different restaurants. An Indian restaurant where an Indian restaurant used to be, pizza place is gone now, it's a Mexican place. The first thing Beekman did, Morningside did, was get rid of our grocery store, Mana, that was down there, about 3,500 square foot Asian grocery store. Orange Market is half the size and nothing near the caliber of that. So the one thing we gained down there in terms of any size of square footage, the only thing we gained is a Lower Town bar and coffee shop, which I do love and frequent, where Johnny Rush's barber shop used to be. So it's not true what was said at the council table earlier in terms of cause and effect and the volume of what we've got. We have a net hardly anything at all whatsoever.
30 more seconds.
Maybe we'll get more later. So also want to remind you that that came about because of the lawsuit and settlement that over planned projects which had to be eliminated because they were not in compliance with the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, and that's how we got that 30% bonus. So it all ties back into Beekman. I hope we can tweak that 30% bonus idea and expand it to other uses because I think there's merit there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other callers?
We do. Caller with the phone number ending with 194. You can unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Rita Mitchell calling from 621 5th Street. I'm a commissioner of the new Sustainability Commission that's yet to meet. I'm also a commissioner of the recently decommissioned Environmental Commission. I appreciate that staff work to incorporate references to natural features into the Draft 2 comprehensive plan, but there's more work that needs to be done. The recommendations that we sent you from the Commission are intended to address natural features more broadly than they are currently in the city codes, and to acknowledge that natural features occur beyond park boundaries and provide broad benefits for the community. I asked Council to reconsider its approach and to formally send the recommendations from the Environmental Commission to the Planning Commission for this purpose of the comprehensive plan. My concern specifically tonight is that when you discuss the protections for natural features that are currently in effect, I felt the conversation glossed over the point that these protections, especially for trees, are in effect for site plan development. The whole rest of the city is not protected, and that's something that really needs consideration. We need the natural features not only in parks, and we need to take care of them because ultimately those things take care of us. So I'm asking you to take a broader picture, to broader look at this, and excuse me, I heard the statement that you can't have it all, but I think we need to get really more creative and really think about the things that we need as we move forward. I understand your goal to focus on density. I see it happening, and I just think that we have to live with nature. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luis Vasquez, you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Luis Vasquez, 909 Barton Drive in Upper Lower Town. I think one of the things that impedes business in the Lower Town area and with Beekman is the extensive car housing that was built by the university. If those had been apartment buildings, I think we would have a much more vibrant Lower Town. Thank you to Lisa Dish for mentioning Pontiac Speedway and Barton Raceway. in your comments tonight, there's something that needs to be done about that. And at the beginning of the meeting, I mentioned the changes made by Berkeley, California City Council. There's a great article produced by KQED, and I'm just going to read a couple of excerpts out of it. Amid a generationally divided debate, the Berkeley City Council last Thursday unanimously voted to overturn a more than century-old housing policy, allowing small apartment buildings in most of the city. The middle housing ordinance, which I would urge you to look up, will permit 3-story buildings with up to 8 units on a typical 5,000 square foot lot, not including accessory dwelling units. The actual number will vary on lot size, and the changes will apply citywide. The proposal must come back to the council for a second reading in July and is expected to be implemented in November. It comes 4 years after former council member Lori Drost introduced a resolution to end exclusionary zoning in the city. The unanimous vote just before midnight followed a nearly 6-hour meeting punctuated by a sometimes raucous crowd. Sound familiar? More than 100 people spoke during public comment, with opinions split roughly 60-40 in support. Supporters included students, renters, parents with small children in tow, and millennials who advocated for more diverse housing options to meet the needs of young people and families trying to gain or keep a toehold in Berkeley. If you changed Berkeley for Ann Arbor, you would see the same thing. It's ironic.
30 more seconds.
Okay, am I out of time?
30 more seconds.
30 more seconds. They confronted a group composed largely of homeowners who had bought into Berkeley decades ago and were worried about that the proposal would have the opposite of its intended effect, driving out more working families and changing the city beyond recognition. I'm going to conclude with this. Quote, in 1973, Berkeley citizens passed the Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance, said resident Clifford Fred. Now, 52 years later, you're poised to pass the Neighborhood Destruction Ordinance, I'm afraid to say. Thank you. Keep going. Keep moving forward. I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I hope for a very fruitful outcome for the CLUP. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands raised, Charlie.
All right. With that, I'm going to close public comment. We're going to move right on to proposed commercial business. Is there any commission proposed business?
I just have one clarifying question. I promise it's quick.
Okay.
Earlier, planning manager Kelly said only Chair Lee couldn't run. I thought if you served 2 terms on the executive team, you were disqualified for running again.
No, you can't just serve in the same specific role 2 times in a row.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. With that, we move on to adjournment. Moved by Commissioner Weatherby, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
Hello.